Loomingly really liked pancakes. After finishing one, he still felt a bit unsatisfied. And this pancake opened up his conversation. He recalled, when I was a child, I trained martial arts with my master. Outside the small courtyard, there were a few food vendors. There were wontons, fried dough sticks, and pancakes. Pancakes are naturally not as good as yours, but after each martial arts practice, when I am very hungry, I buy a pancake over there and then go to the next stall to order a bowl of wontons. That is enough to satisfy my hunger. My mother disliked the food from the stall, so she wouldn't let me eat there. Every day, someone would bring me different foods, but I still loved the wontons with baked bread the most. So I traded with my senior brother to eat that way, fooling my mother for quite a while. Thinking of this, he smiled, paused for a moment, and then said, later, my mother found out, so she always had the servant watch me until I finished eating. Later, I followed my master to fight in battles, and I never ate from that stall again. Once I came back and looked for it, but the couple who made the pancakes had disappeared. Actually, what I miss is not the taste of the pancakes, but those carefree times. Being carefree, with my parents alive, no wars, and every day just learning martial arts from my master. Things have changed so much over time. Hwawan saw his sadness, but didn't know what was on his mind. She could only comfort him. It's okay. Life is like that, remembering the past while moving forward. Lu Mingliang thought for a moment, then smiled and said, well said, concise and clear. That's just how life is. Life is like a journey. Some people can only walk with you for a while. Treasure those memories because in the future, you have to live your own life. Lu Mingliang had come all this way, and Hwawan didn't want to let him go. By the way, General Lu, I have something I want to ask you. Lu Mingliang said, no need to be so formal. Just call me by my name. Uncle Zheng had already packed up and was heading home, preparing to show his skills tomorrow. Ma Chuan and the others also went back to the kitchen to work. Now, only the two of them were left in the shop. Hwawan suddenly wanted to tease him, so she nodded and said, all right, Yuan Zhou, I want to ask you a question. Then she saw the surprised expression on Lu Mingliang's face. Hwawan held back her laughter and continued, you told me to call you by your name, right? I didn't get it wrong, did I? You wouldn't regret it, would you? She sighed and said, then I will just call you General Lu. Lu Mingliang hurriedly said, no, I don't regret it. I just find it strange. How did you know my name? Lu Mingli certainly didn't believe it. He quickly guessed, did my master tell you? Hwawan nodded and smiled, saying, just call me by my name from now on. Lu Mingli felt that his thoughts had been guessed. He hadn't called Hwawan girl by her name for a long time. They had known each other for so long and gone through many things, so calling her that felt a bit strange now. But calling her just Hwawan made him worry it might seem too close, and she might be upset. It seemed he was overthinking. However, when Hwawan called him by his name, Lu Mingli felt a light feather brush over his heart, a tingling feeling. Only someone very close had called him that before. If other women called him that, he would be unhappy. But Hwawan was different. Yes, different. He calmed his mind and asked, by the way, Hwawan, you mentioned earlier that you have something to ask. Hwawan said, I want to know what is taught in the city schools or the capital's academies. You know, I have a small school and every day, only a scholar teaches children to recognize characters and recite the three-character classic. I find it a bit dull. Lu Mingli thought for a moment and said, city schools are not much different. They mainly prepare students for exams. But in the capital, the schools teach a lot of different things. Besides recognizing characters and reciting, they also teach arithmetic, astronomy, geography, and some basic military strategies. Hwawan's eyes lit up, and she said quickly, that sounds great. But what kind of teachers would teach these subjects? Lu Mingli smiled and said, that's easy. We can put up notices to recruit teachers. If retired scholars or officials are willing to teach, that would be perfect. Hwawan scratched her head and said, I'm worried people might think our small town is too remote and not want to come. Lu Mingli patted his chest and assured her, you can mention good pay and accommodations in the notice. Plus, our place has beautiful scenery, honest people, and delicious food. Someone will surely want to come. Hwawan nodded. This method was worth trying. Lu Mingli added, I remember you mentioned last time that in your time, all children could go to school and everyone was equal. Hwawan said, "Yes, I now hope all the children in the village can come to class." Loomingly said, "Since you mentioned it last time, I have thought about it for a long time. Is it possible to ensure that all children in my era can go to school? Although this idea is beautiful, it is very difficult to put into practice." He then changed the subject. "But today, you reminded me that since large-scale implementation is hard, we can start with your small school and gradually expand outward. So I am willing to help you. Currently, the border conflicts are intense, and the court is divided between peace and war. The emperor cannot decide, and I fear that the next few years or even decades will not be peaceful. Therefore, I want the children studying at your small school, besides learning literature, to also be taught martial arts by others. If needed someday, I hope they can stand up to defend our homeland." Hwawan's eyes lit up. "That's wonderful. Yuan Zhou. I was just thinking about that." Hearing Hwawan call his name again, Loomingly felt very happy. Hwawan became worried again. She looked a bit discouraged. "It's a pity that we don't have enough people right now. The older children have to help with farm work or chores at home. It's quite difficult to persuade parents to send their children to school because once the children come, the family loses a worker." Loomingly frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Maybe we can give some compensation to the families who send their children to school. For example, food subsidies or lower taxes to make up for the loss caused by the children not working." He continued, "I can provide some funding, so you don't need to worry. As for taxes, I will think of other ways. You just focus on doing it." Hwawan was still a bit nervous. She had never done such a big thing before, involving the future of dozens of children. Every step needed to be careful. But now, with Loomingly backing her up, she felt very confident. Eating is done one bite at a time, and walking is done step by step. You can't rush. As long as we start, it is a big step forward. Today, Loomingly had another private matter, his grandmother's birthday banquet. His grandmother's birthday was coming up, and he wanted to entrust the planning of the banquet entirely to Hwawan. First, it could add some surprises to the usual routine. Second, it would give his grandmother a chance to see Hwawan and fulfill her wish. The upper and lower parts of the Moon Pavilion are also at your command. Hwawan relaxed a little after hearing this. She had some ideas about the birthday banquet and wanted to discuss them with Loomingly tonight. She asked, "Do you have a type of banquet here called a flowing feast?" Loomingly thought for a moment and replied, "A flowing feast? I haven't heard of it. What is it like?" She explained, "It's a wooden table with a hollowed-out center, made to look like a water channel, filled with water. At the end, there's a small water wheel operated by someone turning it, making the water flow. Small dishes with various foods are placed on tiny plates on the water surface, moving along the channel past the guests' seats, allowing them to choose what to eat. I've heard of something similar, but with some differences. In the old dynasty, there was a banquet called Chu Shui Lu Shang, where scholars would set up banquets by the river. They would place wine cups on the water, letting them drift. When a cup stopped in front of someone, that person would drink and compose a poem." Hwawan nodded. "Yes. It's similar, but we changed it to a man-made water channel on the table. It's not just for wine. There are many small dishes too." Loomingly's eyes lit up. He thought the idea was very creative. "That sounds very interesting. Grandmother would definitely like this new style. But unlike bottles of wine, won't the dishes on the water get wet and spoil the taste?" Hwawan smiled and said, "We can use lightweight small plates and add some foam underneath so they can float." Loomingly nodded in agreement. They then discussed other details, like decorating the water channel with festive red silk and placing fresh flowers on the table for decoration. When talking about the dishes, Hwawan enthusiastically described various exquisite foods suitable for a birthday banquet. Loomingly watched her quietly, full of admiration. Who else in the world could have so many creative and unusual ideas? Finally, they finalized most of the details. Hwawan found pictures of these tables, and Loomingly made some adjustments and drew blueprints. He then went to a skilled carpenter to have 2 tables made based on the designs. One for male guests, one for female guests. Next, they only needed to confirm the number of guests with Loomingly, then they could start preparing the dishes. The next evening, Uncle Zheng's pancake stall opened smoothly. Uncle Zheng is a quiet man who usually doesn't talk much. Now that he's starting a business, He doesn't shout or call out. He just puts up a sign next to his stall and stands there with a serious face. At first, passers-by saw a new stall and were curious. They wanted to come closer to look, but Uncle Zheng's stern face scared them away. Aunt Pang's barbecue stall is nearby. Seeing Uncle Zheng like that, she felt worried. Old Uncle Zheng, you should shout to attract customers. Call out. And don't keep a serious face. You're running a business, so you should smile and greet people. After hearing this, Uncle Zheng slowly turned to look at Aunt Pang and managed a small smile. Aunt Pang quickly waved her hand. Never mind, never mind. Don't smile like that. Smiling looks worse than crying. But you need to shout to attract customers, understand? Oh my, you're making me nervous. Aunt Pang hurriedly sorted her skewers and said to Mao, watch for a bit. I need to help with something. Then she ran over to Uncle Zheng and shouted, come and see. The pancake stall is open. Good quality and cheap, very tasty. Sir, would you like to try a pancake? The basic one costs only 5 cents. Filled with eggs and batter, sweet or spicy options. Hey sir, don't go, come try. Aunt Pang was very energetic. With her sincere smile and lively shouting, someone finally came over despite Uncle Zheng's cold face. Is this stall selling baked buns? Oh no, this isn't baked buns. It's pancakes and you can fill them with all kinds of things. The prices are on the sign. Just look and decide, no problem. He then pointed at Uncle Zheng and asked, is that your debt collector over there? Aunt Pang looked where he pointed. Uncle Zheng was holding a long-handled spoon and glaring at the customer. No, no, no. Aunt Pang quickly denied. That's the cook who makes pancakes. He's like that with everyone. But he's cold on the outside and warm inside. He's a good person. Hearing Aunt Pang's praise, Uncle Zheng felt a little touched. He adjusted his posture, trying to look friendlier. Just as he was about to smile, don't smile, Aunt Pang seemed to sense something and whispered to him. Uncle Zheng quickly stopped his smile. The customer looked at them and decided to try. All right, I'll have one with ham sausage and spicy sauce. Uncle Zheng scooped a big spoonful of batter and poured it onto the hot pan. His movements were smooth and graceful, much better than his expression. She spread the batter evenly, added an egg, flipped the pancake, put in some sausage, sprinkled green onions and cilantro, and spread spicy sauce. After doing all these steps, more people gathered around to watch. Your skills look pretty good. The pancake tasted even better. This time, everyone finally relaxed and queued up to buy one. Just ignore the cook's cold face. After all, street food vendors rarely serve such down-to-earth food. Uncle Zheng didn't really want to chase away customers. That's just his expression. But that's okay. It saves a lot of unnecessary small talk. The batter was mixed just right, soft and stretchy. The sauce was tasty, and the price was affordable. Even if his attitude was a bit cold, it didn't matter much. People even started to see things from Uncle Zheng's point of view. Some skilled people tend to have a bit of a different temper. At most, they would talk less to him and leave after buying their food. So, the pancake stall was especially quick at taking orders. Usually, people would loudly tell him what they wanted right away, then wait quietly on the side. They also made sure to speak clearly. If Uncle Zheng didn't hear them and asked again, it felt like he was about to get angry. Fortunately, Uncle Zheng had a good memory and was quick to do math. Customers didn't need to talk to him much. That made the atmosphere at the pancake stall very different from other stalls. The barbecue vendor's aunt was friendly and attentive. The Lu couple at the stinky tofu stall was patient and kind. But the pancake stall nearby had a strange quietness. Hanwhan looked over but couldn't stand it anymore. The pancake stall was near the edge, between two lanterns, not very bright. What she saw was a stall emitting white smoke, with a blank-faced vendor and silent customers with heads bowed. Add another lantern over there, Hanwhan said expressionlessly. Once the banner was hung up, it immediately caught the attention of many people. Everyone started talking about it. Although not many passers-by had heard of this big competition, just looking at it, they felt it was a very impressive event. Besides Aunt Fat, Huawan also invited a few quick-talking villagers to hide among the customers at the stalls. When passers-by asked about the dishes, They would tell the story of curry crab and Buddha jumps over the wall. Then, as more people heard, they would spread the news further away. This is the advantage of having a main road at the entrance. Soon, these two dishes became famous. Many people asked, "Are Buddha jumps over the wall and curry crab for sale?" Sorry, Boss Hua hasn't decided to sell these dishes yet. But I should warn you, the prices will definitely be high. These are not everyday dishes that ordinary people can afford. People who couldn't afford such dishes would be very interested when they heard this from the wealthy. The snacks in the shop were delicious, but everyone could buy them. Even if there were long lines, just sending a servant to buy was easy, so it wasn't surprising. Not long after, a steward from a wealthy family came to inquire. Hwawan was happy inside but pretended to be hesitant. He said, "These two dishes are made with very rare ingredients and have complicated steps, so only a few can be made. But don't worry, we are working hard to prepare them. Soon, reservations will be available. Please wait for our news." The steward asked curiously, "Why do we need to reserve in advance?" Hwawan replied, "Because the ingredients this time are especially scarce. Gathering even a few portions is quite difficult." The steward quickly said, "I'll reserve now." The lady of the house had said she wanted to be the first to try these dishes. But that's not possible. Many people want to reserve, and I've already refused. The quantity is limited. If everyone pre-orders, honest customers who wait patiently will be unhappy. How can I run my business then? The steward leaned closer to Hwawan and whispered, "It's different. We are from the Tai Shiling's household. It's our lady who wants to try these dishes. Can you make an exception? I can pay a deposit right now." Hwawan sighed and said, "I need to ensure our regular customers get a chance to taste first. But since you're so sincere, I'll make an exception." Worried she might change her mind, the steward opened his purse and said, "All right, how much deposit should I pay first?" Hwawan felt secretly pleased but kept a calm face and said, "What would you like?" For such rare dishes, the prices are high. Curry crab costs 88 taels of silver per serving, and Buddha jumps over the wall costs 188 taels per serving. Each order requires a deposit of 50 taels. The steward quickly took out a silver note and handed it to Hwawan. "I'll take both." After receiving the silver note, Hwawan said, "Rest assured, once the ingredients are ready, we will notify your residents immediately to pick up the meals." Soon, news spread that these special dishes needed to be reserved in advance. Several people came hoping to bend the rules and pay deposits early. Hwawan always looked a bit troubled but accepted their payments. After they left, word spread among the people. For a while, the nobles in the capital took pride in being able to order these two dishes. The day they went on sale was very busy. Besides the 6 pre-ordered sets, another 20 were sold. She wanted to sell more, but the price would drop if she sold too many. When delivering the food, Hwawan brought several large wooden tubs filled halfway with ice. The dishes were sealed in wooden boxes and placed on the ice. The tubs were covered and transported by horse-drawn carriage overnight, arriving in the capital the next day. When it was time to eat, they would steam the dishes again with water, so the taste wouldn't be much different. Hwawan thought, "It's great. Now, even the people in the capital can enjoy pre-made dishes." Meanwhile, Hwashing also counted all the children in the village. There were 45 children of school age, but only 15 of them attended elementary school. They didn't go every day. They came to read when they had free time, and when busy, they disappeared. Lin Yang bought children, and without family burdens, they all learned to read and write properly. Hwawan printed notices and posted them at the village entrance and outside the snack shop. The notice read, "Children aged 6 to 14 can attend the newly built elementary school for free. The school will hire the best teachers and provide a nutritious meal every day." When the notice was posted, the villagers were excited. Some were tempted. Sending their children to school meant learning to read and write and possibly passing exams to gain official titles, plus free lunch. But many parents hesitated, especially those from poor families. 6-year-old children could already do chores at home, and some even looked after younger siblings. Older children had to work in the fields. Having one less person causes many more problems. Hwawan knew the villagers' worries, so she held a parent meeting. At the meeting, She explained the elementary school curriculum and talked about the importance of learning. One villager said, "Boss Hua, we don't understand what you're saying. Our ancestors have been farmers for generations. Learning isn't as important as farming." Not just one person thought this way. Most villagers shared the same idea. Farmers who grow crops don't take exams. Only rich families do that. Going to school would just waste our time. This idea was deeply rooted in their minds. Hwawan knew it wouldn't change easily. "I understand you're busy working the land. Here's an idea. If your children come to school and attend regularly without missing classes, each family will get 5 pounds of rice at the end of the month." The villagers were quiet, looking at each other in confusion. A plump woman stood up, patted the table, and said, "Boss Hua means that if your children attend school for a month, they can exchange that for 5 pounds of rice." After speaking, she smiled and asked Hwawan, "Boss Hua, am I right?" Hwawan nodded happily. "You're very understanding, Andy," the woman proudly told the villagers. "Look at that. You can't even understand this small thing. Do you want your children to grow up like you?" One villager snorted. "Auntie, don't talk about us. You're not literate either, are you?" She continued loudly, "You can't even read the menu at a snack shop. Now there's a chance for your children to go to school, and you still want to refuse. If I had children, I would let them go." Hwawan thought it was a great idea to bring Aunt Pang along. Aunt Pang then said, "And there's also rice. If you don't eat it, you could sell it for a good price. 5 jin of rice a month. Can any of your children sell it for that much?" Hwawan coughed and said, "Not selling children. Not selling children." Aunt Pang smiled and told Hwawan, "Your words are rough, but the meaning is right." She then told the villagers. Boss Hua said, "It's not selling children. Just think of it as renting." The villagers were convinced. "All right, Boss Hua, since you decided, we'll hand over these kids to the school." But a few villagers stood up shyly and said goodbye to Hwawan. "Boss Hua, we won't participate." Hwawan found it strange and asked, "Why? Is there a reason?" They said, "We only have girls and they probably can't come." Hwawan said, "Girls can also go to school. Men and women should have equal rights." They couldn't believe their ears. "Girls can go to school and exchange rice." Hwawan nodded in agreement. "That's wonderful. We also have a 3-year-old girl. When she turns 6, can she go too?" Hwawan nodded. "Yes. When she is 6, both boys and girls can come to learn. That's much better than selling her to be a maid." "Boss Hua, you're such a kind person. I'll give my daughter to you, or even sell her to you." Aunt Pang said, "Let me remind you again." Boss Hua said, "He won't buy your children. It's just renting." All right, I hear you." The process was completely out of control, but the outcome was good. The lively parent meeting ended happily. Hwawan found Scholar Sun and told him about the upcoming changes to the school. Scholar Sun said, "I'm not very educated myself. I can only teach the 3-character classic and help children recognize words. I might not be able to do much else." Hwawan said, "That's okay. In the future, I will find some teachers to help. Everyone will do their part. You mainly need to teach them to read and write." Sun Shiotsai clasped his hands and bowed politely to the flower roll. "Thank you on behalf of the children. Meeting you makes them much luckier than me or many others." Hwawan returned to the shop, where Li Nyang was also present. She asked Li Nyang, "How much did you pay last time you bought a child?" Li Nyang thought for a moment and replied, "About 5 taels of silver." "How much does 5 jin of rice cost?" "Rice is expensive now. Ordinary millet costs 20 coins per jin, but the fine rice from the shop is even more expensive. It can sell for 100 coins per jin." Hwawan thought for a moment and said, "Go buy some younger children for me, regardless of gender. Oh, and please help make some uniform clothes for the children as school uniforms." The next day, Hwawan went to the neighboring bookstore to buy many brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. She also browsed the store and bought dozens of small cards for learning characters. Then she went to the shopping mall. Since it was the birthday of Lu Mingli's grandmother, she needed to give a birthday gift to show respect. But choosing a gift was really difficult. She couldn't find better jade than ancient jade, and giving a pocket watch or similar items was considered unlucky. She wandered around the mall. The lighter jewelry didn't match a grand general's grandmother, and the more expensive, intricate pieces all needed to be ordered. Just when she was at a loss, she remembered the antique shop in the market. Since she had nothing urgent, she decided to go see what they had. As soon as she entered, the shop owner greeted her warmly, as if she were a close family member. "Miss, it's been a long time since you came. I was thinking about you yesterday. I was worried you might have found a new shop and sent all the good stuff there." Listening to this, she thought, what kind of talk is this? "Shopkeeper, I'm not here to sell anything this time. I want to find a gift for an elder. Do you have anything suitable?" At first, the shop owner looked a little disappointed, but after hearing her, he became happy again. "Giving money is also good. Do you have any ideas, miss?" "No, that's why I came to ask you." The shop owner then asked, "How old is the elder you're giving the gift to? Is it a man or a woman?" Hwawan replied, "It's for a friend's grandmother. She has many antique bowls, dishes, and vases at home. I want to see if there are other kinds." The boss paused thoughtfully. "Miss, you're putting me in a tough spot. These are all antiques, and you don't want any of them." There was a moment of silence. Suddenly, the boss patted his thigh and said, "You really came at the right time. I have something to show you. Maybe you'll like it." He hurried upstairs, then came rushing down with a blue velvet jewelry box. He secretly pulled a scroll aside, opened the box, and showed her inside. It was a red gemstone necklace. The necklace had 17 rubies arranged from largest at the bottom to smallest at the top. The biggest ruby at the bottom was surrounded by a circle of small diamonds that sparkled under the light. It looked very shiny and beautiful. The flower roll was very happy. She thought it was just the right kind of fancy. "This is pigeon blood red. A friend of a friend left it with me to help sell at the auction house. I also have a certificate of appraisal. If you're interested, I can try to get you a good price." Pigeon blood red. Flower roll had never heard of such a thing. She didn't know how deep the water was here. "Can I take a photo and ask my friend about it?" The boss said, "Sure. Come over to the window to take the picture. The light here is better." Flower roll took 2 photos and sent them to Lu Zhao. He quickly replied, "Pigeon blood red, no treatment, around 400,000. Flower roll had a good idea of the value. She asked the boss, "How much does this necklace cost?" "I'll ask for you," he said, then worried that Flower roll might not trust him, added, "Here's an idea. I'll put on speakerphone and you two can talk. I'll just earn a commission." The boss made a call. On the other end was a girl who, upon hearing Flower roll liked it, agreed quickly and offered 480,000. Flower roll thought the price was acceptable. She negotiated a little, asking for a lower price. In the end, they agreed on 430,000. The boss took a 20,000 commission, and Flower roll paid a total of 450,000 to take the necklace home. The more she looked at the necklace, the more she liked it. Though it wasn't as grand as the one Queen Xiao wore abroad, it was still very luxurious and impressive. Carefully, she stored the necklace away. It was now her favorite time to open her shop. After focusing most of her attention on another world, her feelings there had grown stronger than those for her own childhood. Only there could she feel that she wasn't alone, that she was needed by others. When the street became quiet, she opened the snack shop door, and she was greeted by a lively scene. It was busy and noisy, full of people. There were already people lining up at the door. When they saw the flower roll, they greeted her warmly. "Hello, Boss Hua. Good evening." Most of the faces were familiar, and Flower roll felt very happy. 3 small stalls opened earlier than the snack shop. Aunt Pang's cheerful laughter could be heard from afar. When she saw Flower roll, she quickly pulled Mao over to say hello. "Hello, Boss Hua. You're here." Her voice was loud. Lu and his wife heard it too, stopped their work, and greeted Flower roll together. Flower roll felt happy and thought, this must be the warmth of everyday life. She smiled and responded to everyone. As she went outside, she saw a funny scene at the pancake stall. A chubby little boy was talking to Uncle Zheng. Uncle Zheng still looked expressionless, as usual. The little boy kept pointing at things and asking questions. Uncle Zheng was not very talkative. He answered 1 or 2 questions out of every 10 the boy asked. The boy didn't mind and kept talking to him. "Uncle, what kind of meat is inside this ham sausage? It tastes so good." "Uncle, why don't you cook the vegetables? Eating them raw is better." Uncle, why are your pancakes so round? Uncle. Uncle Zheng was annoyed by the boy and finally shut his mouth, not saying a word. Aunt Pang said, "This little chubby boy comes here every day. He always orders a pancake with 5 pieces of ham sausage. He never gets tired of it." Flour Roll looked carefully and saw Uncle Zheng placing ham sausages on the pancake. There were 5 sausages, and it looked difficult for Uncle Zheng to roll them up. She asked Aunt Pang, "Has he always eaten like this?" Aunt Pang replied, "Yes." "Are ham sausages really that delicious?" Flour Roll didn't know how to answer. Everyone has their own opinion about taste, but it seems that ham sausages are always tempting for children, no matter the time. She said, "I'll get a few for you to try later." Aunt Pang waved her hand. "No, no, no. I'm just curious." Although they had small stalls, they didn't want to eat these foods themselves. A child held a pancake with both hands, but didn't walk away. Instead, he stood next to Uncle Zheng, opening his mouth wide and taking a big bite, biting off a large piece. The freshly made pancake was still hot, so he didn't dare close his mouth. He kept blowing on it and fanning himself with his hand.
Ugh.
So hot, he said with food in his mouth, unable to speak clearly, but he didn't want to spit it out. Uncle Zheng glanced at him and kept making pancakes for other customers. He rarely spoke but said, "You get burned every day and still don't learn." The pancake in the child's mouth cooled down a bit. He chewed and swallowed, saying, "Delicious, delicious. Uncle Zheng, your pancakes are really tasty." After saying that, he took another big bite. Uncle Zheng added more sweet bean paste to his pancake than usual. After 2 bites, the child's face was covered in sauce. He handed the pancake to a customer and casually threw a cloth at him. "Wipe your face." The child took the cloth, wiped his face carelessly a few times, then threw the cloth back onto Uncle Zheng's table and kept eating. Uncle Zheng didn't mind. Their way of interacting had a strange, peaceful harmony. After finishing, the child skillfully placed a copper coin on the counter and said, "Grandpa Zheng, goodbye." Then he jumped and ran toward a carriage parked by the roadside and left. Huawan watched in amazement. Wow, he's really clever. He even found out Uncle Zheng's surname. Just as she turned to go back into the shop, she saw loomingly arrive on horseback. She stood at the door without moving, waiting for him to come over. He saw Huawan standing at the front of the crowd from afar. Because he was too far away, he didn't greet her. When he got closer, he tied his horse to a tree. The weather was getting warmer, so his clothing was lighter. He wore a dark-colored outfit and a thin black cloak. He moved through the crowd step by step, approaching her and noticing that Huawan kept looking at him. A voice in his mind said, "She is waiting for me." Realizing this, he hurried his steps, and the noise around him seemed to suddenly fade away. Huawan also looked at loomingly. He was tall and confident, walking steadily with purpose. "Why are you standing here? The weather is cold. You should go inside." Huawan nodded and walked beside him into the shop. She asked, "Why did you come so early today?" Loomingly sighed. "I could have come even earlier. Today I had nothing to do, so I left early. However, the road became more and more crowded. I saw many carriages on that side couldn't pass through easily and were almost at the city gate. I helped to clear the way, which caused a slight delay." Huawan was confused. "Crowded? I think the road is quite wide, enough for 3 carriages to pass side by side. Why is it crowded?" "Many vehicles are parked randomly along the roadside, ignoring the rules. The closer to the shop entrance, the harder it is to move. There are many carriages coming and going, and no one gives way. When 2 cars get stuck, the traffic behind gets blocked too. Oh my. Do I need to build a parking lot?" Huawan covered her head and groaned. Recently, there have been many things to do, and she felt a bit overwhelmed. "A parking lot? What's that?" Huawan cheered up and explained. "It's a cleared space with marked parking spots, so all the carriages coming to the snack shop can park properly in their spots. That way, it won't be chaotic." Loomingly listened to Huawan's explanation and nodded slightly. "That's a good idea. Once the space is marked, 2 people can guide the carriages to park, and the road won't be crowded anymore." Huawan's eyes lit up. "Yes. There's an empty lot over there that I can have cleaned up. Then, Each carriage can pay a few copper coins for parking, which will cover the costs. Charging?
Why?
Aren't they all your shop's customers? Those who use carriages wouldn't mind paying a little. I need money to build the parking lot and pay workers. Everything costs money. Oh, and we'll need some posts in the lot to tie up the horses. Loomingly smiled. Are you trying to make me the scapegoat for this idea? Hwawan laughed. Don't worry. I'll give you VIP treatment with a discount on parking fees. A series of strange words came out of Hwawan's mouth, leaving Loomingly confused. Hwawan patiently explained, and after hearing her, he sincerely admired her. You really come up with all sorts of clever ideas. That's how it is where we are. Whenever we go somewhere to eat or handle business, we have to pay for parking. It's quite expensive. Do you also use carriages? Of course not. We use cars now, which only need gasoline to run, saving the trouble of raising horses and cleaning street manure. Whenever she mentioned this, she looked troubled. No, we need to charge more for parking and also clean up the manure. She took out her small notebook and carefully wrote everything down to avoid forgetting anything. Then she asked Loomingly, have you confirmed the number of guests for the birthday banquet? Loomingly nodded. I asked the butler, and like previous years, there will be about 30 people. Then 2 tables will be enough. Yes, the tables are ready. As you said, they have small water wheels on each side that can be turned to make the water flow. He thought for a moment and praised. That's a clever idea. Hwawan smiled and said, let me discuss the menu with you. What do you usually serve at your banquets? Mostly chicken, duck, fish, goose, deer, and so on. Don't worry, you can cook anything, and it will be better than the chefs at Manhwa Tower.
Hwawan laughed happily.
Manhwa Tower is your family's place. Why do you speak so badly of it? I've been eating Manhwa Tower's food since I was a child. Even the cooks in the mansion learned there. I've grown tired of it. Hwawan smiled and said, all right, I'll decide myself. We'll also need a few cooks and helpers from Manhwa Tower. I will arrange that. Hwawan then told him about the progress at the elementary school. Suddenly, she thought of something and said to Loomingly, Yuanzhou, come with me. They went to the embroidery workshop. The embroiderers had already finished work and left. Only Linyang was sitting quietly, stitching something, with a dozen children sitting calmly nearby, not making a fuss. Seeing Hwawan and Loomingly arrive, Linyang immediately stood up and greeted them. Boss Hua, General Liu. She bowed slightly and said to Hwawan, I was waiting until fewer guests arrived before coming to see you. The children are here. There are 13 in total. The children turned to look at Hwawan and Loomingly, their faces blank. Linyang explained, they are poor children. I don't know how many times they've gone hungry. I just made some food for them. Loomingly asked, you said there are 13 children, but why are there only 12 here? Linyang hurriedly explained, yes, actually, I only bought 12. The toothless old man also gave us one who is almost gone. He's lying upstairs now. Hwawan went upstairs and saw a thin boy lying on the bed, covered in wounds. His face was swollen and bruised, making it hard to see his features clearly. Has he seen a doctor? Hwawan asked. Linian nodded and said, I've seen it. The doctor said that although it looks scary, it's just external injuries. He prescribed some herbal medicine and I just need to give it to him on time. That's good. Later, I'll bring some ointments for external use. As they went downstairs, they continued talking. Hwawan asked, do you know how he got hurt like that? Yaron also said he wasn't sure. Maybe he was worried I wouldn't want him, and he was still trying to pay for the medical expenses. Then she said, we just have to wait for him to wake up and ask him carefully. Loomingly waited downstairs to avoid suspicion. He didn't go upstairs but chatted casually with the children. When he saw Hwawan come down, he said, I noticed some children have good health and are suitable for practicing martial arts. I suddenly had an idea. Later, I will pick a few more from your small school to focus on martial arts training. Hwawan asked, are you talking about setting up a special sports class like a martial arts class? Yes, practicing martial arts should start from a young age. Now is the right time. He also said seriously, you should also help develop your own influence. Hearing this, Hwawan was moved. She knew it wasn't easy to stand firm in this world. Although everything seemed peaceful now, who could say what might happen in the future? There might be people who become jealous and cause trouble. Yuanzhou, you're right. I hadn't thought of that before. Loomingly felt a bit embarrassed when she called his name openly in front of others. He looked at Linian, cleared his throat, and changed the subject. Learning to read is important, but if we can find out what they are good at and teach them accordingly, we might have some talented people in the future. Hwawan understood his meaning. Besides the basic lessons, they should also take specialized classes based on their interests. The children were arranged to stay in the village dormitories, living with the other children they bought earlier, and 2 women were hired to take care of them. Hwawan also posted notices about hiring teachers in a prominent spot on the road. With that, everything was arranged. Soon, the day of Lu's grandmother's birthday banquet arrived. Hwawan notified everyone to close the shop for a day. She packed everything carefully, waiting for Lu Mingli to send someone to pick them up. The banquet had to be perfect with no mistakes. She had rehearsed many times in her mind. The best quality smokeless charcoal, ice buckets, food, stainless steel food warmers, various tableware, and hundreds of specially made foam trays. She assigned specific tasks to the young servant girls sent by Lu Mingli. Everyone only needed to do their own work and could not interfere with others' tasks. So, when she opened the shop door first, the young servants outside were already waiting in line. They had long memorized what each person was responsible for carrying and where to place things once back at the general's residence. Everyone moved quickly and efficiently, carrying their assigned items without needing to be told. They then got into the carriages they had arrived in. Each carriage was numbered, so everyone only needed to find the matching number to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hwawan, Mo Chuan, a man, along with Mrs. Lu and a Mao, and the couple called to help, all boarded the first and second carriages. The long convoy sped toward the city. It was very grand, and passers-by hurried to avoid it. After the convoy passed, curious onlookers asked around, "Where are they going?" "So many carriages, it looks very grand. Today the snack shop is closed. I heard it's for General Lu's grandmother's birthday celebration." That's probably why General Lu managed to invite Hwawan's snack shop. Looks like the guests at the Lu residence will have a feast tonight. They are so close. Could it be that General Lu wants to take the snack shop owner as a concubine? You're so naive. They are old friends. The snack shop owner helped cure General Lu's loss of appetite. This was all over the city before the new year. The woman had a pretty face but was slightly frowning. She held General Lu's hand and said, "Ugh. I really need to change some wheels on this carriage. Do you know? I almost vomited inside." General Lu looked at her with concern. Although her face was pale, her voice was clear. He found it a bit funny. He laughed openly and said, "Well, I am having someone make wider wheels. Also, the cushions need to be replaced. Next time you ride, you won't feel dizzy." Hwawan took deep breaths to ease her discomfort and said to him, "You're laughing? That's not very kind." Lu Mingli said, "Let's go inside and rest for a while." Hwawan replied, "No, we don't have time." "Are the tables all set up?" "Yes, everything is arranged as you said. Each table has 8 maids." He spoke while walking side by side with Hwawan into the house. Everyone was curious and asked around. They found out that this woman was the famous Hua boss from Hwawan's snack shop. Hua boss was so young, standing confidently next to General Lu. She didn't seem like a lowly merchant's daughter. With such a charming presence, it was unlikely she was a concubine. Even if she were, no wife would accept her. "I heard General Lu paid a lot of money today to invite her to cook for a day, especially to entertain distinguished guests. The beautiful boxes are used to hold ingredients and kitchen tools." Everyone suddenly understood and became even more curious about the banquet at the Lu residence. Tonight, the front gate of the Lu house was wide open. Red lanterns, flowers, and silk banners decorated the entrance, making it look festive like New Year. After sending Hwawan to the back kitchen, Lu Mingli went to the door to greet guests with the butler. He heard lucky words in his ears and saw exaggerated smiles. He responded politely on the outside but was thinking about Hwawan. She had so many things to do. Was she tired? Nervous? Did she still want to? Did she think of him as he thought of her? Hwawan was very busy at this moment. The birthday banquet was held in the garden. 2 long tables faced the stage, covered with thin curtains and decorated with flowers everywhere. Behind the curtains, less than 2 meters away, there were several small tables. On them were charcoal stoves and stainless steel insulated boxes, like those in a buffet restaurant, about 10 or so. Inside, there are different dishes with about a dozen cooks standing behind. Each cook is responsible only for the dish in front of them. Next to each long banquet table, there is a small water wheel. 4 maids stand by the water wheel, 1 to turn it, 1 to place dishes on the water surface, and 2 more who are a bit smarter, responsible for remembering all the dishes. When a dish is missing, they go to the back to get it. 4 other maids stand by the guests, taking away empty plates after they are finished. This setup is quite new. Hwawan feels unsure, so she rehearses with all the maids several times. Yes, once the water wheel starts turning, it must not stop. If you're tired, a replacement will be waiting nearby. Just give her a look and you can switch. Turn the water wheel slowly enough to avoid splashing, which could make the plates unstable. But don't turn it too slowly, or the guests will get impatient. And you 4 young ladies, when you see a dish taken away, remember it quietly. Walk to the back calmly to get it, and also remember where each dish is placed. The 2 maids reply, Miss, rest assured, we have already memorized everything. Hwawan nods. The person arranged by Loomingly is reliable. She then says to the remaining maids, please be gentle when collecting the plates and hand them to the young servant nearby. Hwawan turns to the young servants and says, sorry to trouble you to run back and forth. They quickly reply, Miss, there's no trouble at all. It's our job, after all. Hwawan says, everyone remember what you need to do. I will stand at the back. If there are any issues, don't discuss among yourselves, just come to me directly. Make sure not to disturb the guest's meal. She carefully considers possible problems and finds everything in order. Then she walks over to the small table. Manager Chung, standing at the edge, sees Hwawan arrive and immediately steps forward. Boss Hwa, do you think the table arrangement is okay like this? Very good, just like that. Thank you for your help. Manager Chung waves his hand and steps back to the table. Today, he is the main person in charge of the cooks. If Hwawan is not around, he will make all decisions. As a senior manager of the restaurant, Hwawan trusts him completely. So, she only needs to check if the dishes are arranged properly. She directly told Manager Chung, guests are eating nearby, so we must stay quiet. Unlike before, this time no dishes were brought from the kitchen. Hwawan arranged a small kitchen close to the dining table and kept only the table itself, so guests could enjoy hot food. Everyone must stay quiet, and all communication should be in low voices. Manager Chung leaned forward and said, don't worry, Hwawan. I have emphasized this many times. No talking that might disturb the guests. At this moment, someone called Hwawan. She turned around and saw Aunt Pang. Hwawan also brought the barbecue stall, letting Ameo and Aunt Pang make a few skewers for the guests to try. Aunt Pang was quietly calling Hwawan, Boss Hwawan, Boss Hwawan, then waved her over. Her voice was very different from before, loud and cheerful. Hwawan held back her laughter and went over. Boss Hwawan were nervous. She had never seen such a big scene. The garden was large and grand, and the guests were either wealthy or important. Usually, if she saw these people on the street, she would avoid them. Hwawan smiled and comforted her. Don't be nervous. You're separated from the guests by a curtain. Just do what you usually do when grilling. Aunt Pang looked unsure and asked hesitantly. Just like usual? Yes, just one thing. Don't shout loudly. When it's time to grill the skewers, Manager Chung will tell you. Aunt Pang seemed to understand and nodded. Ameo tugged at her, and she realized, Boss Hwawan, what should I do if I need to go to the bathroom? The general's house is so big. I'm afraid I might get lost or bump into important people. She almost forgot about this. Hwawan turned back to find Manager Chung. He took Ameo and the others around to familiarize them with the route. Ma Chuan called Hwawan over. He was pretending to be a cook, responsible for one of the insulated boxes.
Hwawan.
Why haven't I eaten anything from inside this box? It wasn't his fault he didn't know. Hwawan had arranged for a special supplier from a 5-star hotel, and everything was sealed when delivered. It was only opened at the general's house. Hwawan asked, what is inside this box? He quietly opened a small gap and said, I don't know. The pattern looks like a fishing net. I smelled it and it smells so good. It's a flavor I haven't tasted before. Hwawan understood. It's golden tripe. Can I try some? Hwawan looked around and took a steak knife from the next table, asking him, "What do you think?" Mo Chuan thought for a moment. Although he was tempted, his life was more important. After weighing his options, he regretfully said, "Forget it. I'll wait until the banquet is over to see if there's any left." Hwawan nodded silently and carefully placed the knife back on the neighboring table. "Remember, put 4 slices on a plate. Don't put too many. And definitely not too few. Then pour some sauce to garnish." Suddenly, she thought of something and hurried over to the banquet area, asking a maid, "Do you have a girl here who has a good memory? Someone who can read and write to help call out the dish names." The maid replied, "Sister Jin's has the best memory. She's the main maid in the old lady's room and can read and write." After saying that, she told another maid, "Go call Sister Jin's here."
Hwawan was surprised.
How could she call the old lady's main maid to come and serve? She quickly stopped her, saying, "No need. If she comes, what if the old lady needs someone? Are there any other girls?" The maid said, "Don't worry, young lady. The general has already ordered that your needs must be met. Besides, the old lady has 4 main maids." Hwawan was about to say more when she saw a young woman in pink walking over quickly. She bowed to Hwawan and said, "Miss Hwawan, just tell me if there's anything I can help with." Since it was so, Hwawan didn't refuse. She said, "The dishes I prepared are special to our shop. I want you to call out the dish names and introduce them each time." Jins thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "When the old lady eats, we sometimes call out the dish names. But I haven't seen your style of cooking before, so I'm worried I might make a mistake." Hwawan sighed and said, "I didn't think everything through. Now that I need you to remember the dish names, please try your best to memorize some." Hwawan took her to the back outdoor kitchen, opening each lid and introducing the dishes. Time was tight, but Jins remembered quickly. Fortunately, Hwawan explained each dish in detail and gave her some vivid associations to help remember. This dumpling is shaped like a ball, with a slightly translucent wrapper, and inside you can faintly see a whole shrimp. We call it shrimp dumpling. This rib is made from beef bone, sprinkled with black pepper, and is called black pepper beef rib. And this dish is made from goose meat, called deep well roasted goose. Jean Se was counting on her fingers, trying to remember everything. But as Hwawan kept introducing more dishes, she lost track. There were over 10 dishes, and even with a good memory, she couldn't be sure she remembered them all. Moreover, she had never tried most of these dishes. She looked worried and said, "Hwawan, there are too many. I can't remember them all. What should I do?" This was Hwawan's oversight. She had forgotten such an important thing. If the guests didn't ask, it wouldn't be a problem. But if they did, none of the maids present could answer. Seeing the guests about to be seated, Jean Se comforted her and said, "It's okay. When the time comes, I will stand behind you and remind you. Just remember as much as you can." There was a curtain behind Jean Se, just enough to hide Hwawan. Another maid interrupted and asked, "Why doesn't the young lady speak for herself? That would be easier and less likely to cause mistakes." Jean Se turned and glared at her. "Mind your own business. What is your status? How can you do such a thing?" She then apologized to Hwawan, saying, "Young lady, she's still young and doesn't understand. Please forgive her." The young maid didn't understand at first, but Jean Se knew very well. The general had spoken many times about this young lady, and it was likely she would soon become the mistress of the house. How could she let her do such a thing? Hwawan didn't feel offended. She saw this as just a job. Whether she was guiding the dishes or helping with the introductions, it was all the same to her. She explained to the young maid, "I don't know much about your etiquette, and I am not from the general's household. It's not appropriate for me to do this." The young maid, after being scolded by Jean Se, realized she had spoken out of turn. She was very scared and heard Hwawan's words. Her only thought was, "Hwawan is so gentle." She didn't blame me for speaking out, and she even explained her reasons. Jean Se said, "Young lady, you are generous. Shouldn't you thank her?" At that moment, the butler ran over to announce, "The guests are coming this way." The young maid quickly thanked Hwawan and then returned to her position to stand properly. Hwawan also hurriedly told everyone to start working and do their jobs. A group of people was walking over, talking and laughing. Loomingly was at the front, holding his grandmother's arm, smiling and saying something that made her laugh out loud from time to time. Everyone moved happily toward the table. Hwawan was behind the curtain, listening to the guests' conversations. Strange. It looks like there's a stream flowing in the middle of the table.
What does the general mean?
What is the purpose of this water? A soft female voice said, "This must be Brother Yuanzhou's surprise for the old lady." A middle-aged man laughed heartily, haha. "It seems we are lucky to see this wonderful water flowing on the table thanks to the old lady's invitation." The old lady looked at it with amazement. "Yuanzhou, hurry and explain to everyone what's so special about this." Loomingly said, "I'll keep you in suspense for now. You'll find out once everyone is seated." The middle-aged man nodded eagerly. "All right, everyone, please sit down quickly. I can't wait anymore." Everyone sat down according to the rules for men and women at different tables. Loomingly stayed where he was, looking around for Huajuan's figure. Huawan saw that Loomingly was looking for her. She quietly reached out from behind the curtain, making a yay sign with her index and middle fingers. Loomingly saw it and immediately knew it was Huawan. No one else would dare to do something so bold. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, then shook his head and went to his seat. When everyone was seated, the maidservant who was turning the water looked back at Huawan. She nodded, and they began to slowly turn the water wheel. At the same time, Huawan pressed play on her phone. Several hidden Bluetooth speakers in the bushes started playing classical music. The gentle sound of the guqin filled the air, blending perfectly with the creaking of the water wheel on the table. It was very harmonious. Indeed, to set the mood, the guqin was essential. The water in the channel on the table started flowing slowly, attracting everyone's attention with this strange sight. The flowing water and the soft music. What a wonderful scene for dining. The garden was quite large and open. If the maids brought dishes from the kitchen, they would surely see the scene from the dining table. But now, the garden was silent, and the servants stood behind the guests without moving. Everyone was a bit surprised, wondering why there was no movement in the kitchen yet. When would the food be served? A maid saw the water flowing steadily and nodded behind her. Several other maids stepped out from behind the curtains, carrying large trays with small dishes, though it was unclear what was inside. The maid who had been waiting by the water slowly picked up a small dish and gently placed it on the water's surface. Everyone had stopped talking and was staring intently. Fortunately, the maids were used to big scenes. Although they felt a little nervous under everyone's watch, they kept their hands steady. The dishes floated onto the water and drifted toward each person, following the current. Jin's clear voice explained, "This is braised beef with white radish and soy sauce." Only then did everyone realize the small dishes contained food. But how should they eat it? There were chopsticks on the table, but could they just pick the food directly with them? The seats were a bit far from the water channel. Standing up to grab the dishes would look awkward. At that moment, they saw the chief maid next to old lady Lu reach out and pick up a small dish, placing it in front of the old lady. The dish was only palm-sized, enough for one person, and they understood what was happening. More people reached out to grab the dishes. Those who reacted slowly saw the dishes drifting away only after they had already started eating, which made them feel a little embarrassed. Just when they didn't know what to do, the radish and beef dish that had floated away suddenly turned back. They hurriedly reached out to grab it, worried it might drift away again if they were too slow. Over at the male guest's side, Loomingly was present, which made things easier. He had already told everyone when the dishes floated into view, "When the dishes reach you, if you like something, just take it." Everyone suddenly understood. So this table has such a clever method. I remember the ancients also had a similar kind of banquet. What was it called? Loomingly smiled and said, "Xiushui Lu Shang."
Right.
Xiushui Lu Shang. Elegant, so elegant. The dishes contained a piece of white radish and 3 or 4 pieces of beef brisket. The radish soaked up the sauce and beef fat, and biting into it, the juice spilled out. The beef brisket was already braised until tender, so soft it melted in the mouth without much chewing. The old lady was quite old now, and no longer had strong teeth. She couldn't remember the last time she had eaten beef. But this beef brisket was so tender that she was amazed after just one bite. Compliments kept coming, but Flour Roll couldn't hear exactly what was being said, only faint words like delicious and full of meat flavor. Unfortunately, the plate was too small, and she didn't get to enjoy much, finishing it in just 2 bites. At this moment, a sharp-eyed girl exclaimed, "More dishes are floating over." Her tone was surprisingly excited. The chatter immediately stopped, and everyone looked toward the direction where the dishes were coming from. This time, the plates were a different color from before. Could there be new dishes? Jinx, prompted by Flour Roll, loudly announced, "This dish is black pepper ribs." As soon as she finished speaking, someone slightly disappointed said, "Ribs. Nothing special. Usually I eat ribs at home too. I'd rather have another serving of beef brisket." It's understandable. They had high expectations after the amazing beef brisket. But when the dishes arrived, no one hesitated to take one. The black pepper ribs were made from small rib pieces, about the size of a thumb, sprinkled with black pepper, white sesame seeds, and colorful chili rings, looking very tempting. It changed their usual impression of ribs. They didn't expect the ribs to be so easy to debone, just a gentle tug with teeth, and the meat easily separated from the bone. But the meat wasn't as soft as beef brisket. It had some tendons and a slight chewiness. And there was no porky smell at all. However, there were only 3 ribs, and they were gone in 2 quick bites. Flour Roll had to lower her head and pick at the chili rings to eat. When the maid came to clear the plates, they were empty, especially at the table of the male guests, where even the broth was finished. Flour Roll realized the serving was too slow, so she quietly gave some instructions. Oil-soaked mulberry leaves, fresh shrimp, and red rice sausage. Now, 2 dishes were served at once, one on a pink plate, the other on a blue plate. At this point, no one cared what the dishes were. After all, even pork could be cooked so deliciously. Just serve it. But water flow was slow, so those in front received their dishes first, and the others had to wait a long time. This was something Flour Roll hadn't expected. She thought the banquet would mainly be about chatting, but now she saw no one was talking. Everyone was just waiting to eat. She quickly ordered another maid to help serve the dishes. Luckily, the water channel was wide enough, so even 3 plates served at the same time wouldn't be a problem. As a result, the busy activity behind the curtain began. Dishes were served one after another. Peppered lamb stomach, snow swallow with papaya, deep well roasted goose, crispy pigeon, and golden tripe. The food was brought out quickly, and everyone ate even faster. The young maid collecting plates was almost running out of breath. Loomingly's side was doing better. The men couldn't just keep thinking about food. They drank wine, discussed current affairs, and shared amusing stories. Their eating slowed down, and some dishes remained in the water channel after a round. It wasn't that they didn't want to eat. Grown men always cared about their dignity. Eating one dish after another without pause seemed improper. Since placing dishes on the water made them cool, Han had someone take back the dishes that had been turned around and replace them with hot ones. Although they were chatting, everyone kept an eye on the food. When the young servant silently took away the dishes, they became anxious. Those 2 plates of goose, since no one is eating them, you don't need to bother taking them away. Just leave them with me for now, said Loomingly. It was Qin Kwa, Loomingly's master, a general. He usually disliked such scenes. When there was so much delicious food, he couldn't bear to see it go to waste. The Ministry of War official, Shun Shi, added, "Yes, no need to take them back. Just leave 1 plate here with me." The young servant, hearing their instructions, hesitated. Hoan had asked him to take the dishes back, but now he was unsure whom to listen to. His mind was confused, and he stood there, unsure what to do. Loomingly waved at him and asked, "Is there something wrong?" The young servant, nervous, stammered, "Mississippi Miss asked me to take them back." Loomingly understood that Hoan wouldn't ask him to remove the dishes without reason. He patiently asked, "Did she say why?" The servant replied, "She said she wanted to exchange them for something hot." Now it made sense. Loomingly nodded and waved him away. Qin Kwa watched the servant walk away with the dishes and said unhappily, "Yuanzhou, what's going on? I told you to leave them here. Why did you let him take them?" Loomingly explained, "The food has cooled down." Someone will come to reheat it soon. I see.
Kakawin ko agad.
The others at the table also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, the roasted goose was put back into the water. This time, everyone continued chatting while subtly reaching for their plates. They managed to enjoy conversation and food at the same time. Over at the outdoor small kitchen, Han saw that it was about time and asked Mao to start grilling lamb skewers. Soon, the smell of barbecue spread throughout the garden. That smells so good. Is it the smell of grilled meat? Is there a kitchen nearby? Why does it smell so strong? The old lady waved for Jinsei to come over and asked, Jinsei, do you know what the smell is? Where is it coming from? Jinsei smiled and said, Yes, Grandma. It's barbecue. They're grilling lamb skewers now. If you look over there, the cook is behind that curtain, grilling for you and the guests. The old lady was happy and said, Oh, I see why there's so many curtains. There's something else going on inside. Come, everyone, open that curtain so we can see. A few maids pulled the curtain open from the middle to the sides. Everyone was surprised to see that behind it there were more than 10 people working. There were 2 rows of tables, dozens of shiny silver boxes, and 2 lines of people standing behind, serving dishes to the maids rushing over. No one looked over here. These people were all dressed uniformly and focused on their work. The smoky stall on the far side was a Mao's barbecue stand. He was flipping lamb skewers with one hand and holding a fan with the other, occasionally fanning to keep the fire going. When he fanned, the charcoal flared up and the lamb skewers sizzled. The guests now saw that behind the feast, there was a large team quietly working hard. Old Lady Lu saw one woman who stood out. She was holding a notebook and carefully checking something. The old lady immediately recognized her. She must be Huawan. She looked closely at Huawan and was very pleased with her appearance and figure, especially her serious attitude toward her work. Thinking that she had organized today's birthday banquet herself, the old lady praised her silently. Lu Mingli also looked at Huawan. He wondered if she had been busy all this time and hadn't eaten yet. Was she hungry? Qin Ku said, Hey, isn't that Boss Hua? Someone nearby asked. Boss Hua?
Who's that?
Does Commander Qin know her? That woman, the boss of Huawan Snack Shop. So, this birthday banquet is hosted by Huawan Snack Shop? No wonder it's so fancy. The men's voices were loud, and the women nearby heard them too. Now, the name of Huawan Snack Shop was known throughout the garden. The girls all liked sweet things. Huawan Snack Shop, I know their desserts are very delicious. Last time, I tried Swiss roll. Have you ever had it? I have. I also tried cheesecake. You don't know, but roast duck is truly amazing. I never expected the general to invite Chef Hua to host a banquet. Another woman interrupted, saying, She's just a businesswoman. It's not easy for the general to invite her. Her voice was gentle, but her words showed she looked down on Chef Hua. The 2 women who had been talking wanted to reply, but when they saw her face, they exchanged a look and fell silent. Old Lady Lu smiled warmly and said, This girl, Chef Hua, is a lifesaver for Yuanzhou. I heard from Yuanzhou that her shop never worries about customers. She sells her food in limited amounts each day, and when it's gone, she closes. Yuanzhou went to a lot of trouble to invite her, or else I wouldn't get to enjoy such tasty food. The woman didn't speak anymore and lowered her head, lost in thought. Other women nodded along with Old Lady Lu, understanding that Chef Hua's future looks bright. Old Lady Lu told the maid to draw the curtain. Let's not bother them. We just wait to eat. When the curtain was drawn, Aunt Fat patted her chest and whispered, That was scary. I didn't even dare to lift my head. A Mao wiped sweat from his forehead with a cloth, saying, Luckily, I didn't make any mistakes. Not only them, but even the experienced chefs from Manhwa Tower started to feel nervous. Usually they work in the kitchen. How could they be in front of guests today? At that moment, a young man entered the garden and walked straight toward Old Lady Lu. He quickened his pace and knelt down with a thud in front of her. Grandmother, I'm back. Wishing you happiness as vast as the East Sea and a long life like the southern mountains. Old Lady Lu looked even happier. Mingzhi, you're back. Get up quickly and let grandmother see if you've lost weight. Mingzhi stood up, bowed his waist, and let old lady Lu examine him carefully. Lost weight, lost weight. Have you not been eating well at the academy? Mingzhi replied, Grandmother, I've been eating well. By the way, is that Chef Hua over there? As soon as he entered the garden, he heard people talking about Chef Hua and smelled the delicious barbecue. He was already very hungry, and now he couldn't hold back anymore. He handed the birthday gift to a nearby maid and said, I'll go take a look. Then he quickly ran away. Old lady Lu called out, Slow down. Say hello to your brother later. Before she finished, Lu Mingzhi was already out of sight. Old lady Lu shook her head, affectionately saying, This child just never grows up. Several ladies at the table also smiled and said, It's good he never grows up. As long as the general supports the household, it's fine. Lu Mingzhi ran all the way to the curtain and called out, Miss Huawan, Miss Huawan. Huawan was kneeling, checking the cakes in the warming box. When she heard her name, she thought something urgent was happening, so she quickly stood up and responded, I'm here. What's the matter? Lu Mingzhi said, Something big has happened. Huawan saw that he looked familiar, but couldn't remember who he was at first, so she asked, What big thing happened? I'm starving to death. Does that count as a big deal? Huawan. Manager Chung hurried over and said, Second young master, you're back. Huawan finally recognized him and said, Oh, it's you. You gave me a scare. I thought something was wrong up front. Lu Mingzhi said, After several months apart, I think about the delicious food at the snack shop every day. I can't sleep at night. I was planning to go there tomorrow night, but I didn't expect you to be at my house. What a wonderful surprise. Let me see what there is to eat. Huan lifted the lid to show Lu Mingzhi what was inside and asked, Why don't you go to your brother's table to eat? Bring me one of everything. Lu Mingzhi ignored what was in the pot, determined to have it all. It's hard to fill my stomach over there. Here, I feel more comfortable. Give me 20 skewers of the grilled stuff from over there. Amao had just finished grilling a batch, and the maid brought it to the front. He continued grilling for Lu Mingzhi. Huan first served him a bowl of hot fish slice porridge, then went to get other dishes. Lu Mingzhi took a sip of the porridge, squinted happily, and said, The broth is sweet and fresh, and the fish slices have no fishy smell. It's perfect. He quickly finished the bowl and said boldly, Bring me 3 more bowls. Huan said, Don't rush. There are still many delicious things. Lu Mingzhi looked at Huan and saw a large platter on the table filled with 7 or 8 small dishes. Without thinking, he knew they were all tasty. He chuckled softly and reached for his chopsticks, about to pick up some food. At that moment, a gentle female voice spoke behind him. Aja, you're back. Lu Mingzhi paused with his chopsticks in midair. Huan saw a woman push aside the curtain and walk over. She was very beautiful, with a small face and delicate features. Her eyes were bright and shiny, and her voice was soft and gentle. Huan kindly reminded her, Hello, this is the kitchen. There are many people walking around. Please go back to the garden so you won't accidentally bump into anyone. The woman didn't look at Huan. She stared at Lu Mingzhi and said, Aja, you should have gone to greet your older brother first. Lu Mingzhi rolled his eyes, put down his chopsticks, and gave a perfunctory bow to the woman. I'll eat something first and go later. The woman looked stunned and slowly became sad.
You.
Aja, you used to call me Sister A Wu. Now, are we becoming distant? Lu Mingzhi didn't reply, keeping his lips pressed tightly. The woman, called a Wu, continued, You know I can't help my situation. Just then, Guozhen ran over. As soon as he stopped, he saw the 3 people standing there and looked very complicated. He glanced at a Wu, then at Lu Mingzhi. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Huan, who was standing behind, Boss Hua, the general asked me to tell you that you should eat something first. Don't let your stomach get upset. He would feel bad. Also, the general said your cooking is the best. He really likes it. After the banquet, please don't leave right away. He has something to say to you and a gift to thank you for your help. After saying this, he quickly ran away. Lu Mingzhi and a Wu both turned to stare at Huan, their eyes full of disbelief. Huan was also confused. Why was Yuanzhou telling her these things? Was it just someone passing on a message? After Lu Mingzhi realized what was happening, he looked happy. He glanced at Wu and then raised his voice to Huawan, saying, "When I'm not around, you all get along so well." Huawan rolled her eyes. "Don't talk nonsense." "That's not true." "How not?" "I've never seen my brother care about others before." He looked around. Everyone saw that. Huawan looked back at her team of cooks, who all lowered their heads in unison. Ah's face was pale and uneven. She bit her lip and asked, "Miss, what is your relationship with Brother Yuanzhou?" Lu Mingzhi said, "Don't worry about their relationship. It has nothing to do with you." His words sounded a bit harsh. Ah's lips trembled, and she couldn't speak for a moment. Then she turned and left. Huawan asked curiously, "Who is that girl?" Lu Mingzhi laughed loudly 3 times and replied, "If you ask my older brother, you'll know."
Ha, ha.
"Huh, I feel like you've become much more wild since you went to school," Huawan said. He was hurt by her words and clutched his chest, saying, "The teachers at the academy are all stubborn old folks. If I haven't gone crazy, it's thanks to my ancestors' protection." Lu Mingli saw that all the food coming up was skewers. He took out the Maotai liquor he had brought for Huawan, poured it into small bottles, and gave 2 bottles to his grandmother's table. The rest was shared with the guests. The wine was good. You could tell just by smelling it. The guests asked where he bought it, but unfortunately, there was only this 1 bottle. Guo Zhen came back with a message, standing behind Lu Mingli. His expression was half smiling, wanting to speak but hesitant. Lu Mingli looked at him for a few moments, feeling puzzled. He wondered, "I just asked you to deliver a message. Why do you look so twisted now?" He called him over and asked softly, "Did you deliver the message?" "Yes, I did." "But..." Hearing the first half, Lu Mingli nodded, but then he heard the "but" part. His heart sank and he asked, "But what? Miss Xiao is at the flower shop. What?" Lu Mingli's voice suddenly rose. He turned to look at the guests and lowered his voice again. "How is she there?" "I don't know either." At that time, second young master was there too. The 3 of them were just standing there. "I didn't want to ask, so what?" "So, I just told Hua Lao Ban what you asked me to say." Lu Mingli didn't believe him. "It can't be just that. Be honest." "I only said that you wanted Hua Lao Ban to eat something first. To avoid stomach pain. And then, you like her cooking very much. And then, after the banquet, you wanted to speak to her alone." Lu Mingli felt a headache coming on. He supported his forehead and said, "You can go and accept your punishment later." "General, I accept my punishment, but I feel it's unfair for you. Miss Xiao treated you so badly. I just wanted to speak up for you. No matter what your reasons are, you can't use the flower bun since things had reached this point." Lu Mingli felt that saying more was useless. He weakly waved his hand. "Go now." Guozhen shrugged his shoulders, took a step back, then turned around and said, "By the way, General, I told Miss Hua that you have a thank you gift for her." Without waiting for a reply, he ran off. Lu Mingli. Guozhen was so unreliable. He said such inappropriate things to Miss Hua. I wonder what she's thinking right now. Lu Mingzhi, that mischievous boy, didn't come back to the house after returning. Instead, he went to Miss Hua. I'm worried he might talk too much again and say foolish things in front of her.
And Xiao.
Why did she also go to see Miss Hua? If I had known, I should have explained everything about the past to Miss Hua. What if she overthought it? Now he was full of worries and no longer interested in socializing. The guests kept talking, but he just smiled and responded. When they offered him drinks, he forgot to refuse. Soon he started feeling a bit dizzy. He usually had a good tolerance for alcohol, but this drink was different. Modern brewing techniques and ancient ones aren't the same. It hit hard, and who could withstand it? So, the guests around him held lamb skewers in one hand and raised their cups with the other, drinking one after another. Before long, everyone was feeling tipsy. Old Lady Lu also tasted the delicious porridge, and everyone praised it. As time went on, the children at the table couldn't sit still. They begged to go for a walk and then quickly ran behind the curtain to the small kitchen. They had seen the barbecue stall earlier and were very curious. Now, they all gathered in front of Ah Mao, asking questions. Since they weren't full from the meal, they decided to order more food. Can I have 2 skewers of lamb? Aunt Fat said. Yes, yes. But please, young masters and misses, sit over there and wait. The smoke here is thick, and might make your eyes water. We'll watch you grill here. It's so interesting. I want 2 skewers too. The children took turns ordering extra lamb skewers. It was much easier than eating at the table, where their mothers kept stopping them from eating this or that. The chatter and fuss made the women at the table a little worried. When Madame Lu saw this, she asked someone to lift the curtain so they could see the children better. When the curtain was lifted, they saw the children all gathered around the barbecue. Mao was directing the fire at the skewers. The flames shot up 2 hands high, and the children exclaimed, "Wow!" Mao sprinkled seasoning on the meat, and white smoke billowed out. The children cheered again. "Wow!" The women looked on with a helpless smile. "All right, let them play," they said. Soon, each child had 2 lamb skewers. But they weren't satisfied. They ran and jumped over to the nearby cooks, curious, pointing at the insulated boxes to see what was inside. When they saw something they liked, they asked the cooks to serve a small plate. They ate while moving to the next cook to see what was there. Seeing that they had turned the food into a self-serve style, Huawan waved and greeted them. "There are delicious cakes here. Do you want some cake?" "Yes, yes." Huawan opened the lid, letting them choose freely. She also told them, "Sister Aman has coconut milk and juice too. If you want a drink, you can go see her." Hearing about the tasty treats, the children shouted happily, "Sister Aman! Sister Aman! Where are you?" Aman smiled warmly and waved, pouring drinks for them. Since the children were delicate, she only poured a little into a white wine glass, so they wouldn't drink too much. Seeing them having fun, the girls at the table couldn't hold back. They told their mothers and came over too. They hadn't eaten enough earlier, so now they wanted to eat more, not knowing when they'd get another chance. They especially liked cakes and cookies. One big piece wasn't enough, and they wanted to try different flavors. Huawan kindly cut the cakes into small pieces for them. The girls ate happily and even gave tips to the cooks. Qinque saw how lively it was here and didn't want to pretend anymore. He greeted Lu Mingli and came over with a cup of wine, adding a few more skewers of lamb. One person left the table, then another. Lu Mingli took the chance to say, "It's so lively here. Maybe we should go take a look too." "Yes, yes." Everyone stood up and went over. For a moment, Huawan's side was bustling with activity. She handed the cake to the guests and looked around for Lu Mingli. Strange, everyone else was coming this way, but she didn't see him. She quickly thought and started looking for a girl named Wu. Huawan remembered that she was wearing a light yellow dress, which made her stand out. However, after carefully looking through the crowd, she couldn't find her. Huawan faintly sensed something, but didn't dare to think about it too much. She just felt a little unhappy inside. Her hands kept moving, but her smile on her face looked forced. When Lu Mingli got up from the table, he felt dizzy and was a bit slower than the others. All the guests had left, leaving only him. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then walked toward Huawan. He still underestimated how strong the alcohol was. His legs felt weak and he almost tripped. Suddenly, a slender, fair hand reached out from behind and gently supported him. Lu Mingli turned to see who it was. He moved his arm back to avoid her and said, "Miss Xiao, please mind your manners." Xiao Wu looked down sadly and said, "General, are you still angry with Wu?" "You know," Wu couldn't help herself. Lu Mingli looked ahead and said, "You're overthinking, Brother Yuanzhou." "No, General. May I speak with you privately?" "Just for a moment." Lu Mingli refused. There are proper ways for men and women to behave. "If you have something to say it now." Xiao Wu looked around and then softly said, "The reason I broke off the engagement was not my idea. It was my father's. He was worried that the Marquis's affairs might involve you." She shyly lowered her head and continued, "Now that the general has a career, maybe you could talk to my father again. He would surely agree to our marriage." Her voice grew softer towards the end. Even so, Lu Mingli understood her meaning. He looked cold and said, "Sorry, the engagement has already been cancelled." "I never had such thoughts." Xiao Wu's face turned pale, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Are you really so heartless, General? We were engaged for over 10 years. Don't you have any feelings for me?" Lu Mingli said, "Over 10 years of engagement, but we only met a few times. Where is the love?" Besides, your Xiao family betrayed me first. Please don't say those words again. After speaking, he walked toward Huawan. Xiao Wu hurried forward and asked anxiously, "Is it because of that flower merchant?" Lu Mingli looked at Huawan, who was busy in the distance, and said, "No." Then he turned around quickly and left. Xiao Wu was heartbroken and devastated. Lu Mingli's mind was full of Huawan. He started running, faster and faster, until he reached the edge of the crowd, then stopped. He took a deep breath to steady himself and slowly walked over. Huawan saw him arrive and looked back, but she didn't see the woman she was expecting. She smiled and said to Lu Mingli, "You're just in time. We can start now." Lu Mingli nodded with a smile and responded. Then he found his grandmother, who was watching the lively scene at the barbecue stall. He gently put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Grandmother, look over there." Grandmother Lu looked in the direction Lu Mingli pointed and saw a series of loud bangs. Fireworks exploded in the night sky, bursting in different colors and shapes. They lit up the dark sky with bright, dazzling light. Everyone watched this beautiful and spectacular display, amazed that such wonderful things exist in the world. Of course, it cost Huawan 10,000 yuan just for these few minutes of fireworks. Mo Chuan made a yay gesture at the fake mountain near Huawan. She gave him a thumbs up in return. Well done. After all the fireworks finished, the night sky turned dark again. Everyone seemed to wake up from a beautiful dream and started saying lucky words to Grandmother Lu, like, "Wishing you happiness every year." That marked the end of the birthday celebration. It was getting late, and guests began to leave one after another. Lu Mingli said to Huawan, "Please wait for me a moment." Then he and Lu Mingzhi saw the guests off. Huawan directed everyone to clear the tables, check the remaining food, and waited on the side for Lu Mingli to return. Grandmother Lu was helped by two maids and approached Huawan. She looked kindly at Huawan, smiling warmly. Huawan was sitting on a small stool, lost in thought. When she saw the old lady coming, she quickly stood up and said, "Grandmother Lu, happy birthday." Grandmother Lu said, "Thank you for preparing such a special birthday feast for me. I think I will never forget it." Huawan blinked and jokingly said, "You're welcome." General Lu paid for everything. Grandmother Lu smiled and said, "From the first time I saw you, I felt we were destined." "Don't call me Grandmother Lu, just call me Grandma, like Yuan Zhou." Huawan felt a bit surprised and said, "Then I will call you Grandma." Grandmother Lu nodded. "That's better. It feels more close." She continued, "The scarf you gave me, I wore it all winter. I really like the pattern of the carriage on it." Huawan smiled and replied, "I'm glad you like it." She took out a beautifully wrapped gift box from her bag and handed it to Jin Se. "This is my birthday gift for you. I hope you like it." Old Lady Lu smiled warmly, telling Jin Se to accept it properly. Then she took off a bright green bracelet from her left wrist, pulled Huajuan's hand over, and put the bracelet on her. "This bracelet is just a small token from me. Please accept it." Huan quickly refused. "Grandma, these are all things I should do. I can't accept your gift. I heard that Yuan Zhou already gave you the family heirloom jade pendant, so you shouldn't refuse my bracelet now." Grandmother Lu Mingli, who had returned unnoticed, stood nearby, looked at the bracelet, and said to Huawan, "Grandmother's kind intention. Please accept it." Huan had no choice but to thank her and let Old Lady Lu put the bracelet on her wrist. "It looks beautiful, really beautiful," Old Lady Lu kept praising. "It fits perfectly. It's like it was made just for you." "Grandmother, I have something else to say to Huawan. It's getting late. You should go back and rest." Old Lady Lu's eyes crinkled with a smile. All right. I won't bother you anymore." When the old lady walked away, Huan asked Lu Mingli, "This bracelet is too valuable. Why did you let me accept it?" It was clearly worth 1,000,000 in jade, and Huan felt her wrist heavy and didn't dare to move it. "Grandmother likes you. Since she wants to give it to you, just wear it. It will make her happy. By the way, I heard you also have a thank you gift for me." Huan remembered Guozhen's words and asked Lu Mingli. "I didn't prepare a thank you gift," Lu Mingli said directly. "Guozhen was lying to you. Why did he lie to me?" Huan asked, confused. "He's simple-minded and thought he was standing up for me in front of Miss Xiao. I've already scolded him for it." Hearing this, Loomingly felt a headache coming on. He pinched his forehead. Are you drunk? I forgot to remind you that the wine is strong. I'll get you some herbal tea to help sober up. Amon had already prepared it early. No need. He stopped Hwawan. I haven't eaten much tonight, and my stomach is empty. How could I eat anything now? Hwawan helplessly said, there's not much leftover food. We can only eat whatever is left. Sorry to have the big general eat leftovers with us. Loomingly found a clean spot and sat on the ground. He said, there's no need to feel upset. I am not like those spoiled people. While he spoke, a man and the others put the remaining dishes into plates and brought them to Loomingly. Although called leftovers, the food was still clean and warm. Lamb tripe, pigeon, beef stomach, roast goose, all available. Hwawan took 2 bowls of rice and handed one to Loomingly, saying, it's more comfortable to eat rice. Loomingly had already gotten used to eating rice with toppings. He took 2 chopsticks, picked some from each dish, and placed them on the rice, then started eating happily. After finishing, he drank a bowl of hot pepper pig stomach soup, feeling much better in his stomach. Not far away, everyone else also started eating. Hwawan picked up a glass of orange juice and raised it to them. Thanks for your hard work tonight. Everyone raised their glasses in response and drank together. Loomingly looked at Hwawan deeply. Thank you today. Grandma liked it very much. Maybe because of the alcohol, his voice was a little deep and hoarse, which made Hwawan think of the sound of a cello. Hwawan shook her head and smiled at him. Neither of them spoke again. After a moment of thought, Loomingly spoke first. You know, I was once engaged. He paused, his eyes becoming a bit complicated. But that was arranged by the family. I didn't have feelings for her. Hwawan listened quietly, feeling a strange emotion rise in her heart. She thought for a moment and said slowly, that has nothing to do with me. Loomingly interrupted her. Let me finish first. Later, when my parents had an accident, everyone in the court avoided them. The Shao family was afraid of getting involved, so the engagement was broken. He continued, looking into the distance as if recalling the past. Hwawan gently put down her cup and said, sorry, I didn't mean to remind you of unhappy things. However, since I met you, my life has taken on a different color. Loomingly turned to look at Hwawan, his eyes filled with an indescribable emotion. Hwawan's heart suddenly jumped, and her face turned slightly red. What do you mean by that? I mean I have developed special feelings for you. These feelings are different from anything I've felt before. Loomingly reached out his hand. Just as he was about to touch Hwawan's hand, he stopped, waiting for her response. Hwawan was momentarily at a loss. The surrounding silence seemed to only contain their breathing. After a while, she pulled away from the tense atmosphere and suddenly stood up. She said to Loomingly, General Lu, you're drunk. Rest early. I am very sober right now. Loomingly also stood up and firmly said to Hwawan, you feel the same way about me, don't you? Hwawan looked up at Loomingly's sincere eyes, feeling a mix of emotions. She didn't know how to respond. Instinctively, she wanted to run away, but Loomingly clearly wouldn't let her go. He took a step forward and blocked her escape. He looked down at her eyes carefully, as if trying to get an answer from her. Hwajuan's eyes flickered, and finally, she almost shouted, but it's impossible. We're not from the same world. Her voice was a little loud, and even the people eating on the other side heard her. Mo Chuan got worried and quickly stood up, walking toward them, but Li Nyang held him back. Li Nyang shook her head at him and said, let's see first. Mo Chuan couldn't relax and didn't want to eat anymore. He held his chopsticks tightly, staring fixedly at Hwawan. Loomingly also seemed to come to his senses. He softly said, sorry, and then turned aside. Hwawan walked toward Mo Chuan, and several pairs of eyes watched her with concern. She went to Amma, saying, Amma, General Lu is drunk. Please pour him a cup of sobering tea. Thank you. Mo Chuan had already lowered his guard when she approached and continued eating. Hwawan kicked him lightly. What are you eating? Everyone else is finished, and you're still eating. Hurry up and pack up to leave. Mo Chuan was angry inside. He suddenly stood up, trembling as he pointed at Hwawan with his chopsticks. Hey, you're ungrateful. What do you mean I'm still eating? You don't know how much I ate. His shout eased the tense atmosphere. Hwawan also felt less awkward and could only silently apologize to Mo Chuan in her heart. She promised herself to cook him lots of delicious food when they got home. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to face what just happened. Alma came over with the sobering tea, shook her head at Hwawan. Hwawan looked back and saw that Loomingly had disappeared without a trace. She thanked Alma and poured the sobering tea. Everyone packed up their things and left Lu's house through the back door together. Hwawan climbed onto the first carriage and sighed, saying to Ah Man, "Ah Man, stay a little farther away from me. I'm afraid I might on you later." Ah Man shook her head, patted her own thigh, and helped Hwawan lie down, placing her head on her lap. This made her feel more comfortable. Hwawan's eyes felt sore. She wasn't sure if it was because she was touched or because she was sad about what happened with Lu Mingli earlier. She leaned on Ah Man's lap and softly said, "Ah Man, you're so kind." Tears quietly slipped down her face. The journey was very smooth. Hwawan was so tired that she didn't know when she fell into a deep sleep. Even when they reached the snack shop, she was still asleep. The carriage stopped. Someone outside lifted the curtain slightly. Ah Man shook her head to signal the person outside not to rush. She wanted Hwawan to sleep a little longer. When she looked carefully, she realized it was Lu Mingli. It turned out he was driving the carriage himself. He knew Hwawan was carsick, so that's why the ride was so smooth. Lu Mingli looked at Hwawan sleeping and nodded at Ah Man. He stretched his long legs, got on the carriage, sat across from her, closed his eyes, and rested. After a while, he opened his eyes, checked the time with his pocket watch, and signaled to Ah Man to wake Hwawan. Then he got off the carriage.
Ama noche Hwawan.
Hwawan, still groggy, opened her eyes, sat up, and looked out the window. She mumbled, "We've arrived?" "How did I fall asleep?" She pinched Ah Man's legs. "Ah Man, your legs are sore, right? Thank you for lending me your lap as a pillow." Ah Man smiled and waved her hand. Then she got off the carriage and helped Hwawan down. Seeing that it was getting late, Hwawan said goodbye to Ah Man and went back to the snack shop. Lu Mingli saw Hwawan close the shop door and turn off the lights. Only then did he change to his horse and head back to the city. Inside the snack shop, Hwasheng played on her tablet all night. She still wasn't tired of it. Meanwhile, Mo Chuan. He crossed his arms, leaned against the wall with a displeased look on his face. Hwawan said, "What are you doing?" "Showing off here." Mo Chuan straightened up, widened his eyes, pointed a finger at his nose, and asked incredulously, "Showing off? Showing off? Do you even hear what you're saying?" Hwawan turned off the shop lights, opened the hidden door in the wall, called out, "Hwasheng, time to take a shower and go to bed," and then pulled Hwasheng into the room. Mo Chuan followed behind, chattering nonstop. "You just yelled at me in front of so many people. I endured it. I don't care. You owe me for emotional damages. Compensation for emotional distress? You spend every day on your phone learning a lot."
Fine, I apologize.
"Tomorrow, let's go eat Japanese food, okay?" Mo Chuan raised an eyebrow, satisfied. "That's more like it. By the way, you and General Lu," Hwawan interrupted him. "Mind your own business." "No, I'm not meddling. I just want to ask if you've said goodbye to General Lu. He just saw you off, and I noticed you didn't even turn your head. It's quite rude." Hwawan suddenly turned around. "What did you say? Did he see me off?" "Yes, he sent the coachman away and drove himself." Hwawan ran back to the snack shop, looked outside through the window, but unfortunately, it was already dark outside. She sighed, with a touch of sadness, and left the window. He must be drunk. Otherwise, someone as calm and composed as him, knowing that the two of them could never be together, wouldn't say such inappropriate words. He and Mo Chuan are different. He bears heavy responsibilities on his shoulders, with a big family behind him. How could he abandon everything here and leave with her? And she herself doesn't belong to this world. She can't stay. Though they seem close, they are actually separated by hundreds of years. Thinking of this, Hwawan felt deep sadness in her heart. She told herself, "It's all my fault for not guarding my heart well. From now on, I should keep my distance from him." After Lu Mingli returned to the mansion, he went straight to the old lady's room. She had just gone to bed, but today she was very excited, chatting with the maids for a long time. Seeing Lu Mingli come in, she asked the maid to help her sit up and talk with him again. "Grandmother, are you satisfied with today's birthday banquet?" Old Lady Lu beamed with joy. Very satisfied. Especially satisfied. "You see, Hwawan is so clever and bright. This banquet really touched my heart." She gently held her grandson's hand and said, "I think Hwawan is a good girl. You should hurry and marry her. There should be a lady of the house here." Lu Mingli smiled, but his heart was heavy, no one knew. He changed the subject. "Did you see the gift she sent?" Hearing this, Old Lady Lu was even happier. She called Jin-se. "Jin-se, quickly. Go get the gift Hwawan sent me." Jin-se responded with a smile, going to the cabinet and saying, "Old Madam is very pleased." She kept holding on to it just now, not wanting to let go. Lu Mingli asked, "Oh, does your grandmother love it that much? What exactly is it?" Jin-se placed the gift box on the old lady's quilt. The old lady opened it herself and proudly showed it to Lu Mingli as if presenting a treasure.
Look.
This bright red one is shining and beautiful, truly stunning, so captivating you can't look away. Lu Mingli touched the necklace, imagining the scene when Hwawan bought the gift. Choosing such a beautiful necklace must have taken her a lot of effort, right? Old Lady Lu said, "Isn't it pretty? When summer comes, I will wear this necklace to the palace for the lotus viewing feast. What do you think?" Lu Mingli replied, "Yes, then your grandmother will definitely be the most beautiful." Old Lady Lu closed the box and said, "During the time you were sick, I almost couldn't hold on. I believe it was heaven that saw our Lu family shouldn't be cut off. It sent Miss Hwawan to heal you. That's why I feel like I've come back to life. You must treat her well. She's here alone and shouldn't suffer any wrongs. Do you hear me?" Lu Mingli asked, "Aren't you curious about her background?" Old Lady Lu said, "When you live to my age, you'll understand. Everything is temporary. What you bring in can't be taken away. Only love is real. If you have love, everything else is just clouds." After speaking, she yawned, clearly tired today. Lu Mingli gently removed the pillow behind her, helped her lie down, tucked her in, and said, "Grandmother, rest quickly. I'll come to see you again tomorrow." He nodded at Jin-se and then left. She slept restlessly that night. Hwawan tossed and turned in bed, thinking about what Lu Mingli had said. She only fell asleep slowly around dawn. The next day, by mid-morning, she got out of bed with dark circles under her eyes and a big yawn. Looking at the time, she realized she was too late for breakfast, so she decided to have lunch instead. Downstairs, Hwasheng and Emo Chuan were tidying up the house. The weather was nice, perfect for a big cleaning. When Hwawan came downstairs, Emo Chuan exclaimed, "Did someone hit you? You just got hit too." Hwawan looked in the mirror and was startled herself. She quickly rinsed her face with cold water. She lay on the sofa, took out an eye mask, and placed it around her eyes. Emo Chuan and Hwasheng also imitated her, lying on the sofa and applying face masks. "That feels so good," Emo Chuan sighed. Compared to before, this is real life. Hwasheng nodded in agreement. Emo Chuan didn't hear Hwawan respond, so he tentatively said, "Look. How nice it is here. There's a sofa, a phone, a TV, a car, and delicious food. Who would want to run back to ancient times to live that kind of life?" "Isn't that silly?" Hwawan jumped up. "Are you insulting me?" Emo Chuan said, "No, I'm not. But you and General Lu can't be together. Even if he's a good person and has helped me a lot, I have to be honest. He can't leave everything behind over there and come here like we did." Hwawan impatiently said, "All right, I get it. I know what I need to. Let's pack up and go eat Japanese food. Only good food can make people forget all their worries." Hwawan stepped on the gas and drove straight to the Japanese restaurant. The luxury car stopped at the door, and immediately two people came out. One man helped park the car, and a young woman bowed deeply to them, saying, "Please follow me," in Japanese. Then she loudly called out a phrase in Japanese to the staff inside. All the staff inside responded immediately with the same phrase. Inside a private room, Emo Chuan quietly asked Hwawan, "What are they saying?" "I don't know. But look at their attitude. Learn from them," Hwawan whispered back. Mo Chuan watched as a staff member knelt on the tatami mat, quietly asking what to eat. Thank you for the invitation, but he didn't want to learn that way. They ordered salmon, Arctic surf clams, lobster, tuna belly. Then foie gras, snow, sushi, grilled eel. The three of them kept ordering round after round. Finally, Hua Wan and Hua Sheng were so full they could hardly move, clutching their stomachs and collapsing onto the sofa. Mo Chuan disdainfully said, "Eating at a buffet is a waste, but luckily I'm here." He ordered another round. They ended with a bowl of ramen. After eating, Mo Chuan asked, "What's the snack shop serving tonight?" Hua Wan was in a bad mood. She crossed her arms, huffed, and said through gritted teeth, "Snail rice noodles." Mo Chuan and Hua Xing looked at each other and asked, "What's that? Is it tasty? You'll find out tonight if it's good or not." Finally, the snack shop opened. Guests, who had been waiting outside for 2 whole days, rushed in as soon as the door opened, each finding a table to sit at. "Boss Hua, everyone in town is talking about the birthday banquet you organized for Madame Lu. What exactly is that flowing water and wine event? Do we have a chance to see it with our own eyes?" And the smell of the barbecue is spreading from the east to the west of the city. Many people are hiding by the walls just to smell that delicious aroma. By the way, the fireworks are amazing. I've never seen such bright displays. Last night was more lively than New Year's celebrations. Finally, someone asked directly, "What are we eating today?" "I haven't seen the menu," Hua Wan said. "Today, we are serving snail rice noodles. A bowl costs 20 coins. You can also add some snacks like handmade fried eggs, crispy pork knuckles, or tiger skin chicken feet. All right, I'll have a bowl of snail rice noodles with an extra fried egg. I'll have one too with pork knuckles." Anything from Boss Hua's shop is sure to be delicious. Because they trusted Hua Wan, the customers quickly placed their orders. The side snacks were fried fresh by Man, and Mo Chuan was responsible for cooking the noodles. "What kind of noodles are these?" With so many tasty toppings, Mo Chuan said, looking at the instructions on the snail rice noodle package, occasionally glancing at Man's actions. To save time, all the noodles had already been boiled with cold water. Now they just needed to start from the second step. Pour some boiling water, add various seasoning packets, then put in the noodles and finally add pickled bamboo shoots. Ugh. Mo Chuan couldn't hold back and almost spat on the ground. "What's that smell? Is it spoiled?" He covered his nose with one arm, then checked the expiration date on the package of pickled bamboo shoots. "It's not spoiled." He looked at the bag of bamboo shoots he had thrown into the trash, thought for a moment, then squatted down to pick it back up. He slowly leaned into smell again. Yes, that's the smell. He opened the kitchen door and ran outside.
Hua Huan. Hua Huan.
"Come quickly and smell this. What's going on?" Hua Wan was talking to a customer when Mo Chuan burst in. As soon as he opened the door, the smell of the pickled bamboo shoots followed him out, filling the entire shop with that intoxicating aroma. "Hua Wan." Mo Chuan grabbed her. "Come into the kitchen and take a look." "What's wrong?" Hua Wan asked, being pulled into the kitchen. "Didn't you smell that terrible smell? Why are you overreacting?" "That's just the smell of snail rice noodles." Mo Chuan's eyes widened. "Is this edible?" The shop smelled very bad. Hua Wan stepped outside and explained, "Everyone please listen. This is the smell of snail noodles. It's like stinky tofu, smells bad but tastes very good." She continued, "If you can't handle it, that's okay. You can come back another day when we have different food." Everyone was silent for a moment, unsure of what to say. The smell of stinky tofu, after frying, isn't too strong, especially outside where the air flows freely, so it's not too overwhelming. But this snail noodles. Without saying anything, the shop owner thought that the smell of the trash bin had been accidentally released. Even the people waiting outside could smell it. When they saw some customers pinching their noses and rushing out, they were confused. Some ran out, but others stayed inside, leaving the crowd outside unsure whether to leave or stay. At this moment, Hua Wan came out and loudly explained again. She said, "Today, we only have snail noodles. Whether you eat or not is up to you." Some people couldn't stand the smell and left. Others, curious, decided to stay and try. A few just stood at the door watching. A chubby auntie smiled and said, Hua boss, you're amazing. These snail noodles smell even worse than stinky tofu. Huawan said, where do you get that idea? She told the customers, if you think the snail noodles aren't strong enough in smell, you can add a serving of stinky tofu, soaking in the noodles. More smell, more delicious. Back in the kitchen, Mo Chuan had already used a paper towel to block both his nostrils and wrapped a cloth around Hua Xing's nose. A few bowls were ready. Huawan handed them out to the customers and said, congratulations. The brave ones get to enjoy the food first. Honestly, aside from the smell of sour bamboo shoots, the snail noodles didn't look scary at all. In fact, they looked very appetizing. The spicy red broth, with oil floating on top, looked exciting and made your mouth water. Inside the soup were evenly thick rice noodles, golden fried eggs, and a few green vegetables, more tempting than any regular noodles. Since you're here, just eat, someone said, as if convincing themselves. They picked up a big handful of noodles, slurped a mouthful, and immediately coughed from the spicy oil. Huawan quickly handed him a glass of cold water. Slow down, slow down. It's spicy. After finishing the water, he coughed for a while before stopping, then sighed deeply. Ah, spicy. He shook his head and kept working hard. This time, he was more careful. He blew on the food twice before putting it into his mouth. How is it? Someone nearby asked.
Good.
It doesn't smell bad anymore. It actually smells fragrant and spicy, which makes it appetizing. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved and started eating quickly. The restaurant was filled with the sound of slurping. The rice noodles were chewy and bouncy, topped with rich broth and plenty of vegetables, making the dish feel fresh and tasty. There were also various snacks like fried eggs and pork trotters submerged in soup. When they soaked up enough broth, people would pick them out to eat, which made the flavor even better than usual. Mo Chuan peeked into the kitchen through a small in the door. He admired sincerely, as expected of Boss Hua. He's really talented. He can sell dishes with such unique flavors. Inside, the diners were enjoying their food happily, but the customers outside looked uncomfortable. Someone went to Lu's stinky tofu stall and asked her, did you change the flavor of your tofu today? Lu replied, no, this isn't the smell of stinky tofu. It's the smell of the restaurant's snail rice noodle. That's why there weren't many people lining up today. It smells so bad. Can it still taste good? Lu asked back, can Boss Hua's food be bad? While they were talking, someone from the snack shop poked his head out and called her, one stinky tofu, please. Make it extra stinky in the broth. Everyone outside was stunned. Snail rice noodles are loved by anyone brave enough to try them. Once you try, it's hard not to fall for it. For those who couldn't handle the smell but still wanted to taste it, Huawan removed the sour bamboo shoots. Although this reduced some flavor, it made the dish accessible to more people. But only a few dared to eat it, so tonight was much quieter. Huawan left the shop in the hands of the three of them, sat on a small stool outside, and stared into space. He wasn't really daydreaming. He was just waiting to see if Lu Mingli would come today. He wondered if, after sobering up, Lu Mingli would regret what he said yesterday. While he was thinking, Huawan saw the same little boy at Uncle Zheng's pancake stall as a few days ago. He was chubby and dressed in beautiful clothes, talking nonstop with his mouth open and closed. Uncle Zheng was still the same, ignoring him but not chasing him away. The child's cake was still as full as ever. He took it, blew on it, and then ate it eagerly. After finishing, the child started digging into his pocket. He took out a bulging purse, opened it, and suddenly screamed, "Where's my silver? Where's my silver? It's all just stones." He poured the bag onto Uncle Zheng's stall, and sure enough, it was full of small stones.
Ah!
Where's my silver?
Un sổ cay. Un sổ cay.
Come quickly. Something's wrong. The child kept shouting. His old servant trembled as he came down from the carriage on the street and hurried over. Young master, what's wrong? Uncle Kai, why did my silver turn into stones? Uncle Kai understood, but he didn't look surprised. He stammered, Young master. The silver was exchanged by the master. The child shouted even louder. My father? Why did he exchange my silver? Doesn't he know I need it? Uncle Kai said. The master said he won't give you money anymore. He said you're too fat and can't buy food outside anymore. Why? During the day, he makes me drink plain porridge and eat small dishes and doesn't let me have tasty food. At night, he still controls me. I want to tell my mother. After saying that, he turned to leave. Uncle Zheng hurriedly stopped him. Hey, you haven't paid the bill yet. The child turned and said, Uncle Kai, pay the bill. Uncle Kai looked troubled. The master took all the money from me too. The child widened his eyes. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Master said, if you find you have no silver when buying food, just be honest. But who knew you'd eat first and pay later? The child came over and said to Uncle Zheng, Uncle Zheng, I'll owe you and come back tomorrow with the silver. Uncle Zheng simply replied, this is a small business, no credit. The child patted his waist, confidently saying, my father owns Lu's restaurant in the city. I can't possibly owe you money for pancakes, right? You know Lu's restaurant. Uncle Zheng shook his head. No, I don't. The child sighed, took a jade pendant from his waist, and placed it on the table. I'll use this jade pendant as collateral. When I get the silver, I'll pay you back. No, I won't pay you back. Just say this jade can be exchanged for a few pancakes. Anyway, I have nothing good to eat at home. Uncle Zheng refused to take the jade pendant. They argued back and forth, and he finally looked at the flower-shaped pastry. Huawan watched the show at the shop entrance for a while. She approached the child and said, your jade pendant is valuable. Take it back and keep it safe. Today's pancake is on me. No need to pay. The child's eyes darted around and asked Huawan, are you the boss? Huawan nodded. Are you the owner of that snack shop? The child repeated uncertainly. Huawan bent down and said, yes, I am the owner of Huawan Snack Shop. Do you need something? The child grabbed her sleeve and said, I've decided. I want to help you work to pay off the debt. As soon as he said that, Uncle Kai immediately said, no, no. Huawan kept shaking her head. I don't need child labor. The child hugged Huawan's arm and refused to let go. I don't care. I'm staying here. I have no good food at home, and I'll starve soon. I'd rather work hard here and at least have something to eat. Uncle Kai pulled him, trying to coax and drag him toward the cart. But the little fat kid was still a kid, and those sausages weren't free. He pulled for a long time, but only moved less than half a meter, gasping for breath. Moreover, he was holding Huawan's arm with his other hand, almost pulling her down too. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grabbing the child's wrist and threatening, let go. Huawan and the child both turned to look. It was Lu Mingli, who looked displeased. Let go of his hand. Seeing how stern he was, the child reluctantly released his grip, but didn't stop crying. He plopped down on the ground and threw a tantrum. I won't go. I just won't go. Going back is a dead end. I don't want to live like that anymore. Lu Mingli looked down and asked Huawan, is your arm okay? Huawan felt a burning sensation in her arm. She rolled up her sleeve to check and saw a red ring on her pale arm. Lu Mingli saw her move and quickly pulled her sleeve back down. Huawan looked up at him in confusion. He stared straight ahead with a calm expression, as if he hadn't done anything just now, though his ears were very red.
Huawan understood.
In ancient times, women's arms were not supposed to be exposed. The little fat kid was still rolling on the ground, crying and making a fuss. No matter how Uncle Kai tried to coax him, he refused to get up. He was crying with tears and snot, occasionally wiping his face with muddy hands. His face was a mess that was hard to look at. Huawan asked Aunt Pang, did he just say which family he belongs to? Lu Mingli replied, the Lu family restaurant. After saying that, he called his attendant. Quickly go back to the city and bring Lu Laoban here. Take the person away. The noise is giving me a headache. Linian, who was nearby, said, I have met the owner of Lu family restaurant once at the food contest. Maybe I should go with you. Huawan nodded. Be careful. Linian agreed. Meanwhile, Uncle Kai saw that no one could calm the child, so he sat on the ground, sighing and wiping his sweat. Huawan had never taken care of children before and didn't know how to handle this situation. She looked around, hoping to find someone experienced with children to help, but everyone avoided her. She could only look at Lu Mingli for help. Lu Mingli walked over, squatting down, and said sternly, if you keep crying, I will throw you into the river. The little boy cried even louder and shouted, "Ah, someone is hurting a kid."
Boo-hoo.
Don't think just because you're an adult, you can bully me. Hwan quickly pulled Lu Mingli up. How can you scare a child like that? In the past, Lu Mingzhi was disobedient, and I used this trick. It worked pretty well then. He added, who did he learn this from? He acts like a street scold. The little boy kicked his legs on the ground. Seeing him cry so much, Hwan was worried he might faint from crying, so she thought of a way. She squatted beside him and asked cautiously, "You've been crying for a long time. Are you hungry? I have lots of delicious food here." The little boy immediately stopped crying and asked Hwan, "Really? Can I eat?" "I only had one pancake today." Hwan nodded. "As long as you stop crying, I'll get you something tasty." The little boy wiped his face with his sleeve and then stood up. "I'm done, sister. Let's go eat." His face changed so quickly that Hwan was stunned. She asked Mo Chuan to help Uncle Kai up, then led the child into the shop. She sat him at the counter and said, "Wait here. Sister will get you something to eat." She took a sandwich, a cup of hot milk, and a bowl of warm water. She soaked a towel and handed it to Uncle Kai. "Wipe his face. It's all muddy." The child's eyes were completely drawn to the sandwich. He had never seen such a colorful bun before. Uncle Kai helped him wipe his face. He stared intently at the sandwich, impatiently avoiding it, thinking Uncle Kai was in the way. Finally, he couldn't hold back. He swatted Uncle Kai's hand away and reached for the bread on the table. "Hey, wait." Hwan quickly grabbed his wrist. "Your hands are so dirty. How can you just take it?" Hwan put his hands into a basin of water, squeezed some soap, and scrubbed them hard. The water turned cloudy. "Look how dirty your hands are." The child stopped fussing and waited quietly while Hwan washed his hands and dried them with a towel. "Okay, now you can eat," Hwan added. "Eating this has some rules. Hold the 2 slices of bread together like this, and when you bite, open your mouth wide, like eating a pancake. Do you understand?" The child nodded and started eating as Hwan instructed. "Yummy. Even the vegetable leaves are sweet." Hwan rested his chin on his hand and said, "Drink some milk. Don't choke." The child picked up the cup and gulped down half a glass. "I haven't had milk in a long time. My dad makes me eat porridge every day." "Sister, I feel so sad, right? Why does your dad make you eat porridge every day?" The chubby-cheeked child looked worried. "He says I'm too fat, and it's not healthy." Mo Chuan said, "Your dad's right about that." The child immediately looked unhappy. "It's not like I want to be this fat." As he spoke, Lin Yang came in, followed by a middle-aged couple. The man was thin, and the woman was plump. When the woman saw the child, she rushed over and hugged him. "Yaozu, why did you come outside the city? Come home with me." The middle-aged man pinched the child's ear and scolded angrily. "You little rascal. I told you not to run around. Running here causes trouble for others. Do you want me to beat you to death?" The child screamed again, still holding a small piece of unchewed sandwich in his mouth. "It hurts. It hurts. Mom, save me." Yaozu's mother hit the man's arm hard. "You wicked man. Let go." The man pushed her away, still holding her arm tightly, and pulled Yaozu down from the table. Seeing this, Yaozu's mother sat on the ground, crying loudly. "Help! Someone's going to kill my son." Yaozu's father quickly let go and tried to comfort Yaozu's mother. "Look at you. I didn't hit him. Why are you making such a fuss? There are so many people watching. Be good and quickly get up." The scene was a complete mess. Hwan and the others watched in shock. Now they understood that the child's quick temper and crying were typical of who he took after. With the mother and son working together, Yaozu's father raised a white flag. All right. I won't hit him anymore, okay? Let's all go home." Lu Yaozu refused. "I won't go home. I want to stay here," Boss Lu said. "Are you still causing trouble? Do you think this is your dad's shop? Can he spoil you?" Ma Chuan said. "That's true. Kid, you better leave quickly. This snack shop doesn't support idlers." Lu Yaozu crossed his arms and stood straight. "I'm not an idler. I can work." Ma Chuan looked him up and down with a look of disdain. "TSK little kid, stop talking big. What can you do? I can do anything. Just give me that sandwich I just had, and I'll be fine. Hwan looked at them worriedly, not knowing what to do. Boss Lu thought for a moment and pulled her aside. Hwan, I'm really sorry today. Yaozu is my child born late. His mother spoils him so much that he's wild, but he's still a good kid at heart. He's causing trouble here now, so I wonder if you could let him stay in the shop for a few days. I'll pay you. Let him do all the dirty and tiring work in the shop, so he'll get discouraged and want to go home after a few days. Hwan said, he's just a kid. How can I let him do work? Boss Lu disagreed. When I was young, at his age, I was already washing vegetables in the back kitchen of a tavern. He's ungrateful for the good life he has. Plus, your shop only opens a few hours at night, so it's not tiring for him. He often cries for 2 hours straight. That's true. Crying is quite exhausting. Once he regrets and begs to go home to enjoy life, I'll set some rules for him. Then I'll be able to handle him better. But that's still not good. Hwan shook her head. Please, Hwan. It's rare for him to want to work voluntarily. Let him suffer a bit here. I'll pay. I'm begging you, old Lu. Seeing his sincere face, Hwan had no choice but to agree. All right, every evening when the shop opens, you can bring him over and pick him up before closing. Boss Lu looked happy and said, Okay, I won't delay your business. Just let him clean the kitchen scraps in the back. Boss Lu, are you sure your wife knows you're so straightforward? Yaozu Lu was acting cute in his mother's arms. When Hwan turned around, he quickly stood up straight and looked at her with anticipation. Hwan cleared her throat and said seriously, You can stay if you want, but as Mo Chuan said, our shop doesn't keep idle people. I want to work. Anything is fine. Just let me eat. I haven't finished speaking. I have 3 requests. First, I decide what you eat. Yaozu Lu hesitated for a moment, but agreed. Who doesn't know that the snack shop has lots of delicious food? Second, don't cry easily, and definitely don't sit on the ground and make a fuss. Are those 2 requests? Lu Yaozu asked. That's 1 request. Okay. What's the 3rd? I haven't thought of it yet. I'll add it when I do. Yaozu Lu happily agreed. Since there was still some time before closing, he stayed behind, which Hwan called a trial period. Boss Lu hoped to scare him off tonight, so that tomorrow he would obediently stay at home and listen. He said, Hwan, I'm leaving Yaozu to you. Is your bucket broken? Just let him go dump the manure water, Hwan. Your bucket is the one broken. Lu's mother quickly shook her head. No, Hwan, he can't do those kinds of chores. Don't worry, our bucket isn't broken, and he doesn't need to dump manure water. With Huajuan's assurance, Lu's mother relaxed, hugged Yaozu for a moment, and reluctantly followed Boss Lu as he left. Mo Chuan looked disapproving and said to Huan, Why did you agree? What can a kid do? He's just a troublemaker. In the end, we still have to coax him. Yaozu Lu loudly retorted, Don't look down on me. I will make you see a change. Huan, I ate one of your sandwiches. What do you want me to do? Just tell me, Huan said, then go wipe those tables. Yaozu Lu didn't hesitate and grabbed a cloth to go. Huan told Mo Chuan he's not really that kind of troublemaker. He just learned from a young age that crying and making a fuss can get him what he wants. Since he has such a good method, of course he uses it. Can't you also leave him to do work? Such a young child, what can he do? Maybe his father saw how good our food is and sent him to learn from us? We need to watch him carefully. Wake up. It's just pre-made food. What is there to steal? Huan whispered again. His father paid. Mo Chuan nodded happily. Paid? Okay, then I can just coax him. Loomingly stepped closer to Huan and said, I didn't expect you to know so much about children. Huan replied, not really knowing, just guessing. By the way, what brings you here today? Can we talk somewhere private? Huan looked around at the shop environment and the smell and realized it wasn't a good place for a serious talk. So, she and Loomingly went outside to find a quieter spot. I apologize for what I said to you last night, Loomingly said directly. I thought about it all day and night. Honestly, what I said was too bold. Huan shook her head. It's okay. You had too much to drink. I didn't take it to heart. Loomingly looked down thoughtfully and asked, Can we still be like we used to be? Yes, we can still be friends. Just friends. Oh, by the way, you're still our elementary school partner. Huawan blinked and said. Loomingly said, I've arranged for someone to come tomorrow to teach them martial arts. After some time, we'll select the most talented students for special training. All right, you handle that. I haven't found other teachers yet. The notices are posted, but no one has responded so far. Well, I'll go back to the shop then, Huawan said. She pretended to be calm, nodded to him, then said nothing more and turned to leave. Loomingly wanted to stop her, but didn't know what excuse to use. At this point, he only felt a deep sense of helplessness. He could only watch her leave and then return to the palace. Huawan thought it was really strange. They hadn't done anything wrong, just returning to their previous state. Why did her heart feel so heavy? When she returned to the shop, her eyes were red. Facing the caring people around her, she said, Today's barbecue smoke is so strong, it made me cry. Hua Xing handed her a tissue, and Mo Chuan snorted, then continued from her words, It seems the charcoal from a few days ago wasn't good. We'll buy from another place next time. Then she said, That kid is okay. He works hard, even if he's a bit careless sometimes. Huawan looked at Lu Yaozu, who was busy setting up tables and chairs. After working for a while and feeling warm in the shop, his clothes were all sweaty. Huawan said, Let him work like this for an hour. Maybe he can even lose some weight. Lu Yaozu, come here. Lu Yaozu ran over, stumbling a little, and his cheeks jiggled as he moved. He looked very cute. Big Sister Hua, are you calling me? Every day. What does your dad give you to eat? Huawan asked curiously. Lu Yaozu counted on his fingers. In the morning, I eat steamed buns and porridge. At noon, I eat porridge and pickled vegetables, but I don't eat them because they taste bad. I secretly go outside to buy tasty food. In the evening, I eat pancakes. Uncle Zheng's pancakes are especially delicious. I like ham sausages the most, Huawan said. Your dad wants you to lose weight for your own good. Being too fat can stop you from growing taller. How can you secretly eat food? Lu Yaozu said. If I don't get to eat, it's worse than being killed. Huawan thought for a moment and agreed. It's true, running a restaurant makes it hard not to gain weight. Not just kids. Even Huawan, as an adult, has gained a few pounds since college. Do you want to lose weight? Huawan asked gently. Lu Yaozu sat on a chair, his chubby little hands resting on his legs. When he heard this, he looked down, pinched his fingers, and said sadly, I do. But the girl next door, Funyo, won't play with me anymore. She says I'm too fat. Now she plays with Erbao.
And.
Erbao and the others always bully me. Thinking about these unfair things made him very sad. At first, when they bullied him, he told his mother. But when she argued, everyone on the street could hear. It was so embarrassing. After that, he never told his family again. Huawan held his hand and asked, There are many ways to lose weight. You can also eat lots of delicious food. You just need to believe in yourself. Lu Yaozu suddenly looked up, his eyes moist. He asked doubtfully, Can I eat tasty food and still lose weight? Of course, Huawan replied confidently. But you have to be willing to endure hardships. Only children who can endure hardships can enjoy good food and lose weight at the same time. I can. Lu Yaozu spoke loudly with a firm look in his eyes, as if he was determined to join the party. He straightened his chest and promised Huawan, Sister Hua, I can endure hardships. Huawan was amused by his words. Who said he was a mischievous kid? When he wasn't causing trouble, he was actually quite adorable. She said, Next to us, there's a small school with many children about your age. Besides learning to recognize characters, they also teach martial arts. Starting tomorrow, you'll study there during the day and help me at my shop in the evening. During the day, the school has a dining hall. They serve plain rice every day, with different dishes like chicken legs and beef. In the evening, Sister Hua will prepare other tasty foods for you. How does that sound? With each of her words, Lu Yaozu's eyes lit up a little more. There will be good food and I can make friends too? Yes, but you must promise me one thing. Never suddenly fall to the ground and start crying or throwing a tantrum. That makes it hard to make friends. Lu Yaozu pouted. But my mother said that if I do that, my father will give me whatever I want. Huan couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. That's your mother's way of dealing with your father. You can't use that with friends. If you treat others sincerely, they will treat you the same. Lu Yaozu nodded. I understand, Sister Hua. I won't do that at the school. I also don't like rolling on the ground. It's pretty tiring. Huan was even happier. She patted Lu Yaozu's head. If you don't like it, then don't do it anymore. If you want something, you have to work hard to get it, understand? Now, it's about time. You can go home. Lu Yaozu looked unhappy. I haven't played enough. Why do I have to go home so soon? You need to sleep early, because you have to go to school tomorrow. Huan gently pushed Lu Yaozu, who was reluctant to leave, onto the carriage. On the way, she stopped by Lin Yang's place. Every night, Lin Yang stays at the embroidery workshop until the snack shop's customers leave. She tidies up the accounts, cleans the house, and chats with Huan about what happened that day. Seeing Huan, Lin Yang looked a bit surprised. Boss Huan, you're closing the shop so early today, Huan explained. Today, the food at the shop was a bit unusual, and it scared some people away. So, I decided to close early. I came to see you about something. She placed a bag of silver on the table and said, the children in the school are growing, so their meals must be nutritious and well-balanced. We can't skimp on silver for this. Linian asked in surprise. General Liu just sent over the silver. Didn't you know? She then pulled out a chair and let Huan sit down. Huan was speechless. She truly didn't know. He didn't tell me. You can keep some of it. I haven't found the right person to manage the school yet, so you'll have to take care of it for a while. Linian said, It's okay, Boss Huan. Don't worry, I can handle it. She sat beside Huan and added, The school is different from other places. Choosing the right people is very important. I'll keep an eye out for you. Huan nodded and asked, The notice to hire a teacher has been posted. Has anyone come to inquire? During the day, no one came to the snack shop. Sun Xiao was busy teaching or reading, so the contact address on the notice was written as the embroidery workshop. Linian looked worried and said to Huan, Teachers are proud and aloof. I wonder if they would be willing to come teach here. Huan understood and said, Let's just wait and see. For now, we have to rely on Sun Xiao. Linian also told Huan about recent events at the embroidery workshop. Now, since winter clothes are less in demand, many people asked if they made spring or summer clothes. Huan thought that Huasheng had also received online inquiries. As the weather warms up, people are starting to want to wear traditional costumes again. Huan told Linian, Spring is short, so we won't make spring clothes for now. The embroidery workshop should prepare to sell summer clothes directly. I'll bring the designs in a few days. Linian wanted to show Huan the account books, but Huan was already overwhelmed managing her own shop's accounts. She quickly made an excuse, saying she would look at them next time, and then hurried back to the snack shop. As soon as she entered, the smell of sour bamboo shoots hit her, truly a long-lasting aroma. Usually, eating a pack at home was fine, but tonight, they cooked over 40 packs. The smell in the shop was truly intoxicating. Mo Chuan and the others had already hidden outside. Huan called them back one by one, opened the windows for ventilation, and lit 7 or 8 sticks of sandalwood incense. Mo Chuan said, Can you smell that? That's the smell of love's awkwardness. Huan kicked him, but Mo Chuan was quick and jumped 3 meters away, causing Huan to miss. Not only that night, but the smell in the shop lingered into the next day. Huan wiped down the tables, chairs, and floor thoroughly, and kept several large fans running all day. By evening, the smell finally started to fade. Huan was confused. When she went to Lu City before, she didn't notice such a strong smell. Why was her own cooking so much smellier? She looked it up online and realized that the sour bamboo shoots in the packaged snail rice noodles were different from those in the shop. They were much smellier. She thought that if she sold snail rice noodles again, she should buy the sour bamboo shoots online directly, instead of using the pre-packaged ingredients. This way, she could keep the flavor of the noodles and avoid the strong smell. Lu Yaozu entered elementary school and became the richest kid there. He was good at talking and quickly made some good friends, both boys and girls. He no longer felt sad when Fu Niu ignored him. School, which he usually disliked, now became interesting. The school here was very different from the city school. Although Teacher Sun was strict, the handwriting practice sheets were colorful and had cute pictures. Lunch included meat, vegetables, and rice. The food was delicious, and he no longer had to drink tasteless porridge. It felt like a wonderful day. His favorite class was martial arts, called PE here. Teacher Lee taught very seriously. He said that if he paid attention in every class, no one would dare to bully him outside. In the evening, the snacks at the shop tasted even better. Eggs, milk, sandwiches, and the best steak. Huajuan's sister even prepared a scale. In just 3 or 4 days, Lu Yaozu had lost 3 jin, about 1.5 kilograms. He loved living here so much. Meanwhile, Lu Mingli hadn't come back in these days. If something happened, he would ask Teacher Li to pass a message to Huan. If Huan needed anything, she would ask Lin Yang to relay it. For a while, they seemed to become simple colleagues, still strangers. If there were emails, they would definitely communicate that way. Huan knew this was good for everyone. But inside, she felt a little sad. She told herself to be patient. Time can heal everything. Lu Mingli also felt uncomfortable. He was troubled about why he had spoken his feelings that night, which made Huan feel awkward. On the other side, she hated herself for being useless and couldn't find a way to solve the current problem. He didn't want to let go, but his reason told him that since their relationship was impossible now, he should stay away from Huan. That would be the best for her. Huan had a wider world of her own, and he was just a passing visitor in her life. Every night, he would come and see her from afar, watching her be happy and cheerful, then he would ride away. He thought things would pass like this, and they would grow apart until they forgot each other. But one evening, an unexpected guest arrived at the snack shop, asking to see Huan. Huan was in the kitchen with Amon, working on a new menu. Mo Chuan walked in with a cloth, looking strange. Huan, someone outside wants to see you. Do you want me to ask her to leave? Huan asked curiously. Who is it? It's the woman who came looking for Lu Mingzhi the night of the Lu Mansion banquet. Do you remember her? Huan quickly remembered. She was Lu Mingli's ex-girlfriend. Mo Chuan said, I think you have nothing to say to her. Maybe I should ask her to leave. Huan handed a bowl to Amon and said, I'll go see what she wants. She went outside and saw the woman named Xiao Wu standing under a tree, graceful and elegant. When she saw Huan, she greeted her. Boss Huan, long time no see. Huan asked, Miss Xiao, what brings you here? Xiao Wu didn't want to beat around the bush. She looked at Huajuan's face for a moment and said reluctantly, I don't understand. Understand what? Huan asked. I was engaged to him for over 10 years. Do you know that? I've heard about it, but it has nothing to do with me, Huan said, feeling amused. Was this just empty rivalry? Xiao Wu said angrily. I don't understand why Brother Yuanzhou would give up so easily. Over 10 years of feelings, and he just let go for you. Wait, Huan interrupted her. How could it be for me? Didn't you break off the engagement long ago? But my father has agreed. As long as he comes back, we can remarry. But he doesn't want it anymore. Xiao Wu looked sad. I don't understand why he chose you. His revenge isn't finished. You're just a businesswoman. What can you do for him? I didn't expect him to be so easily swayed. Is beauty a distraction? Huan is happy. Does that mean she's being praised for her looks? Huan speaks gently, saying, first, about revenge. He has his own plans. If your father is trustworthy, why did he let you all break off the engagement in the first place? Second, after more than 10 years of engagement, there's no real feeling. You rarely see each other. Also, since you've already canceled the engagement and he has no intention of re-engaging, you might as well let go and find someone who truly makes your heart happy. Xiao Wu frowns and says, but every girl feels that way. I consider myself lucky to have seen him. Many haven't even seen his face. Isn't that how most people live? How can I find someone I truly love and who loves me back? Huan thinks for a moment and replies, meet someone new, try to understand him. Don't accept him first, and then try to convince yourself to love him. Do you really love Lu Mingli, or is it just because you're used to him being your fiancé? Xiao Wu feels overwhelmed by these words and can't fully process them. She carefully recalls her moments with Lu Mingli and realizes she doesn't really know him. The few times they met, they kept their distance. When I was a child, my parents told me I had a marriage arrangement with the son of the Pingyang Marquis family. So I knew about Yuanzhou from a young age. As I grew older and became more aware, I became curious about him. I wanted to know what kind of person I would spend my life with. Whenever Aunt Lu went to burn incense, Yuanzhou would always be there. I begged my mother to take me along, just to see him from afar. He's quite handsome. I saw him smiling and mingling with people. Thinking I might marry someone like him made me happy. Later, I gathered courage to write him a letter, asking Mingzhi to deliver it. But Yuanzhou was busy, so I rarely got a reply. Don't laugh, but I've spoken more with Mingzhi than with him. Now that you remind me, I realize I don't even know how I feel about him. She laughs at herself. Later, when the Marquis's estate was in trouble, my father immediately broke off the engagement. I caused a fuss, but it was no use. It's sad, but what can I do? I'm just a weak girl, unmarried, and under my father's care. Huan comforts her, saying, it's all in the past. We should look forward. Men, when they part ways, just part. The next one will be better. This was the first time Xiaowu heard such a statement, and she even managed to rhyme. Her worries eased, and she suddenly burst out laughing. She was naturally beautiful, and her smile was like a gentle spring breeze. Even Huawan was stunned by her charm. After laughing for a while, Xiaowu asked Huawan, what about you? Do you love him? Huawan shook her head, a hint of sadness in her eyes. We can never be together. Xiaowu was confused. Why not? Don't you know each other well enough? Huawan explained, I don't know how to tell you, but sometimes whether two people can be together depends on many things, not just love. Xiaowu nodded thoughtfully. That's true. Family arrangements and matchmaking can be obstacles. So, what do you plan to do? Huawan slightly smiled. Some people miss their chance, and that's okay. Life must go on. When Xiaowu looked at Huawan again, her expression was full of admiration. Actually, I've heard about you before. Calling you a hero isn't an exaggeration. I used to really admire you. But maybe I was biased. I said some rude things to you. Now that I've opened my heart, I realize how wrong I was. Huawan was surprised that Xiaowu was so honest about her mistake. She hadn't expected such a gentle girl to be straightforward. She comforted her. It's okay.
Don't worry about it.
I believe you'll meet someone who's better suited for you. Xiaowu nodded. I will try to understand that person first, then decide if he's the right one. It was clear Xiaowu was a spoiled girl from a wealthy family. Huawan thought her parents probably gave her more freedom than others. The two girls' previous tension disappeared. They continued talking about delicious food and summer clothes that would soon be on the market. Only when the servant came to urge them did Xiaowu reluctantly say goodbye to Huawan. Huawan felt lighter after their heart-to-heart talk. It seemed like she was helping Xiaowu, but in fact, she was also comforting herself. People in the snack shop were worried about Huawan's solo meeting. They crowded at the door, watching nervously, afraid that the girls might suddenly fight. But as they saw the girls talking happily, their worries eased. They relaxed and went back inside to do their own things. The flour roll entered the shop and gave Mo Chuan a look. What are you doing? Gossiping at the door? Not doing business anymore. Mo Chuan was quite happy inside. At least he had the energy to scold himself. He stuck out his tongue, rarely arguing back, and ran back to the kitchen. The flour roll looked back again. Both Han Sheng and Lu Yaozu were acting as if nothing had happened. They were busy clearing tables and serving dishes, very serious, afraid of causing trouble. The flour roll nodded with satisfaction. Kids are obedient. Especially Lu Yaozu, who was chubby and holding a cloth, trying hard to reach the table. Of course, she didn't expect him to clean perfectly, just giving him a reason to practice. She went to the kitchen and announced, Today, let's eat shrimp. Han Sheng clapped happily.
Wow.
A new dish. Since Lu Yaozu arrived, to help him finish eating early and go home, they had dinner earlier in the evening. In the morning, the flour roll saw that the fresh shrimp at the seafood stall next door was very fresh. She bought 3 jin, about 1.5 kilograms. When she took it out now, the shrimp was still lively and jumping. She used kitchen scissors to cut off the sharp mouth of the shrimp, then placed it horizontally on the cutting board, cut along the back with a knife, and removed the shrimp vein. The 3 jin of shrimp were quickly processed by her and Ah Man. She divided the shrimp into two sizes, the smaller part for plain boiled shrimp for Yazu, and the larger part for butter shrimp for everyone to share. She sliced some and chopped scallions, put them into a pot, then added the shrimp on top, layered more and scallions, poured a circle of cooking wine, covered the pot, and boiled on high heat. Man hurriedly grabbed her sleeve and pointed to the water nearby, meaning she forgot to add water. She smiled and explained, "Today we're making waterless boiled shrimp, which tastes even better this way." Seeing that she intentionally didn't add water, Man understood and smiled shyly. Yes, how could the boss make a mistake? After about 3 minutes of simmering, she turned off the heat and didn't rush to open the lid, letting the shrimp sit a little longer in the pot. She took a bowl, poured half a bowl of soy sauce, added 2 garlic cloves, and a small handful of chopped scallions. In another small pot, she heated some oil until it smoked, then poured the hot oil into the soy sauce mixture. The soy sauce sizzled loudly when the hot oil hit, and the aroma of soy sauce, garlic, and scallions quickly filled the air. At this moment, the shrimp were ready. She lifted the lid, and a cloud of white steam dispersed. Inside, the shrimp curled up tightly, bright red and shiny. Hwawan carefully arranged the shrimp on a flat plate in a circular pattern, garnishing the center with some cilantro leaves. Look, such a simple dish, but it looks so nice. Hwawan proudly waved the plate around in a circle. Chuan immediately reached out to grab it, but Hwawan slapped his hand away. "This is for Yaozu to eat." Hwawan took out a frying pan. "We'll make butter shrimp." She heated the pan again, poured in a little peanut oil, and spread it evenly. Then she placed the remaining shrimp one by one into the pan. Some shrimp didn't stay still and started to jump around. Hwawan used a spatula to press them down. Once they turned red on one side, she used tongs to flip the shrimp and continued cooking. Amon watched Hwajuan's focused face as she worked. It seemed like she had already moved past her emotional troubles. But she knew it wasn't that simple.
Done.
Amon, look, the shrimp have released their oil. That's when they taste the best. Hwajuan's voice brought Amon's attention back. She looked at the pan, and sure enough, all the shrimp were bright red and glistening with oil. Hwawan cut a piece of butter and put it into the pan, then added some minced garlic. Watching the butter melt slowly, she stirred the shrimp in the pan so they absorbed the butter evenly. She sprinkled some salt, turned off the heat, and added a handful of chopped green onions. The buttered shrimp were ready. Amon cooked a plate of fresh vegetables and shredded potatoes. Hwasheng brought in some radish and pork rib soup prepared earlier. Then she called Yaozu in, and the 5 of them sat around the kitchen table to eat. Yaozu needed to control his weight, so Hwawan only gave him plain boiled shrimp. He didn't mind. To him, boiled shrimp was already very delicious. Hwawan handed Yaozu a pair of gloves so he could peel the shrimp himself. He was happy to do so. He had never peeled shrimp on his own before. Since the shrimp had already been deveined, peeling them was much easier. He quickly peeled the first shrimp completely. He didn't have time to change chopsticks. He used his hands to dip the shrimp into some sauce and took a big bite. The shrimp was cooked without any water added, which kept its fresh sweetness to the fullest. It was firm and chewy. The shrimp meat had a hint of saltiness, making it delicious even without any seasoning. When dipped in hot oil and soy sauce, combined with garlic and green onions, the shrimp tasted even more flavorful. Li Yaozu couldn't resist such temptation. He regretted that he wasn't skilled at peeling shrimp. After finishing one, he couldn't start the next. He chewed loudly, his fingers trembling with impatience. But the more anxious he was, the slower he became. He almost cried. He hit his left hand with his right and said, "Hurry up, will you?" Hwawan gently took his hand and told him, "Take it slow. No need to rush. These are all yours." She then peeled one shrimp for him, dipped it in sauce, and fed it to his mouth. With food in his mouth, Yaozu felt less anxious. He carefully looked at his hands and peeled the shrimp slowly. Chuan didn't need to worry about peeling shrimp. He ate one shrimp after another, even swallowing the shells. Hwawan asked, "Do you think it's safe to eat like that? Won't it get stuck in your throat?" Chuan replied, "You don't know. Shrimp shells are really tasty." It would be a shame to throw them away. Indeed, the shrimp shells Hwawan fried until crispy. When bitten, they made a crackling sound and were coated with butter, making them tastier than the shrimp meat. Shrimp meat and shells have very different textures. The meat is firm and tender, sweet in flavor, and since the back was opened beforehand, it was full of garlic and butter taste, creating a wonderful flavor experience. Hwawan peeled a shrimp herself and nodded, saying, "That's the taste." If only we had salted egg yolk sauce. Adding a spoonful would double the happiness. This time, they bought large prawns. One prawn could be paired with 3 bites of rice. The pork rib soup was milky white and delicious when soaked with rice. The 5 of them ate quietly, with no time to talk. Yaozu finished 8 shrimps, then ate a small plate of raw vegetables with half a bowl of rice, feeling about 80% full. It had carbs, protein, and dietary fiber, an ideal fat-reducing meal. After eating, Yaozu went home with the servant. He initially wanted to stay longer, but Hwawan told him that enough sleep was also very important for weight loss. Having just tasted some success, he listened carefully, packed up, and left immediately. The snack shop continued to operate. The next day, Hwawan had work at the embroidery workshop. She got up early and contacted 2 clothing designers, wanting to buy their patterns for traditional Chinese summer clothes, both men's and women's. They happened to have some well-designed patterns. Hwawan discussed with them and bought 12 pieces, at 600 yuan each. All 12 were casual everyday styles. Hwawan also spent 2,000 yuan to buy 2 more exquisite designs for high-end custom outfits. The patterns were very detailed, showing fabric textures, embroidery styles, and measurements for each part. They were clearly carefully designed by a skilled designer, much better than the ones she had seen online before. Hwawan used the patterns to buy fabric. That evening, she took the fabric and the designs to the embroidery workshop. The embroiderers saw the designs and their eyes lit up. They gathered around to look and praise the designer's clever ideas. "Look at this color combination. So bright and lively. Perfect for summer. And the embroidery, so many different styles, flowers, cats, and dogs. We've never seen these styles before. They look simple to wear." Hwawan said there are also more complicated ones. She took out the 2 more expensive designs and told Lin Yang, "Making these dresses will take more time and effort, so the price will be higher." Lin Yang understood and nodded. "Don't worry, I will personally make these too."
Hwawan smiled.
"We must make these carefully. These clothes will sell very well." The embroiderers nodded and started preparing materials to begin work. Lin Yang pulled Hwawan aside and gave her some news. General Liu sent someone to deliver a message. He will leave for the north tomorrow, and it will take about half a month. If you have any matters, go to his house. He has told the steward to help you as much as possible. Hwawan was anxious and blurted out her worries. Why is he leaving so suddenly? Is he going to the frontier? Is there going to be a war? Could it be dangerous? Lin Yang paused for a moment before answering, "I don't know. I'll ask about it tomorrow."
Hwawan nodded.
She had never been so scared before. She returned nervously to the small snack shop. She saw Mo Chuan busy working and quickly grabbed him. "Is there a war at the border?" Mo Chuan immediately understood and said, "It seems the main factions are deadlocked. I don't know what's happening now. If there's going to be a fight, it won't start so soon. Don't worry. Are there signs before a fight?"
Hwawan asked.
Yes, for example, sending people to negotiate, dispatching scouts to gather intelligence, or collecting supplies. All these will have some news. Hwawan asked again, "Will General Liu be sent to do these preparations before the battle?" Mo Chuan hesitated for a moment. It wasn't impossible. He comforted her. "You can't rush these things now. He's gone for half a month. What can he do in half a month? Let's wait until he comes back and ask then." He added, "Even if it's a battle with you supporting from behind, we will definitely win." Hwawan thought, yes, in ancient times, supplies were the most important. She couldn't help much else, but enough food was guaranteed. She felt relieved. Time always flies when busy. Half a month passed quickly. This era is so inconvenient, no mobile phones. During these 2 weeks, Loomingly had no news at all. Hwawan was busy with the snack shop and embroidery workshop. When she thought of him, she didn't feel heartache, just a little worry. Between not being able to be together and fearing he might die in battle, the first was insignificant. That night, Lu Yaozu's parents came to the snack shop to see Huawan. Lu Boss took out a heavy purse, gratefully handed it to Huawan, and said, "Thank you, Hua Boss. Now Yaozu has lost a lot of weight, and his temper has improved a lot. It's all because of you. You deserve to get rich." In just half a month, although Yaozu hadn't fully lost weight, his spirit had clearly changed. From gasping for breath easily to now being able to squat for half an incense stick, he was doing much better. What surprised Lu Boss most was that Yaozu could recognize many characters. Although he still didn't want to attend private school, since he could learn here, he didn't insist. All of this was closely related to Huawan. Originally, they had agreed, and Huawan was generous. She took the money purse and handed it to Mo Chuan to keep. Lu's mother pushed Lu Boss aside and eagerly held Huawan's hand, saying, "Hua Boss, I also want to thank you so much. You are a great benefactor to our family." After saying that, she suddenly felt a bit shy and asked Huawan, "I also want to ask, Yaozu said he can enjoy delicious food here and still lose weight. Do you have any good ideas? Can you tell me?" "Hee, I'm willing to spend money," Huawan modestly said. "I don't have any special methods. Yaozu is still young, full of energy, and very healthy, so he's losing weight quickly." Mother Lu listened and quickly said, Yes, Yaozu is just healthy. His father even said he gets out of breath just walking, so there must be a problem. I told him there's no issue. Look, Mr. Hua, even the boss says our son is very healthy. I wasn't wrong, right? She proudly tugged on Lu's sleeve, praising Yaozu. Yes, you're right. Lu nodded perfunctorily. She turned to Huawan again and said, Hua Boss, oh no, Sister Hua, I hope you don't mind me calling you that. It makes us feel closer. Huawan replied, I don't mind. I go by Xiaoyun as my given name. From now on, just call me Sister Xiaoyun. Let's be like sisters, okay? Mother Lu pulled over a stool and sat down. I'm a bit overweight. Standing for long makes my legs tired and my back aches. Sister Hua, you sit too. Let's have a good chat. Seeing how familiar Mother Lu was, Huawan felt a bit awkward even though they were in her own shop. She sat down as well. Mother Lu then took her hand and said warmly, Sister, I've loved eating since I was young. Don't laugh at me. My father was a pig butcher, so we always had meat to eat. Later, I married Yaozu's father, and we never had to worry about food, so I've never been able to lose weight. I worry too. No matter how pretty my dresses are, I still feel ugly. My friends act close to me, but behind my back, they laugh and say I look like a painted barrel. This metaphor almost made Huawan laugh. She secretly looked back at Mo Chuan, who was also trying not to laugh, biting his lip and looking at Huawan with a face like he was constipated. It's okay, you can laugh. I've learned to accept it, Xiaoyun said kindly, patting Huawan's hand. So, sister, do you have any ideas to help me? I'll give you money. Your father too, she ordered. Lu quickly took out a purse and placed it on the table. Huawan weighed the purse. It was heavy. She pushed it back and said, You don't need that much. Here's an idea. During the day, go to the school cafeteria for meals. Eat whatever the children eat. In the evening, eat with Yaozu at the shop. Xiaoyun was doubtful. Will that work? Flour Roll said. This morning, you only need to eat 1 egg and 2 meat buns. At noon, after finishing your meal at the school, walk back to the city. It's spring now, and all the flowers are blooming along the way. The scenery is beautiful. You can also burn some calories. Don't eat any other food. Stick to this plan for a week, no, 7 days, and see how it works. Flour Roll quickly planned her entire day's meals. Xiaoyun's eyes widened. Just like that? It's so simple. She had tried many ways to lose weight over the years, even drinking many herbal teas, but with little effect. One reason was she couldn't control her appetite, and the other was she was too lazy to move. Now, seeing how easily Flour Roll described it, she wondered if it just meant eating dry food or porridge. If so, she really couldn't do it. The children's meals are fixed. Every day, there is a big portion of meat, a small portion of meat, and 2 vegetable dishes, prepared by a man. Don't worry, they will taste good. Hearing that she wouldn't go hungry and that there would be both meat and vegetables, Xiaoyun decided to give it a try. She took out a silver ingot. Then I'll pay for a month first. Flour Roll took the silver and casually asked, "Have you eaten tonight?" "Yes." I gnawed on 3 pig's trotters and ate 2 bowls of noodles. Flour Roll, she said, "You can't eat so much in the future. Each meal has a fixed amount." Xiaoyun looked worried. "What if I get hungry?" "Just drink some tea when you're hungry. It will be tough at first, but once your stomach shrinks, it will get easier." Flour Roll thought for a moment. "Or maybe you can go to the embroidery shop tomorrow. We have many beautiful new summer dresses. Let Lin Yang make a small one for you, and you can hang it up to see when you can wear it." "That sounds good. I'll go pick one tomorrow." After Lu Boss and the others left, Flour Roll and a man discussed that Lu's mother would go to the school for a meal tomorrow. A man was asked to prepare more dishes and fewer staple foods for her. A man found it strange. Why would an adult go to the school to eat? Flour Roll added, "Prepare another room for her." A man nodded in agreement. Lu Boss also found it strange. Before returning home, he asked Xiaoyun in the carriage, "Why don't you want to eat at your own restaurant anymore? And you're giving money to go to the school for a meal?" Xiaoyun rolled her eyes at him. "You don't understand. Look at our son, he's gotten thinner. I can lose weight too. The weather is getting hot soon, and I want to show off a bit in front of my friends." The next morning, she followed Huazhuan's instructions and ate 1 egg and 2 large meat buns. However, they didn't make her feel full at all. She thought for a moment and reached out to grab a 3rd meat bun. Yaozu said, "Mother, Sister Hua said 2 buns. How can you eat a 3rd one?" "Well, I'm hungry and I probably won't make it until lunchtime." "Mother, you're not keeping your promises. You're not even listening to me," Boss Lu said. "I think you should just drink a pot of hot tea. Even if you pretend to be full on the first day, you need to act normal." Xiaoyun hesitated with her hand in the air for a while, but in the end, her reason won. She took her hand back, wiped her clothes to scratch an itch, and said, "All right, I'll drink tea." She picked up the teapot and drank most of a large pot. Surprisingly, when the tea entered her stomach along with the buns, she actually felt a little full. She stood up, patted her stomach, and said, "I'm not hungry anymore. Mother, I'm full now." Usually, she ate greasy food and only had a big movement every few days. But now, thanks to the tea, she felt the urge to go. She hurried to the outhouse and had a satisfying movement for nearly half an hour. When she stood up, her legs felt weak, but her body was very light. She even felt her waistband loosen a bit. She had eaten little that morning, and now she was running to the toilet again, feeling hungry. She ran to the kitchen 3 times, but finally held back. Thinking she was fine, she decided to go see Huazhuan's embroidery workshop. She took a carriage out of the city. The embroidery workshop was crowded, and it was hard to find a place to park. The coachman parked the carriage in the lot, and Xiaoyun walked over herself. If the street food stall at night was lively, then during the day, the embroidery workshop was packed with people. Even Xiaoyun marveled at how busy Huazhuan's business was. When she entered, she realized she had arrived just in time. The new summer clothes had just been released, and everyone was eager to see them. Lin Yang had set up many chairs in the yard, arranged for everyone to sit down, and offered snacks and tea. Everything was ready. She stood on the steps, confidently introducing the new clothes. She first gave a speech, thanking everyone for their interest in the embroidery workshop. Then, she calmly had a few wooden mannequins brought out, some men, some women, all perfectly proportioned, dressed in the freshly made outfits. 12 dolls, 12 sets of clothes, each with a different style. Some have narrow long shirts with side closures paired with pleated skirts, others have round neck tops with high-waisted pleated skirts, and some feature simple jackets with elaborate traditional skirts. Some look cute, some elegant, some cool, and others flowing and graceful. Next to the dolls, there are fabric color cards for everyone to choose and match. Linian explains each piece carefully, talking about fabric colors and embroidery, paying attention to every detail. What's more exciting is that this time, they also introduce shoes, socks, and bags. Although there aren't many styles, they match the clothing colors perfectly. Wearing a complete set looks very harmonious and eye-catching. Most of the customers are young women. They've never seen such a new shopping style before. 12 different dresses are displayed neatly in front of them. They feel dazzled, like each one is beautiful, and find it hard to choose. Before Linian finishes explaining, they are eager to discuss with friends which set to buy. Xiaoyan also likes them very much. She's thinking whether to buy the green jacket or the pink and blue top. Then she worries about her figure, thinking she might be laughed at if she wears them. She feels a little sad. But it's only a moment. She quickly comforts herself. Yao Zhu has already lost a few pounds. If I listen to Hua Mei, I can definitely lose weight before summer. Thinking this, she immediately stands up and calls out to Linian. Linian, I'm Huawan's sister. I want to buy those 2 sets on the left. Behind her, a young girl recognizes her as the older woman who just squeezed in and rolls her eyes. Auntie, you'd better forget it. You can't fit into these clothes. Xiaoyan turns around and says, what if I can't wear them? Can I buy them and hang them up at home? I like that. Her shout immediately causes chaos. All the customers stand up, eager to make their choices. Linian quickly tries to keep order. Everyone, don't rush. I haven't finished explaining yet. No need to explain. We've bought your clothes before. Just tell us the prices, someone says. Linian smiles and replies, all right. Please line up and come here to measure your size and place your order. All 12 outfits are affordable, made from fabrics bought by Huawan in modern times. They focus on looking good, breathable, and practical. The other 2 high-end sets are made from traditional fabrics, with more intricate embroidery, looking more luxurious and elegant. After these young women leave, the remaining customers start browsing the store slowly. Some of them were maids sent by wealthy families, while others were noble daughters who loved shopping. Naturally, they weren't in a hurry to choose dresses. Linian led them around the shop, and finally, 2 female models appeared, wearing 2 high-end dresses to show them. She also told them that each of these dresses was a limited edition of 5, with different colors for each set. As expected, they immediately liked them. The combination of high quality and limited availability was exactly what they wanted. Soon, 6 orders were placed. Linian carefully discussed the color schemes and embroidery patterns with them. They didn't mind the high prices and paid in full right away. No matter the era, girls are always eager to buy beautiful clothes. Linian looked at the stack of deposit slips with great happiness. The embroidery workshop would be busy for a while. Fortunately, the girls she carefully trained before the new year could now do many tasks. Life was getting better, and she felt very pleased. She didn't let down Huajuan's trust. Xiuyan struggled to squeeze out of the crowd, sweating all over. She held 2 orders in her hands, feeling extremely happy. She specifically asked the girl measuring her to make the clothes 2 sizes smaller. She decided to push herself a little. She heard that this was only the first batch of dresses, and there would be even more beautiful ones later. She couldn't miss out on this opportunity. She felt lucky. If she hadn't come today, she would regret missing this treasure shop. After a busy morning, she didn't realize she was hungry. Suddenly, her stomach growled, and she remembered it was lunchtime. The embroidery workshop was a bit far from the school. The carriage was parked at another lot, so she had to walk there. Fortunately, there were signs along the way. Following the arrows, she headed toward the village. The road was smooth and easy to walk, with various flowers blooming along the way. Just as Huan said, spring flowers were in full bloom. Xiuyan enjoyed the scenery as she walked. This was the first time she paid attention to things beyond food, until she heard the sound of reading aloud. She looked ahead and saw a wooden school building. Class hadn't finished yet. She entered and saw neat rooms. Behind the buildings was a large open space with many tools, probably the martial arts training area that Yafu mentioned. She had never been here before. Following the smell of food, she found the dining hall. The meal was already prepared. A man and several villagers were busy inside. When they saw Xiuyan walk in, she immediately waved her hand. Xiuyan went over, smiled, and greeted a man. "Miss a man. My old Lu for my family said your cooking is very delicious. I feel so lucky to have a meal. A man blushed shyly, then took out a wooden tray and served her food according to the instructions from Huawan. There were 2 braised chicken legs, a large spoon of oyster sauce lettuce, a serving of cucumber stir-fried with lean meat, and half a bowl of rice. That was Xiaoyun's meal portion. Holding the tray, a man signaled for Xiaoyun to follow her. They went to a room next door, placed the tray on the table, and made a gesture inviting her to sit. Xiaoyun understood that she and the children would eat separately. She could understand it was a bit awkward to eat with so many children around. But about this food. She looked up and asked a man, "Can I have more after I finish?" A man shook her head and gestured with her finger, indicating one. "Only 1 portion?" Xiaoyun complained, "That's too little. Usually I eat 7 chicken legs and 3 bowls of rice in 1 meal." A man wanted to explain that this was arranged by Boss Hua. She had written Boss Hua on the table. Xiaoyun couldn't read, so she didn't understand what a man had written. A man gestured for a long time, but she still couldn't figure it out. She gave up and said, "All right, I'll just eat like this. I'll ask Boss Hua tonight." When a man heard her mention Boss Hua, she nodded vigorously. Xiaoyun asked, "You mean Boss Hua arranged this?" A man kept nodding. Xiaoyun understood. She could only eat this much. Fine, for the beautiful dresses she saw today, she was willing to try. But honestly, the food was very tasty. The chicken legs were especially flavorful, the lettuce was crunchy, the cucumber stir-fried with lean meat was refreshing and tasty, and the rice was soft and fragrant. She finished eating quickly. Looking at the empty bowls and plates and her unremarkable stomach, she sighed and thought, "Just endure a little longer. Dinner will be here." This house has many windows, providing lots of light. Inside, students sit neatly in rows. The teacher stands at the front, holding a book. He reads a sentence, and the students repeat after him. Unlike other private schools, the children sit on chairs with backs, not low stools. The desks are also taller, not small tables. Xiaoyun nods, thinking, "This way, I won't press on my belly." It feels much more comfortable. She finds Yao Zhu, who also notices his mother. He quickly waves his hand, signaling her to go away. He feels embarrassed for his classmates to see his mother visiting him. Xiaoyun has no choice but to step back. With nowhere else to go, she decides to return the way she came. Walking along the country road, her steps steady. The rocky, muddy ground turns into a smooth stone-paved road, making her walk much easier. She touches the gold bar in her pocket, dreaming of how beautiful clothes will make her stand out on the street. She feels very happy. With this hope, she endures the afternoon and finally waits for nightfall. She quickly gets into a cart heading straight to the snack shop. When she sees the steamed buns, she tears up with joy. Just as she wants to complain about being so hungry, the buns speak first. "You're here. Did you manage to hold on today?" This question makes Xiaoyun feel proud. She happily tells the buns, "Little sister Hua, I actually made it. I didn't eat anything else. I walked a lot too." Huabun is happy for her. That's amazing. Many people can't last the first day. For the first time, Xiaoyun feels recognized. She is both happy and a little surprised. "Really?" Huabun says. "Of course. If you get through tonight, you'll feel the change tomorrow." With this encouragement, Xiaoyun also feels she is quite impressive. Yao Zhu, standing nearby, also happily says, "Mother, you're really great." This makes Xiaoyun so happy she feels she can go hungry for 2 more hours. Huabun says, "The most important thing now is to keep up what you've achieved today. Dinner is very important. If you mess up, all your effort today will be wasted." Hearing this, Xiaoyun becomes nervous. "Then I'll eat whatever you tell me. I'll do exactly as you say." Huabun takes out 10 boiled shrimp and a tomato. "Tonight, you only eat these." Xiaoyun's eyes widen. What? She's been hungry all afternoon, looking forward to dinner. She pointed to the steak on Yaozu's plate and asked, "Why can Yaozu eat beef?" Huawan patiently explained, "Yaozu is growing, and today he practiced martial arts, so he needs to eat well." Xiaoyun looked at the shrimp with a worried expression. Huawan asked, "Did you go to the embroidery shop today?" Talking about it made her excited. Xiao Yun said happily. Yes. I finally went. It was my first time seeing clothes being sold like that. They had a row of mannequins, and the clothes on them looked just like real people. And let me tell you, those clothes are the best I've ever seen. It seemed the fake mannequins worked well. Huawan asked, did many people buy them? Xiaoyan got even more excited.
Yes.
A lot. All young, pretty girls. The whole embroidery shop smelled nice. When they were deciding, you wouldn't believe how crowded it was, like they were giving things away. Luckily, I'm strong, so I bought 2 sets. I asked them to make me 2 sizes smaller, just like you told me. She kept talking nonstop. Then she looked at the shrimp on her plate and said, for the clothes, I'm willing to try anything. She wasn't worried anymore. She started peeling and eating the shrimp. Besides, they were really delicious. In a few minutes, she finished the dish. She picked up a tomato, took a bite, and reminisced about what she ate today while chatting with Huawan. Hey, Huamei, how do they make that cucumber stir-fry with sliced pork so tender? Our restaurant can't make such good pork. Then she realized she might have said too much and quickly added, oops, I shouldn't have asked. Just forget I asked. Huawan didn't mind. She didn't make money from stir-fried pork anyway. She explained, before stir-frying, we marinate the meat. We use starch and a little soy sauce, rub it in, then pour a spoonful of peanut oil and let it sit. Really? What's starch? Starch is powder extracted from potatoes after soaking in water. When stir-frying, we add a little water 3 times, stirring each time. This makes the meat crispy. Wow, so there are many tricks, Xiaoyan nodded. She smiled at Huawan and said, you really don't treat me like a stranger. You told me all this. Don't worry, I won't let you lose out. She then took out 2 silver ingots and handed them to Huawan. Consider this my payment for the idea. Huawan didn't want to accept. The information was easy to find online and not secret at all. She tried to refuse for a long time, but Xiaoyan was determined to give her the money. She was so strong that she almost squeezed Huajuan's wrist red, so Huawan had to give up. Xiaoyan explained logically, I need to give this money. Only then can I feel at ease. We must never do anything dishonest in business. It's very important. Huawan accepted the silver and also gave Xiaoyan a tip on how to remove the pig's unpleasant smell. At that time, pork wasn't the most popular meat, partly because it had a strange smell that was hard to get rid of. Huawan told Xiaoyan that if a male pig was castrated when young, the smell would be less. After slaughtering, the pig also needs to be bled and the blood removed, which helps reduce the smell. This information was very useful to Xiaoyan. Her mother raised pigs, and her husband's family ran a restaurant. She wanted to memorize every word Huawan said. She asked Huawan more details, feeling very excited and deeply grateful. She patted her chest and said, Sister, from now on, you are my real sister. If you ever need help, I'll do anything for you. Huawan chuckled. It's not that serious, just some small tips. Xiaoyan was so excited she couldn't calm down. She pulled Yaozu and ordered, Yaozu, watch over her. This is your aunt. From now on, call her auntie, not sister who. Understand? Yaozu didn't understand what was happening but obeyed his mother. He called Huawan clearly, Auntie. Xiaoyan gently pushed her son back to his seat and continued speaking to Huawan, let Yaozu respect you. Huawan couldn't help but laugh. She thought to herself that she had gained a nephew just from one meal. Losing weight is a difficult problem that has troubled many girls throughout history. There are no shortcuts. Only strong mental willpower can help you get through. Xiaoyan ate healthy school meals during the day and at night. Huawan gave her enough emotional support. She drew many pictures of pancakes until she felt dizzy, but still managed to get through a few days. Because her starting weight was high, the results were very noticeable. The first place she saw a difference was her stomach. One morning, Xiaoyan woke up and realized she could see her toes when she looked down. She screamed loudly, startling Boss Lu, who was getting dressed nearby. What's wrong? Boss Lu turned around and saw Xiaoyan barefoot on the floor, looking down as if she had seen a ghost. His father, I can see my toes now, Xiaoyan said with wide eyes. Boss Lu didn't think much of it and said, It's nothing special. You scared me for a moment. Don't you understand? Before, I could only see my belly when I looked down. Now I can see my toes. Only then did Boss Lu look at Xiaoyun carefully. He circled around her, touching his chin, and said, "It seems like my waist really has become thinner. See?
See?
I told you. I really lost weight. Sister Hua is amazing." She said I could lose weight. Xiaoyun happily lifted her clothes and started imagining how she would look after summer, transforming completely and surprising her friends. When she received positive feedback, things became much easier. Xiaoyun became more active. If she could walk, she wouldn't take a carriage. If she drank tea, she wouldn't add sugar. At noon, she ate a balanced meal with vegetables and some meat, less oil and carbs. In the evening, she ate high-quality protein with vegetables, delicious and not fattening. Huawan even placed a scale in the shop. Every night, Xiaoyun came to weigh herself. She couldn't understand the numbers, but Huawan told her the readings, and as the numbers slowly decreased, she felt a great sense of achievement that overshadowed her craving for food. The summer clothing line at embroidery workshops sold well from the first pre-order phase. While looking through the order records, Huawan noticed most customers preferred to buy finished products in existing color combinations. Few customers tried to mix and match colors based on the color chart. So, Huawan asked the embroiderers to make some sample clothes during busy times, using all kinds of colors. Linian, naturally talented in embroidery, was very creative. She boldly used contrasting colors and different shades within the same color family. Some colors that even Huawan wouldn't choose turned out to look very striking when made into finished garments. For example, bright yellow and gentle crimson purple, when used on soft fabrics, gave a high-end feel. Huawan immediately got an idea. She told Linian to keep the clothes secret and not reveal them. Then she contacted a few struggling scholars in the city who could write letters for her and hurriedly prepared a batch of invitation cards. She decided to hold a fashion show, which modern people call a clothing display. There were many thin girls in the embroidery workshop. Huawan chose a few with less noticeable features to be models. Of course, they couldn't walk on a runway like modern models. First, there wasn't enough time for training, and second, the ancient people wouldn't accept such a new style. At first, the embroiderers were resistant to Huawan's plan. They felt that, as respectable women, it was not proper for them to act like performers in front of people. Huawan explained that only women could participate in this show. They just needed to wear the clothes, stand straight, and walk slowly around the workshop so the wealthy ladies and young misses could see how the dresses moved. They found this level of exposure acceptable as long as they didn't have to pose or act in a showy way. So, the plan was settled. Next, they made some small changes inside the workshop, moving tables elsewhere, leaving space in the middle for the models to walk, and placing chairs on both sides. They even put chairs upstairs. If there were many visitors, the embroiderers would have to walk upstairs too. They also needed enough candle holders to keep the lighting bright, and the entire workshop was decorated more beautifully. Huawan carefully planned everything with her pen. When Xiaoyun heard about it, she became very interested. She was amazed by the mannequin models before, but now there would be real people. She finally found something to do. Over the next 2 days, she followed Huawan around in the evenings, busy helping out, and she became a bit thinner. The invitations were first given to loyal customers. As word spread, the news of the new event at Huawan's workshop spread throughout the city. Before they could even send out all the invitations, many people came to ask for them. With so many people eager to attend, Huawan could only test their sincerity with a deposit. Huawan said, "Our shop has a rule. New customers must pay a deposit to get an invitation. If they don't like the clothes, the deposit will be returned after the event. If they do like them, the deposit counts as a down payment." Surprisingly, everyone accepted this. Participating in the fashion show was a great way to show off. All the invitations were handed out. Huawan looked at the courtyard of the workshop and thought about whether to put chairs there as well. She looked at the nervous models inside the room and decided it was better not to stay, since there was no privacy outside either. Xiaoyun was very impressed. She couldn't believe that all the invitation letters were gone in such a short time. She said in surprise, The dresses are selling so well. Then why are we still opening a restaurant? Someone passing by nearby said, you should see who is selling them. It takes a clever person like Boss Hua to do that. Don't believe me? Look at all the ready-made clothing shops in the city. None of them are as popular as this. Xiaoyan nodded. Yes, Huawan snack shop is one of a kind. She immediately puffed up her chest and proudly said, of course. My sister's smart ideas are the best. Not only the decorations, but the food also had to be prepared. With so many people, they couldn't just serve milk tea. Huawan bought all kinds of tasty drinks. There was Wangzai milk, peach oolong tea, grape juice, chocolate milk, Ovaltine cocoa, soy milk, and various flavored yogurts, several bottles of each. They also bought jelly, preserved plums, small buns, pork jerky, beef jerky, chocolates, cookies, soda crackers, egg rolls, soft candies, hard candies, and more. For cakes, they had their signature Swiss roll, cupcakes, Napoleon, macarons, cream puffs, and egg tarts. Forget the taste for now. Just looking at these soft-colored little desserts on the table, who wouldn't be tempted? Xiaoyan asked, Sister, are you just leaving them out to eat freely? Aren't you going to charge? Huawan said. How much are these worth? The main thing is the clothes. These snacks only cost a few hundred yuan, but a dress sells for a lot more. Plus, there are many young girls learning to sew in the embroidery workshop. They are building a good reputation for the workshop. When these girls grow up, the steady stream of orders will help them have enough to eat and drink. Returning to the embroidery workshop, Lin Yang was already waiting at the door. When the guests arrived, she led them inside and guided them to their seats according to the prearranged arrangement. As soon as they entered the workshop, even the most experienced wealthy ladies were amazed. The entire interior had completely changed. Not to mention the various lanterns hanging every few steps, the walls and windows were decorated with thin, pale green silk ribbons that fluttered gently in the breeze, making the room feel soft and gentle. There were also some realistic-looking fern plants hanging down along the walls. Everywhere in the room, there were many fresh flowers, mostly in soft pink shades. These flowers were arranged in small bunches, blending with large areas of green silk ribbons, creating the feeling of being in a wildflower meadow. Not only that, the tables were covered with white silk cloths, on which various felt dolls were displayed, red mushrooms, little white rabbits in tiny dresses, little girls carrying baskets. Hanging on the staircase at the back was a banner with 4 large characters, the Enchanted Forest. It felt like a real fairy tale. Every guest who first entered the shop paused at the door, stunned by what they saw, afraid that stepping further might lead them into another world. More and more people gathered behind. Lin Yang gently reminded everyone, ladies and young misses, please come inside. They seemed to wake from a dream, marveling in awe as they followed Lin Yang. As she walked, Lin Yang explained, the theme of this exhibition is the Enchanted Forest, as you can see. The workshop uses green as the main color, decorated with various flowers to match our theme. The women nodded. No wonder I feel like I am standing in a grassy field. Since it's all arranged, how come I can still smell the scent of grass? Lin Yang smiled softly. It was all thanks to the scented candles prepared in advance by the flower shop owner. The fragrance comes from these candles, she said, casually pointing. Everyone looked down and noticed many small glowing objects on the ground that resembled coconut shells. When they got closer, they saw tiny candles inside. In the middle of the hall, a T-shaped stage was built with wooden planks, and the candles were placed along both sides of the T. To prevent their skirts from catching fire, Huan took many brown coconut shells and covered the candles with them. These coconut shells were much larger than the candles. Huan even carved small holes on the sides so that the candlelight wouldn't be blocked and to prevent skirts from accidentally touching the flames. The most important thing is that the atmosphere is very strong. At this moment, everyone doesn't know what kind of event this clothing show will be, only curious why there is a stage in the middle and why the guests are sitting along the sides. Maybe there will be singing and dancing performances, they think. Lady Li told everyone, unless you have special requests, please sit according to the name cards on the tables. The young girls disagreed, saying, why are the seats fixed? I want to sit with my friends. In such a beautiful environment, of course, they want to chat with their friends and enjoy themselves. The ladies also thought about it and said, That's fine. Let the young ones sit together. They have some topics to talk about. Lady Li quickly ordered people to rearrange the name cards, but the girls from the embroidery workshop had never interacted with outsiders and didn't recognize everyone. They became flustered for a moment. The girls were worried they might accidentally damage the felt dolls on the table, so they hurriedly said, "We'll do it ourselves. We are the ones in charge, after all, and we have made this request." They then chose their seats, exchanged their name cards with the ones on the table, and in just a few minutes, everything was settled. As they sat down, they noticed that even the cushions were decorated with soft animal patterns, some red, some white, some black, and many colors they had never seen before. They felt the cushions were so soft and smooth that they couldn't put them down. They still kept their ladylike composure, but the sparkle in their eyes and the slight upward curve of their lips showed how much they loved these cute accessories. Gently sitting down, it felt like sitting on a cloud. They lightly touched the small dolls on the table with their fingers, feeling very happy inside. There were also many small snacks on the table. They wanted to eat but didn't dare to because according to the rules, if it was a banquet and the host hadn't eaten yet, the guests shouldn't start eating either. But this wasn't exactly a banquet. A shop had simply placed the food on the table, leaving them unsure of what was going on. As the sky darkened, the room remained brightly lit. The flower rolls had arrived and were upstairs, doing makeup for the models. This time, the makeup was kept light to match the dresses. She also prepared a folding fan for each girl to cover their faces, worried they might be too shy. The models were very nervous. Even after practicing many times, they still couldn't stop trembling. Flower Roll also considered this point and comforted them, saying, "It's okay. I will go first later. Just watch me, and you won't feel nervous." The girls found her words strange, but didn't ask any questions. Soon, they would realize that what Flower Boss said was always true. Time was almost up. The Bluetooth speaker played a gentle flute melody, and everyone below stopped talking. Lin Yang stood in a corner on the second floor and said to everyone, "Welcome to the first clothing show at Flower Roll Embroidery Workshop." After speaking, she led the applause. She remembered that Flower Boss said it was more important to warm up the atmosphere first. The guests also clapped along. She continued, "This show is a new attempt. We are very honored to have ladies and young women as witnesses. Every dress you see today is a sincere work from Flower Roll Embroidery Workshop. Each detail has special meaning, making them the most unique in the city and even across the country. We offer free drinks and snacks. Now, while enjoying the food, please join us in starting this wonderful journey together." After she finished, 3/4 of the lanterns on the surrounding walls went out, making the guests' areas dim. The lanterns in the middle of the room remained bright. Because of this, the runway became the brightest and most eye-catching part of the room. The flute music became lively. Flower Roll appeared on the second floor. She wore a custom evening gown with a huge, exaggerated pink tulle skirt layered many times, with countless pleats shaped like flowers. The top was a matching tight-fitting strapless bodice covered in sequins that sparkled under the candlelight. At the top of the bodice was a circle of small pink roses that extended to the shoulder straps on both sides. She wore pink, shiny gloves that were very long, covering her arms up to the armpits, leaving only a patch of shoulder skin visible, making her upper body look less exposed. She carried a basket and stood on the second floor, happily tossing 2 handfuls of flower petals down to the crowd. Then she jumped and skipped down the stairs to the first floor. Her smile made all the guests genuinely smile along with her. She has snow-white skin, wears light makeup, and her slightly curly long hair is simply draped behind her head. She truly looks like a fairy untouched by worldly matters. Huan walks and jumps lightly, her dress almost filling the entire runway. As she moves, the hem swings back and forth, and the flowers on it seem to come alive, opening and closing. They have never seen such a gorgeous and exaggerated dress. They are deeply captivated, their eyes following Huajuan's steps until she reaches the end of the runway. Then Huan spins lightly, waves to everyone, flicks her long hair, swings her dress, and strikes various poses as if taking photos. Finally, she runs and jumps back to her starting point. Someone must have started clapping first, which encouraged everyone else to join in, and applause kept going. The models waiting upstairs saw how relaxed Hwan was, and they felt less nervous too. At least they didn't have to run and jump, they just needed to walk over and back, which was much easier than what Hwan did, they thought. After Hwan returned upstairs, Lin Yang announced the clothing show officially begins. Hwan went back to the dressing room and said to the models, "Not nervous anymore?" The models all smiled and shook their heads, not nervous now. The music softened, and one by one, girls dressed in various colorful and stylish dresses came out holding fans. They stood tall and moved calmly, allowing all the guests to see the details and style of the clothes clearly, showing their true beauty. Lin Yang also gave a detailed introduction from upstairs. If someone liked a dress, they could write its number on the back of the name tag on the table, and someone would come to collect it later. This new way of shopping greatly encouraged spending. Seeing the beautiful models, they could imagine how they would look in the clothes, and they quickly wrote down the numbers on paper. Hwan sat upstairs, trying to calm her racing heart. She was pretending not to be nervous, but she was really just holding on. Hwasheng hurriedly ran up, shouting, "Sister! Sister!" Hwan was startled. She quickly stood up and asked, "What's wrong? Is something wrong at the shop?" Hwasheng shook her head, panting, and said, "General Liu is back. He's downstairs in the backyard." Hearing this, Hwan froze for half a second. She didn't care what she was wearing and hurried down the stairs, holding up her heavy dress. "Wait, sister. Your coat." Hwasheng quickly grabbed a coat from the bench and chased after her. Hwan ran to the backyard and saw Looming Lee standing under the big tree with his hands behind his back. He was dressed in black, tall and straight as always, but he seemed a bit thinner, giving off a cool feeling in the moonlight. The moment Hwan saw Looming Lee, her eyes slightly reddened. She stopped a few steps away and softly called, "You're back." Looming Lee turned around, his deep eyes looking at Hwan, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Yes, I'm back." At this time, Hwasheng also hurried over and draped her coat over Hwan. Hwan then remembered she was wearing an evening dress and felt a little shy, tugging at her skirt. The light coat slipped down her shoulders and Looming Lee quickly stepped forward, grabbing the coat and putting it back on her. As Looming Lee approached, a strange, strong male presence immediately surrounded Hwan, making her even more confused. The coat covered Hwajuan's exposed shoulders. Looming Lee took a big step back and softly said to her, "Today." After saying these 3 words, he realized he couldn't find the right words to describe Hwan. He stopped halfway through his sentence. Looming Lee looked awkward, but Hwan felt more relaxed. She looked up at him, blinked, and asked directly, "Do I look good today?" After saying that, she spun around to show him. Looming Lee's eyes lost focus. She looked like a fairy, her dress shining in the moonlight. Her long hair floated with her movements, and when she stopped, a strand hung at the corner of her mouth. He instinctively reached out his right hand, his long index finger slightly bent, slowly moving toward Hwajuan's face, gently brushing away the strand of hair. Hwan stared at Looming Lee in disbelief. He suddenly realized what he had done. His lips parted slightly, his Adam's apple moving up and down involuntarily, and after a moment he said, "Sorry. Tonight, you look truly beautiful, impossible to praise enough." Hwan, a science student, was stunned on the spot. She asked herself silently, "What does that mean? Is he complimenting me?" "It seems so. I think I heard the word praise." Repeating these 8 words 3 times in her mind, she decided to check the dictionary later. She still smiled and responded, "Thank you." Then there was another moment of silence. Hwan, you, Looming Lee, I, both spoke at the same time. Hwan quickly said, "You go first." Looming Lee nodded. "I just returned and haven't entered the city yet. I wanted to come here first to let you know." He knew he shouldn't have done this, but his legs seemed to have a mind of their own. Before he realized it, he was already standing at the snack shop door. He continued, "Is the snack stand still okay?" Hwan nodded. "Yes, it's fine. Mo Chuan and the others are helping, so I don't have to worry too much." Looming Lee asked again, "Is the elementary school still good?" Hwan nodded again. "Yes, it's fine. I'll have someone send the account books to you someday." And you? Are you doing okay? Hwan looked up into his eyes, her eyes slightly red. She choked and said, Not good, not at all. I miss you. Loomingly was deeply moved. His breathing suddenly became heavy. His hands trembled slightly as he wanted to hold Hwan tightly, but he was afraid to do so. He knew he couldn't take on this responsibility.
Hwan didn't care about that.
She had suffered so much and no longer wanted to hold back. With manners. She took a step forward and threw herself into Loomingly's arms, her hands tightly around his waist. Hwan's action completely surprised Loomingly. Her strength almost made him lose his balance. He took a small step back, quickly regained his footing, and stood steady. His heart was pounding with panic. His hands hovered in the air, unsure of what to do, feeling helpless. Hwan sniffled and said, I'm really worried about you. I don't know what to do. I'm afraid of the war. You don't have a phone, so I can't send you messages. Even if you have a phone, there's no signal, so you wouldn't receive my messages. And you don't write me letters. What am I supposed to do? Boo-hoo, she poured out all her feelings of frustration, not caring if he understood or not. Loomingly only felt the warmth from her embrace. He didn't know whether to hug her or not, so he could only comfort her softly. Yes, it's all my fault. I'm sorry. Hwan looked up, tears still on her face. She said fiercely, If you don't hold me, you're doomed. Hearing this, Loomingly couldn't hold back anymore. He used all his strength to hold Hwan tightly. The steamed bun's body was so soft and small, he didn't dare use even half his strength. He took a deep breath and, in a hoarse voice, whispered beside the steamed bun's ear, I miss you too. Inside the room, soft music played, while outside, deep feelings lingered. The steamed bun's heart was pounding wildly. She made a decision in her mind. Just as she was about to speak, Loomingly's voice came from above her. Hwan, wait for me. Once I finish things here, I will go with you. Hwan gently pushed him away and asked, Can you leave everything here behind? Loomingly gently wiped her tears with his sleeve and sighed. My trip north hasn't gone smoothly. War is approaching fast. I can't run away now. Do you understand? Hwan nodded. Once the war ends, I will stay at the snack shop with you. Then, Hwan quickly covered his mouth. Wait, don't make promises yet, she continued. But what about Grandma Lu? What will happen to her? He took her hand and held it, saying, With Loomingjer here, Grandma will be well taken care of. He's grown up now and should take on responsibilities. Loomingly wanted to say more, but Mo Chuan's voice came from the corner. Hwan. Hwan turned around and saw Mo Chuan in the shadows. She asked, What are you doing? Mo Chuan stepped out, still holding his hand over his eyes. Are you two done yet? This is so inappropriate, Hwan questioned. How is a hug inappropriate? You watch short videos every day, and I bet you've saved some things I don't know about. Mo Chuan lowered his hand, eager to jump in. That's different. That's on the phone, not real people. And look at the environment, you. Ugh. Just say what you need to say. Mo Chuan kept talking. The embroidery shop is booming, but you don't care. The snack shop is empty, and someone's drunk and causing trouble. A man can't find you, and he's worried sick. He stopped here, watching Loomingly walk over and help Hwan tighten her coat. Loomingly gently told Hwan, Go back and change your clothes so you don't catch a cold. Hwan looked up at him and said, Okay, I'll change in a bit. Neither of them paid attention to Mo Chuan. Hwan and Loomingly said, You should go back first. I need to handle some things. Loomingly nodded. Okay, go ahead. Hwan jumped happily and ran back to the embroidery workshop to change clothes, leaving Mo Chuan looking confused. The two watched Hwan disappear at the top of the stairs. Mo Chuan looked back at Loomingly. Before he could speak, Loomingly said, If someone causes trouble, you won't be here. Find a better reason next time. After saying that, he turned and left. Mo Chuan. Tonight was really frustrating, so frustrating it made him speechless. The clothing exhibition was almost over. Hwan returned to the second floor of the embroidery workshop, changed her clothes, and after a few words with Lin Yang, she went back to the snack shop. The troublemaker was a story Mo Chuan made up. She didn't see anything happen, but she didn't think too much about it. No one was happier than her right now. She smiled and hummed a song as she wandered around the kitchen with a man. Mo Chuan stormed into the kitchen, angry. He asked, "Do you know what General Liu told me?" "He's so arrogant." Huan used a cloth as a handkerchief, twirling it with her finger, and said to Mo Chuan, "That's probably because you were at fault first. Otherwise, why would he target you?" Mo Chuan said in disbelief, "You didn't even ask what he said to me, and you're just taking his side." Huan asked, "Then tell me, what did he say?" He. "Forget it, it's fine." Mo Chuan remembered he was lying, so he sat down heavily, feeling defeated. After a moment, he asked again, "Are you really going to be with him? What can he do when he comes to the shop?" "Serve tea and water like I do." He couldn't imagine General Liu wearing an apron, serving dishes to customers. He said, "The first time I saw him, he was sitting tall on a fine horse, wearing armor, holding a long sword. Behind him, hundreds of soldiers followed, walking past me, and we had to give way." That scene was very impressive. I watched him from afar, thinking that he was talented and high above everyone. "Someone like me would never have any chance to meet him," he smiled. What a twist of fate. By the way, if he comes to the shop, am I more experienced than him? Does that mean he has to listen to me? Haha, flour roll. It's not that, you just have one more boss. Mo Chuan. That flour roll remembered something and asked him, "Miss Xiao told me that General Liu's parents both died. Do you know why?" Mo Chuan hurriedly waved his hand. "That's a taboo topic." He looked around, then leaned in close to flour roll and whispered, "His father was accused of treason and executed by the emperor. His mother couldn't accept it and followed him." Flour roll's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. You must be mistaken. How could his father commit treason? Isn't treason punishable by death for the entire family? That doesn't make sense." Mo Chuan said, "Everyone knows this. I wouldn't be wrong." At that time, General Liu had achieved many victories on the front lines and earned all the military honors. He saved the other members of the Marquis family, so the emperor didn't pursue the matter further, just stripped him of his title. "I see." Flour roll thought for a moment and asked, "Did his father really commit treason?" Mo Chuan leaned back and said, "How would I, a common person, know about the affairs of the noble Marquis family?" Flour roll said, "Yuan Zhou is wholeheartedly dedicated to the country. Everyone can see that. It's not an exaggeration to call him a loyal and righteous man. If his father had committed treason, how could he have raised such a son?" Mo Chuan secretly rolled his eyes. Yuan Zhou, you really call him affectionately." At the door, carriages passed by one after another. Flour roll knew that the embroidery workshop had finished. She had told Lin Yang that before it ended, she would send someone to the parking lot to call the carriages so the drivers could pick up the guests. It was late, and she didn't want them to walk home alone. Chuan, go see if the embroidery workshop needs help." Mo Chuan looked as if he had swallowed a fly. "What did you just call me?" "Shut up. Aren't you jealous that I called Yuan Zhou affectionately? How can I favor one and neglect the other?" Chuan. "Shut up.
Don't call me that." "Ah."
"I'm going to be sick." Mo Chuan's face turned red and his neck thickened with anger, but he didn't forget Flour roll's instructions. He cursed and grumbled as he left. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Xiao Yun, with a bright face and full of enthusiasm, entered the snack shop. "Flour sister, the clothing show was really amazing. Did you know? It's the best performance I've ever seen, especially your pink dress, so dazzling. I can't take my eyes off it. Many people are asking about your dress. Although you can't wear it outside, they still want to buy it and hang it up to look at. Also, those dresses are so colorful and bold, and they all look so nice. I would never have thought of such combinations myself. By the way, every snack was so delicious. In my opinion, Liu Family Restaurant naturally lost to your team." Xiao Yun kept reminiscing excitedly, talking nonstop, still immersed in the wonderful scene just now. She was so amazed by how Huan decorated the venue, not to mention the ladies and young misses who saw it for the first time. Huan smiled but couldn't find words to reply. Xiao Yun didn't expect Huan's response. She just wanted to share her excitement. When Huan saw her finally stop, she asked, "You haven't eaten yet. Are you hungry? I'm not hungry. How could I eat now? Seeing those bright and beautiful dresses, I only regret my own fat body. Hwawan smiled and said, then you can have half a corn tonight. It's not good to skip everything. All right. Just half a, you said half a, so half it is. She turned the conversation and asked Hwawan, sister, do you think I can lose weight when summer comes? Hwawan thought carefully and said, not completely, but if you keep at it, your figure will become more balanced. You look better in clothes than now. Xiaoyan looked down at her belly happily and said, I think the biggest change is in my stomach. Hwawan nodded. I also think your chin has become sharper. Xiaoyan was even happier. My husband Lu also said that. He said my face shape has changed. If you ask me, it's really because of you, sister. Now Yao Zu's waist has shrunken. Hwawan thought, it's not really my skill. I looked up a lot of information. Xiaoyan took out 5 taels of silver and placed it on the table. You must take this money. I don't know much, only money. If you don't take it, I'll feel awkward with my sister. She'll get angry. Hwawan liked an angry sister. She reluctantly accepted the silver. Just then, Mo Chuan came back. The embroidery shop's guests have left. Lin Yang and the others are still busy checking orders, so they'll be quite busy tonight. She asked me to tell you to come again tomorrow night. Hwawan nodded. Then let's get ready to eat. Great. I am starving. I boiled a pot of water, put the flour rolls, enoki mushrooms and baby bok choy in, blanched for 1 minute, then took them out. Don't pour out the water. She then took some boxes of beef rolls from the fridge and added them to the pot to cook. Meanwhile, she chopped some garlic and sliced green and red chili peppers, then sautéed them in a wok until fragrant. She added 2 packets of sour soup base and some hot water, bringing it to a boil. By this time, the aroma was already filling the air. The sour and spicy smell was very tempting. She added all the blanched vegetables into the pot, giving the sour soup a soul. She served the entire pot, including the soup and vegetables, into a large ceramic bowl. She also put a small portion aside for Yaozu. As long as you don't drink the soup, this is a perfect low-fat meal. She sliced some dried red chili peppers and more garlic, making sure to add plenty of garlic for flavor. She placed these toppings on top of the soup bowl, then poured hot oil over them. The garlic and chili aroma wafted straight into the nose. Such a strong, tempting smell. Amon stir-fried some Dutch green peas with sausage and some greens. Seeing this, Hwawan thought it might not be enough, so she made a cold century egg salad. All the dishes were brought to the table, and everyone sat around eating together. The beef rolls had a milky aroma, and when picked up, they were coated with golden broth. The sour and spicy flavor was very appetizing. Mo Chuan didn't say a word and scooped some soup over his rice. He thought it was just like sour fish, only replacing the fish slices with beef rolls. Surprisingly, the taste was quite different. Everyone was busy eating, not talking much, except Xiaoyan. She was gnawing on half a corn cob, staring at the table with regret in her eyes. She wished she hadn't made such a big promise earlier. Now, calm and hungry, the feeling was overwhelming. The corn in her hand no longer seemed tasty. With so many people present, she couldn't admit she was hungry, so she sat quietly, gnawing on her corn and chatting with Hwawan. At first, they talked about beautiful dresses from the embroidery shop, but gradually the topic drifted. Is this beef? Can you eat beef while losing weight? Yaozu, is beef tasty? Hwawan said, Xiaoyun, you really need to hold on. I know, I was just asking, hee. The next day, the clothing exhibition became the hot topic among women in the city. The new and creative display and sales methods spread quickly, reaching the ears of other clothing shop owners. They were very eager and wanted to copy it. Unfortunately, they had never seen it in person and didn't have phones or cameras. They could only gather information from others and use their imagination to create something similar. They didn't have as many skilled embroidery women as Hwawan Embroidery Workshop. Unable to find models, they had to invite women from the brothels. These women, used to being glamorous, didn't know how to present themselves at the exhibition. They simply did things their own way, and the event unexpectedly turned into a contest to choose the top courtesan. Naturally, the clothes didn't sell well, and they also attracted some criticism. But that's a story for later. Some honest clothing shop owners sincerely approached Huan, hoping to buy her ideas. Huan had her own thoughts. If this kind of fashion show became popular, shops would be willing to display their clothes properly and confidently, instead of hiring brothel women to pose seductively. This would be very good for many young women, giving them a new job and income. Huan was happy to share her knowledge freely. Spring was growing warmer, and the breeze became gentle and warm. Since understanding each other with Loomingly, even though he was busy, he would still find time every evening to visit Huan at the shop. Sometimes they talked, sometimes he just sat quietly watching Huan work. At first, everyone felt strange about the sudden presence of a person in the kitchen, especially the famous General Liu. The atmosphere changed instantly, like a supervisor checking on them, causing some chaos. Mo Chuan complained to Huan more than once. General Liu has such a strong presence. When he's not in the same room, I don't feel it. Now I feel uncomfortable. Huan didn't mind and continued with her work as usual. Loomingly, who handled things his own way, quickly adapted and integrated into the team within a couple of days. One day, after the snack shop closed, Huan turned to talk to Loomingly and suddenly realized he had fallen asleep on his chair. He was resting his long fingers on his temple, eyes closed, with a slight frown between his brows.
It was clear he was exhausted.
Mo Chuan and the others were outside tidying up. Huan turned off the kitchen's main light, leaving only the small light above the range hood. She squatted in front of him. This was the first time she had seen him so close. His features were deep and well-defined, casting shadows on his profile. He was breathing lightly and looked much gentler than usual. Huan found a blanket and covered him. Unexpectedly, Loomingly was very alert. He instinctively grabbed Huan's hand and opened his eyes to look at her. Huan was startled and said, "I was worried you might catch a cold while sleeping." It seemed he hadn't fully recognized Huan yet. He just stared at her, then after a few seconds he reacted. He released her hand, sat upright, and pushed the blanket aside. He apologized out of habit. "Sorry, I must have fallen asleep." He stood up. The small kitchen felt even more cramped. After tidying his clothes, he told Huan, "My leave to serve my family has ended. I will be going to the capital tomorrow and may stay there for a while." Huan felt a little disappointed. "All right." Loomingly was silent for a moment and then said, "Huan, at most a year. I will settle everything here. I always keep my promises, so don't worry." Huan chuckled. "I didn't say anything serious." "Why are you being so serious?" Loomingly looked around. The small kitchen only had the two of them. He said, "Our actions might be a bit inappropriate. I don't want others to criticize us for having a close relationship." He was a man and didn't mind, but Huan was a woman. Her reputation was very important. Huan crossed her arms and teased him with a serious face. "General Liu, you've already hugged and held hands. Now you're remembering about rules?" Loomingly was stunned. He looked down at Huan's expression carefully, unable to tell if she was truly angry. Huan couldn't hold back and started laughing. Only then did he relax and laugh along with her. "Tomorrow evening, I will ask the housekeeper to bring my private collection. Some are gifts from the emperor and others from my parents. If you get tired of running the shop later, it will be enough for us to live on for a while." Huan had her own plans. She said, "Don't bring them yet. Let's talk about it when you come back." Loomingly calmly replied, "All right, we'll put that on hold for now." But inside, he was feeling anxious. Why was she so decisive in refusing? Did she regret it? Or did I do something wrong that made her upset? Flower Roll said, "Wait for me a moment. I'll get you some food to eat on the way." Loomingly was feeling restless and didn't know how to start a conversation until a large package was handed to him. "Such a big package? What's inside?" Flower Roll replied, "It's all food. It looks big because of the food boxes. The weather is getting warmer, so eat quickly or it might spoil. All right, go ahead and leave now." "It's too late." Flower Roll pushed him out of the kitchen and accompanied him to the horse station. He grabbed Flower Roll's hand and finally asked, "Are you regretting this?" Flower Roll shook her head. "I don't regret it." Loomingly was confused. "Then why?" "Wait until I come back and I'll tell you." Loomingly didn't understand what was happening, but Flour Roll's words made him feel anxious and uncertain. How can I be at ease with you saying that? Flour Roll thought for a moment and replied, I can't explain everything now. Don't worry, I'll write you a letter. Loomingly took a long stride onto his horse. All right, send the letter to Qingfu in Ma Tu Lane. Before Flour Roll could ask, he explained, That's my maternal family. It's not convenient for me to receive mail there. Loomingly turned to leave and reminded her again. Remember, it's Qingfu in Ma Tu Lane. Okay, I remember. He left happily. Loomingly rode his horse to the village entrance, where his people were already waiting. Seeing him approach, they bowed in greeting. Let's go. Today will be a bit tiring. We'll head to the capital overnight. By the third watch, around 3 a.m., Loomingly arrived in the capital. He first returned to the Lu residence, put down his luggage, took a bath, and changed into official robes. Then, he opened the package Flour Roll had prepared. Inside, he found 7 or 8 wooden boxes of different sizes and a set of instructions. He read carefully, selected 3 boxes, packed the rest, and then headed to the palace. After the morning court ended, he still had to wait for the emperor's summons, so he didn't plan to return home. Instead, he went directly to the Ministry of War with Guozhenjing. When he entered the dining hall of the Ministry of War, many officials were already having breakfast. In this era, after morning court, officials still had to work, so most didn't go home for meals. Each department arranged kitchens and dining rooms. Seeing Loomingly come in, everyone stood up and greeted him. He returned their greetings one by one. Guozhenjing went straight to the small kitchen and then came out shouting, General, today there is sweet potato porridge and steamed cakes. I will bring you a portion. No need. Loomingly also went into the kitchen, took out the lunchbox stored earlier, and asked the cook to reheat it before sending it out. He found an empty table in the dining room and sat down. Guozhen soon brought out breakfast and sat next to him. Officer Zhang Yao from the Ministry of War, who is an old acquaintance of Loomingly, also sat with a tray on his lap on the other side. Other officials exchanged glances quietly and started eating their own food. Zhang Yao said, I heard you went straight on leave after returning from the north this time. I found it strange. Usually, you make reporting your top priority. What's going on? Loomingly said, I have some personal matters to handle. Hearing this, Zhang Yao's eyes lit up. He looked at Guozhen, who silently shook his head. I heard there's a small snack shop over there that's very popular. It's called Huawan Snack Shop. I also heard you're familiar with the female owner. Loomingly nodded. That's right. He then leaned in mysteriously and asked, There are many rumors lately that you're close to the female owner. Is it true? Just as he was speaking, the cook brought over Loomingly's lunchbox and said, General Lu, it's already heated for you. Loomingly took out a bun along with its small plate and placed them on the table. Then he lifted the lid of the food box. As he was about to cover it again, he noticed a small note stuck on the lid. Zhang Yao asked, Are you upset after the engagement was called off? Loomingly looked at the note, which read, Lift gently, move slowly. Open the window first, then sip the soup. He smiled and shook his head. She really has clever ideas. Seeing Loomingly ignoring him and smiling at the box, Zhang Yao looked like he saw a ghost. He took the lid and read the words aloud. Lift gently. Move slowly. Open the window first. Then sip the soup? What does that mean? The commotion here was quite noticeable. Many people secretly looked over, curious to gossip. Loomingly took the lid back from Zhang Yao and put it on the food box. Then he picked up his chopsticks, gently pinched the folds of the soup bun, and lifted it. All the soup was squeezed to the bottom of the bun, which looked like a thin pocket. Zhang Yao exclaimed, Don't press too hard. It will break. Now everyone around was watching eagerly. The soup inside the bun surprised Loomingly. He remembered the last time he ate Xilongbao, and it wasn't this exaggerated. He put down his chopsticks, picked up a plate, and gently bit open a small hole in the bun's skin with his teeth. Golden soup immediately burst out, with oil glistening and steaming hot, soaking the whole bun. Loomingly thought to himself. He lacked experience. He almost ruined the bun. He took a sip of the soup, which was a bit hot. It had the sweet flavor of crab and the freshness of chicken broth, with a rich, fragrant taste that was not greasy. He blew on it gently like drinking tea, then drank it all in one go. Zhang Yao asked hesitantly, "What flavor is it?" The area was silent. Loomingly slowly said, "Salty and fresh crab yolk." "What? Crab yolk?" "The yellow part of the crab." Zhang Yao leaned forward and asked. "Yes," Loomingly replied simply. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. It was a crab yolk bun. The bun was very hot, but there was no fishy smell. However, Loomingly remembered what the flour rolls instructions said. Then he looked up and asked, "Is there vinegar?" Zhang Yao turned and shouted loudly, "Vinegar! Vinegar! Quickly bring some vinegar!" "Vinegar? I don't have any. Do you have some?" Someone responded. "I haven't either. There is vinegar over here." Someone a few meters away held up a cup and shouted. "Hurry up and bring it," someone else called out. Then, the cup of vinegar was passed from person to person until it finally reached Loomingly. Loomingly used a small spoon to scoop some vinegar and dropped it into the window of the bun. He stirred it well, took a bite, and found that a little vinegar didn't overpower the flavor. Instead, it enhanced the taste of the crab yolk and crab meat. When he put the bun down, the filling was exposed for everyone to see. The bright yellow crab yolk and white crab meat were mixed together, covered in thick sauce, shimmering with oil. Just looking at it made everyone's mouth water. It was hard to tell who was swallowing hard, but the sound was loud enough that even Loomingly couldn't ignore it. He looked up and asked, "Everyone, why are you all standing and not eating breakfast?" "Haha, sorry." Everyone awkwardly sat back down. When they looked at their bowls of sweet potato porridge, they suddenly lost their appetite. Everything looked yellow and white, but the taste was so different. Zhang Yao took a sip of his porridge and kept watching Loomingly, seeing him finish a whole soup bun and reach for a second one. Loomingly opened the lid and said to Guozhen beside him, "Guozhen, try one." Guozhen's face lit up with a big smile. He stood up and bowed, "Thank you, General." Then he eagerly brought out a plate of buns. Seeing only one left, Zhang Yao quickly spoke up. Yuan Zhou, General Liu. There's only one left." Loomingly glanced at him. "What? Do the buns made by the merchant girl not catch your eye?" Zhang Yao said. "What merchant girl?" "That's my sister-in-law." "My real sister-in-law," Loomingly said. "Everyone earns their living by skill. There's no difference between noble and common." Zhang Yao replied, Yes, you're right." Hearing those words, Zhang Yao immediately stood up, took a bun from the box, and licked his lips uncontrollably. Just as he was about to take a bite, he suddenly remembered something, excitedly telling Loomingly, "So those 12 characters on the lid mean this. Gently lift and slowly move refers to how to hold the bun, and open the window first means biting a small hole and then slowly drinking the soup." "Do you think I'm right?" Guozhen asked. What? How should I eat this?" They started to discuss. Loomingly bit into one piece and drank all the soup inside, then slowly began to eat the bun. One bun was not enough for Zhang Yao, so he invented a new way to eat. After drinking the soup, he separated the bun skin and scraped the filling into a small bowl, then ate the skin first. He dropped 2 drops of vinegar into the filling bowl, thought for a moment, then added a small spoon of spicy oil and mixed it well with chopsticks. Next, he took a very hard pancake from the kitchen, dipped it into crab meat, then scooped up some crab with it, so the pancake was covered with crab meat, and then ate it in one bite. "Wow, this smells so good," he exclaimed. Other officials didn't dare to talk to Loomingly, but since they had worked with Zhang Yao for many years, they all came over with pancakes. "Zhang, this pancake has no flavor. Why don't we try your way of eating?" Zhang Yao looked up. Loomingly and Guozhen had already disappeared, and the food boxes on the table were gone. He held his bowl and hit around. "No, I only have a little. I don't want to share." Loomingly returned to the palace and had a secret talk with the emperor for 2 hours. When he came out, it was already noon. It was the time when officials went home for lunch. He walked slowly, as usual. Although there were many people on the way out of the palace, he looked straight ahead and didn't talk to anyone. It wasn't because he was shy. With his status and background, many people avoided him. But today was different. First, The Grand Historian came over, bowed to him, and then walked side by side. Loomingly was curious, but said nothing, waiting for him to speak first. The Grand Historian first exchanged a few words, then got to the point. General Liu, I heard that the lady owner of the Huan snack shop is familiar with you. My wife bought their curry crab and Buddha jumps over the wall last time, and they were amazing. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to order again. Could you help us reserve some? Money is no problem. So that was the matter. Loomingly nodded. I will ask when I go back. Thank you very much, General Liu. After the Grand Historian left, the Deputy Minister of Ceremonies came over, pretending to casually greet him. General Liu, what a coincidence. Are you also going out of the palace? The Deputy Minister of Rites continued. General Liu, your journey north this time was hard. You truly are a pillar of the country and a talented young man. Please feel free to speak openly if you have any concerns, Minister. Once I pass through the palace gates, I will be heading in the opposite direction. The Deputy Minister of Rites looked at the palace gates, which were indeed close. I'll be direct then. I heard that the lady owner of the Huan snack shop is familiar with you. My wife had the chance to try the curry crab and Buddha jumps over the wall once. She came back saying they were so delicious. She couldn't get enough. He changed his tone and continued. Unfortunately, it's very hard to reserve these dishes. I heard the bookings are full for half a year. Loomingly sighed. I'll ask for you and see if I can make an exception to let you cut the line. Thank you very much, General Liu. Oh, isn't that the Minister of Rites? I'll go ahead first. Indeed, the Minister of Rites was standing at the palace gate, seemingly waiting for someone. Seeing the two approaching, he nodded to them and then walked toward Loomingly. General Liu, I heard that the owner of Huan Snack Shop is familiar with you and that a good thing is coming soon? Loomingly paused and looked at him. That's true. I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly, the Minister of Rites said. To be honest, I owe a big favor to Madame Hua, so I pay more attention to her. How so? Earlier this year, my mother went there. Thanks to Madame Hua, she found the hometown dish she longed for, fulfilling her wish. Loomingly said, I see. The Minister of Rites continued. Madame Hua is from another place. I was thinking, when you two get married, if she has no elders here and you don't mind, my wife can help her with her wedding preparations. Loomingly was confused and asked, help her with her wedding preparations? Yes. According to customs, the bride needs her mother to help her get ready and style her hair before the wedding. I heard Madame Hua has no relatives here, so I thought of this. Loomingly replied, I understand. Thank you, madam. He thought for a moment and added, my grandmother is quite old, and I've never dealt with such matters. Huan also knows little about local customs. I hope you and your wife won't mind giving us some guidance. The Minister of Rites waved his hand. You're overthinking. What am I here for? Don't worry. I'll prepare a list for you, detailing what to do at what time. I'll write it all out clearly for you. Lu Mingliang thanked the Minister of Rites and was about to leave the palace when a young ran after him, shouting, General Liu, please wait a moment. Lu Mingliang felt a headache coming on. Can I really leave the palace today? He turned around and saw Li Gonggong from the Empress Dowager's palace. He asked, Gonggong Li, long time no see. Does my aunt have something to ask me? Li Gonggong, panting heavily, replied, Yes, the Empress Dowager wants you to come and sit in the palace for a while. As Lu Mingliang followed him back, he asked, Has the Emperor agreed? He had just come from the Emperor and hadn't mentioned this matter before. He agreed. Because I went to see the Emperor, I was late. Luckily, the general was delayed by some small matters, or I wouldn't have made it in time. Is my aunt feeling well? Lu Mingliang, with his long legs, took 3 steps for every 1 step Li Gonggong took, who had to jog to keep up. All is well. All is well. I just miss you. Sometimes I think of you so much I even shed tears. When they entered Qinghe Palace, the Empress Dowager was already waiting at the door, looking out eagerly. The Empress Dowager was young, only in her early 30s, with bright features that resembled Lu Mingliang slightly. She was dressed elegantly and splendidly. When she saw Lu Mingliang come in, tears started to flow uncontrollably. Lu Mingliang knelt and bowed to her. The Empress Dowager hurriedly ordered her maid, quickly helped the general up. Before the maid could come over, Lu Mingliang stood up himself, and together they entered the hall. The Empress Dowager sat down slowly, dismissing the maids and eunuchs. She wiped her tears and said meaningfully, "Yuan Zhou, I've suffered for you." Lu Mingliang replied, "Your Majesty, I am not suffering." The Empress Dowager, excited, said, "How can you not suffer? It's hard for you to go against your own feelings for." Lu Mingliang quickly knelt and interrupted her. "Your Majesty, be careful with your words." She sighed deeply and leaned back on the soft cushion. Lu Mingliang felt helpless and tried to persuade her. "Aunt, you should think more openly. Don't let past matters cause a rift between you and the Emperor. I know, it's just about pleasing him. How hard can it be? The Emperor. He has his reasons." Reasons? If he has reasons, then why did he kill my brother and sister-in-law and force my nephew? Did he ever think about my suffering? She looked at Lu Mingliang with tearful eyes and said, "If it weren't for your contributions, I'm afraid I would have." Did he ever consider my feelings? Lu Mingli could only comfort her by saying, "Auntie, you are safe in the palace. Don't do anything rash. I feel better knowing you're here." The noble consort nodded and said, "I understand. For you, for my mother, and for Mingzhi, I will endure anything. By the way," she suddenly changed the subject and ordered someone to bring something over. "Look at this treasure I got." Two maids carried in a clothing rack with a beautiful dress on it. "This is a custom gown from Huawan Embroidery Workshop." The noble consort blinked and smiled. "I had someone buy it for me. This is the only one in the palace." Lu Mingli smiled. It seemed Huawan was everywhere. He said, "If you like it, next time they have a new style, I'll ask Huawan to bring a catalog for you to choose. I heard Huajuan's fashion show was amazing." She wore a dress that spread out so wide it was as big as a room. "Is that true?" Lu Mingli remembered the night he saw Huawan. She was dazzling, like a fairy descending from the sky. He snapped back to reality and replied, "That might be an exaggeration, but it was indeed beautiful." The noble consort said, "It's a pity it's pink. If it weren't, I would have made you buy it for me no matter what." Lu Mingli said, "I plan to marry Huawan." The noble consort was still admiring the dress and, hearing this, was not surprised. She only asked calmly, "Marry, not take as a concubine?" Marrying means making her the official wife. Taking a concubine means adding a secondary partner. The difference is very clear. "Yes, marry her. Have you set a date yet?" The noble consort nodded and sighed. All right. You will have your own family soon. Your parents in heaven would be happy if they knew. But their grudge." Lu Mingli interrupted her again. "I will handle that first." The noble consort's eyes lit up. "Really? Is that true? How will you handle it?" "Wait, why do you say handle instead of avenge?" Lu Mingli looked serious and said firmly, "Your Highness, I can't say more, and please be careful with your words." The noble consort was startled. After a moment, she murmured, Fine. You've always been clever since you were young. I trust you." It was not good to stay too long in the noble consort's palace. Lu Mingli estimated the time and took his leave. This has already caused quite a delay. Going back to the residence for lunch now would be too rushed. Fortunately, Guozhen is clever. When he saw Li Gonggong calling him away, he went to his house early to prepare lunch. At this moment, he was waiting on the palace road, carrying 2 large food boxes. When he saw Lu Mingli come out, he quickly stepped forward and said, "General, I've brought your lunch." Lu Mingli took 1 box and walked back to the Ministry of War with Guozhen. There were still many people in the ministry's kitchen. Lu Mingli thought for a moment and decided to go through the back door into the small kitchen. The cook saw Lu Mingli come in, bowed respectfully, and asked, "General Lu, do you want hot dishes?" "Yes." Lu Mingli and Guozhen placed the 2 large food boxes on the stove, opened the lids, and explained carefully. 1 box contained a sealed thermal container, which surprised Guozhen. He said, "Why is this box so heavy?" Lu Mingli was also surprised. He opened the thermal container and found pork rib soup inside. He poured the soup into a clay pot and told the cook, "Please heat this on the stove." The stove was still warm, so the cook quickly took the pot and placed it steadily on the fire. Lu Mingli then opened the other box, which held 3 long purple rice balls. He remembered what the instructions for the steamed buns said and told the cook, "Just warm these with the residual heat from the stove." The cook smiled respectfully and said, "General Lu's family is worried you won't eat well in the palace, so they prepared all 3 meals carefully." Inside, Lu Mingli was very shocked. He thought, "I've been a cook for so many years, but I've never seen such food. No wonder he's General Lu." Lu Mingli quietly looked out from the kitchen door. Outside was the dining hall, where many people were eating. Zhang Yao was among them. Lu Mingli decided not to go out and simply waited inside the kitchen. It wasn't that he was stingy. These dishes were prepared by steamed buns for him. There was no reason to share them with so many people. But if they found out, they would probably come over to ask questions, which would disturb his meal. As the soup warmed up, its aroma grew stronger. Lu Mingli thought to himself, "This is not good." Soon, he heard someone outside call, "What is this kitchen cooking? Such a nice smell. Could it be some soup that's not ready yet?" Then he heard someone shout, "Zhang Yao, go check it out. If there is still soup, hurry up and bring it over." With a creak, the door was pushed open. Zhang Yao entered and immediately saw a steaming large clay pot on the stove. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Quick, quick! You didn't tell me there's still soup." The cook smiled and said, "Master Zhang, this soup isn't cooked for you." Zhang Yao stared in disbelief, eyes wide open. "You dare to eat it all by yourself?" The cook quickly shook his head and explained, "I wouldn't dare. This is General Lu's soup." Then he turned to look at Lu Mingli, who was standing by the wall. Zhang Yao also looked toward the wall and realized there were 2 more people in the kitchen. "General Lu, is this your soup?" he shouted loudly. Lu Mingli looked expressionless and said, "What's your name? If you don't speak up, I might share some with you." By then, it was too late. The people outside heard Zhang Yao's shout and came into the kitchen. "What's going on? What's happening?" Zhang Yao rushed to the door, trying to close the kitchen door, but it was too late. 7 or 8 people crowded at the entrance. They pushed Zhang Yao aside, stretched their necks to look inside, and immediately saw Lu Mingli. They chuckled and greeted him somewhat shyly, "General Lu, Deputy Commander Gu." Then their eyes fixated on the clay pot. The kitchen was crowded, and there was no point staying inside. Lu Mingli nodded in response, then said to the cook, "Please bring out the hot food. Those 3 rice balls just need a quick warm-up." After that, he went to the dining room. Gu Zhen carried the remaining food boxes and followed him. When passing by Zhang Yao, he rolled his eyes at him. Seeing this, everyone else also returned to the dining room. Zhang Yao sat down right next to Lu Mingli. The cook brought out the steaming clay pot with 2 cloths, placed it in the middle of the table, and casually lifted the lid. Zhang Yao turned the lid of the food box over, inspecting it from all sides. Lu Mingli asked, "What is this?" Zhang Yao replied, "I want to see if it has writing like this morning." "No need to look," Lu Mingli said. "It's carrot, corn, chestnut, and pork rib soup." As soon as he finished, he heard surprised exclamations around him. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Everyone, just bring bowls to serve." "Thank you, General Lu." The soup was made by Huan herself, and it was different from regular stew. She chose the freshest pork ribs, placed them in a ceramic bowl, added 2 slices of and pure water, then steamed it over water in a steamer. After about an hour of simmering, she added corn, carrots, and chestnuts and continued cooking. Because she used pork ribs, the stew shouldn't be cooked too long. About an hour and a half was just right. The resulting soup was sweet and clear, with a light texture unlike the thick, hearty stews. Gu Zhen was the first to serve a bowl of soup to Lu Mingli, then poured himself a bowl before passing the spoon to Zhang Yao. The remaining large pot was divided among 5 people in the kitchen. Zhang Yao, showing some kindness, asked Lu Mingli, "Do you have enough to eat? Just to be clear, if you're still hungry, I can't give you more." At this moment, the cook brought out a warm purple rice ball. It had been lightly steamed, so the seaweed wrapping the rice ball was still crispy, just like before. The rice ball was purple, and inside, there were various colorful fillings, though they couldn't be seen clearly. Zhang Yao's eyes widened. He shamelessly pointed at the rice ball and asked, "General Lu, what's this new thing? Looks delicious." Lu Mingli ignored him. picked up a rice ball, took a bite, and examined the filling carefully. It was filled with fragrant shredded meat, bright yellow salted egg yolk, and creamy salad dressing, balancing salty and sweet flavors. Fresh cucumber strips added a cool taste. These flavors spread in his mouth, filling him with warmth. At this moment, Guozhen spoke up. Zhang Yao, don't just think about yourself. This was specially prepared by the future general's wife. The general hasn't even had much yet. Everyone looked at him with envy. Zhang Yao chuckled and said, I was just asking, but kept glancing at the rice ball. Loomingly quickly finished another bowl of soup, feeling about 70 to 80% full. He pushed the remaining 2 rice balls forward and said, You all can share them. Zhang Yao and Guozhen looked at each other happily. Zhang Yao eagerly reached for a rice ball, but before he could take a bite, his colleague stopped him. Don't eat alone, Zhang Zhu. Sure, Zhang Yao had to share. Guozhen was luckier. No one dared to take his food. Carefully, he picked up another rice ball and started to enjoy it slowly. Loomingly looked at them eating eagerly, a slight smile on his face, but he was thinking about Huan. He had prepared such a large amount of food and told him to eat quickly. Was he also thinking about the situation? In the afternoon, after finishing his work, Loomingly left the palace early. He first went to his maternal grandparents' house to say hello. If he received any letters sent to him, he would keep them and come to pick them up when he was free. From then on, he had one more thing to do every day, go to his grandparents' house at night to check for letters. But unexpectedly, for 5 days in a row, Huan didn't send any letters. The letters he sent also disappeared without a trace. Seeing Loomingly come every day, his maternal grandfather finally asked, Yuanzhou, is that letter you're waiting for very important? Loomingly had no choice but to say, yes. His grandfather also found it strange. Really, I haven't received your letter. Did you give the wrong address? That shouldn't be, Loomingly thought. He repeated the address to make sure Huan remembered it. Meanwhile, Huan held Loomingly's letter, confused. Why does General Liu say he didn't receive my letter? I sent 2 already. Mo Chuan's men kept busy. Could there be a mistake with the address? Huan said, I remember clearly. He said it was at the dock alley Qingfu. Mo Chuan straightened up. If he didn't receive it, forget it. He's coming back soon anyway. Huan wanted to say more, but Xiaoyan walked in with a sway. Since she started losing weight, she cared more about her figure. She even walked more gracefully, eager for everyone in the world to see that she had slimmed down. Huan, sister, I have good news for you. Huan asked, Xiaoyan, what's the good news? It's the best news. When my friends saw I lost weight, they all asked me about it. I told them you helped me with my weight loss. They all said they want you to help them lose weight too. Huan was surprised. This was beyond her expectations, but she was so busy now that she couldn't think about it. Seeing Huan hesitate, Xiaoyan added, I told them it costs 10 taels of silver a month. 10 taels of silver. That sounds tempting. Xiaoyan then advised, I've thought about it. When more people come, it might be troublesome for my sister. So, we can keep the school dining hall open at night, and they can eat there. Huan caught the flaw in her words. We? Xiaoyan nodded.
Yes, we.
I've thought it over. You don't need to worry about this, sister. Just focus on writing the daily meal plans. I'll handle the cooks. How about splitting the profits 50-50? Huan didn't object to this. After all, money is endless, and with more help, she can do more things. But she still needed to think carefully about whether it was practical. Seeing her silent, Xiaoyan thought for a moment and said, 64. 46 also works. I'll take 46, you get 64. Huan was speechless. Xiaoyan was already bargaining before she said anything. 33, 70. I get 30, you get 70. Sister, it can't be less than that. If it's less, I won't be able to explain to old Liu, since I need to use his cook. Huan couldn't help but laugh and cry. Sister Xiaoyan, I'm fine with the 50-50 split. I was just thinking about the details. Xiaoyan quickly said, All right, take your time to think. I won't bother you, Huan said. The school is mainly for students to learn. Using it for other purposes isn't good. It's okay when it was just you, but if more people come and go, it might disturb the children's classes. Xiao Yun hit her forehead. You told me this, I didn't think of it. You've thought everything through carefully. So, if you want to start a weight loss class, you'll need another building. Yes, yes. Another building is necessary. Huawan added, to lose weight, exercise and diet must go hand in hand. Both are essential. Xiao Yun asked curiously, exercise? Why, exercise? I haven't exercised and I've still lost weight. Huawan explained, Sister Xiao Yun, you've been busy helping with embroidery work all the time, so you don't need extra exercise. But if you start a weight loss class, it wouldn't be good to make them work in the embroidery shop too. Xiao Yun suddenly understood. Oh, I see. I accidentally saved myself from doing exercise. Do you have any good ideas? Huawan said, girls like dancing. If we can find someone to teach them, that would be great. It can burn calories and help shape their bodies. Xiao Yun asked again, what does shaping mean? Huawan thought for a moment and explained simply, it's just that the waist is the waist, the hips are the hips, and the body has more curves. Xiao Yun shyly said, oh, how come such shy words sound so natural coming from you? Huawan said seriously, this isn't shameful. It's part of us. We can work hard to make it better and more perfect. Xiao Yun nodded and said, I'll remember that. From now on, I'll tell others the same. Wear clothes confidently, walk confidently. I want to see who still talks behind my back, she asked again. Are there any other questions? Yes, we also need to discuss who will teach exercise, what content to teach, how to arrange daily schedules, and how to control their diet. Xiao Yun was surprised and said, Sister, let's split it 30 to 70. I'll take 30. You take 70. Comparing myself to you, I realize I was too naive. Huawan smiled and said, let's do a 50 to 50 split. I can only give ideas. You'll have to manage everything yourself. Xiao Yun, understanding Huawan well, agreed happily. All right, 50 to 50 it is. But inside, she was already determined that once the shop opened, she wouldn't let Huawan worry. She just wanted to relax and earn money comfortably. Huawan wrote down these ideas in her notebook. She had a habit. If she had many things to do, she would write them down and solve them one by one. When she finished one task, she would cross it out. Seeing a page filled with lines made her efforts real, and she felt a sense of achievement. Huawan looked carefully and decided that the first thing to solve was the house problem. The house needed at least one kitchen and one dance room. There was land nearby, but Huawan thought that building 2 small houses would be a waste. No choice. This was modern thinking. Land is precious, and every square meter is worth a lot. She considered what else was missing around there. Suddenly, she had an idea. A hotel. The small stalls outside were doing good business. After the snack shops closed, they kept open until late at night. More and more customers stayed outside the city, so opening a small inn seemed like a good idea. For safety, she decided to make the inn 3 stories tall, the first 2 floors for accommodation, and the top floor for a weight loss class. That's the plan. Huawan immediately shared her ideas with Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun looked at her with admiration and said, Sister, what are you eating that makes your mind so quick? Honestly, after spending time with you, I truly admire and envy you. As a woman, you can have your own career, unlike me, who has spent most of her life just staying at home. She smiled and continued, that's also why I want us to open a weight loss shop together. I want to earn money with my own hands and show old Lu that I can succeed without him. Just then, 3 women entered. They seemed familiar with Xiao Yun and greeted her right away. Zhu Xiao Yun, you're here. Xiao Yun turned around, stood up quickly, and asked, why are you here? Didn't we agree to talk more tomorrow? The 3 women looked strong and healthy, probably the clients Xiao Yun mentioned. They looked at the snack shop and then at Huawan, saying, if we didn't come to see for ourselves, how could we believe what you're saying? Xiao Yun looked at Huawan, worried she might overthink, and loudly replied, what I said is true. Why would I lie to you? Don't you regret trusting me? The woman in purple, the leader, said, you say eating shrimp and beef every day can make you thin. How can we believe that? Maybe you only drink porridge every meal. Exactly. We didn't just give you money for nothing. We need to see it with our own eyes to be sure. And we didn't say we would definitely give you the money. We just said we might, but we haven't even made a decision yet. Xiao Yun was so angry, she stomped her foot hard and slapped the table with force, asking, are you joking with me? What do you mean now? Going back on your word and breaking your promise. If not to make you fat, then who? It seemed her school lessons hadn't gone to waste. Xiaoyun even used idioms, and she used two at once. Huawan silently gave her a thumbs up in her heart. The woman in purple said again, "Don't worry too much. We don't have any other intentions." She looked at Huawan and smiled. "Boss Hua, please don't mind. After Xiaoyun told us about this yesterday, we didn't believe her. It's not that we doubt your snack shop. Everyone knows your food is delicious. We just think she's talking nonsense. Do you know what she said? She told me she eats meat and fish every day here without needing to drink medicine or soup, and she can still lose weight. She used to be unreliable, always arguing loudly when things didn't go her way. Who would believe her words? So we joked with her, saying if it were true, we'd pay 10 taels of silver each month to try her so-called weight loss diet." After hearing this, Huan understood that they weren't really serious about losing weight. They were just joking with Xiaoyun. She took it seriously. Xiaoyun was so angry she couldn't speak clearly, her chest rising and falling quickly, as if she might start crying at any moment. You don't believe me, and that's fine. But why make fun of me and Boss Huan? Now I've said it, and you say it's a joke, calling me untrustworthy. I've never seen anyone like you. Huan wasn't angry after understanding the situation. Since it was a misunderstanding, she decided to let it go. Peace is good for business. She couldn't just take money from them by force. She said to Xiaoyun, "It's okay. Since we're opening a shop, we'll find other ways to get customers. Relying only on friends won't make much money." Hearing this, Xiaoyun felt relieved. Huan then told the three women, "It seems to be a misunderstanding.
No worries.
Business isn't about forcing sales. But I need to clarify one thing. Xiaoyun's words are true. She eats meat and fish for all 3 meals, just as I arranged." Xiaoyun proudly raised her chin and said, "Did you hear that? I'm not lying. Since you're here, we're about to eat too. Why don't you stay and see Xiaoyun's dinner for yourselves?" The 3 women looked at each other and said, "All right. Seeing is believing. If she's telling the truth, we'll apologize." Huan said, "Okay, please rest for a moment. I'll go prepare." Then she called a Mo Chuan, "Bring some tea for the guests." After that, she turned and left. Xiaoyun quickly stepped forward, pulled Huan aside, and asked, "Sister, I already ate tonight." "How could you forget?" Huan glanced at the 3 women, who were sitting and looking around. She told Xiaoyun, "Even if you've eaten, have some more. This is a good chance to prove your point." Xiaoyun looked a bit unhappy. "Forget it. I don't trust them anymore. I don't want to talk to them in the future. There's a saying, the innocent stay clean. Moreover, I am worried that eating too much will make me gain weight tomorrow. I have worked hard to lose some weight, and it's not worth it for these 3 people." Huan asked, "What did you eat tonight?" I replied, "I followed your advice and ate an egg and a plate of stir-fried greens." Huan patted my shoulder to comfort me, saying, "It's okay. Don't worry, eat freely. Eating a bit more protein can actually boost your metabolism and you won't gain weight." Huan went into the kitchen and took out a foam box from the wall. Mo Chuan came in after serving tea and saw Huan's actions. He hurriedly asked, "Huan, what are you doing? Didn't you say this was our late-night snack?" Huan said, "There's enough here for you. How much can Sister Xiaoyun eat alone?" Mo Chuan said, "She's on a diet, so I only gave her 3. No more than that." Huan opened the foam box, revealing oysters about the size of a palm. Mo Chuan tugged at Huan's sleeve and said, "Promise me. Only 3 for her." Huan said, "I heard you. Both my ears heard you. Now you just clean the oysters." Huan arranged Mo Chuan and then started preparing the seasonings, beginning with the essential garlic sauce for grilling oysters. She took several garlic bulbs, half them. 1/2 was chopped more finely into garlic paste, while the other half was chopped into small pieces. She kept the 2 types of garlic separate for later use. In a frying pan, she poured some peanut oil and heated it to about 50% hot. Then she added half of the garlic paste and stirred quickly over low heat. Once the garlic paste turned golden, she spread it on a plate to cool. When the temperature seemed right, Huan poured the fried garlic into the other half of the chopped garlic. Amon looked at Huawan with confusion, and Mo Chuan helped ask her question. Why go through all this trouble? Why chop the garlic into two types, and why cook half of it? Huawan explained, this is called gold and silver garlic. It's a bit more work, but it's the key to making grilled oysters taste really good. Mo Chuan suddenly understood. I get it. The fried garlic is called gold garlic, and the raw garlic is silver garlic. Mixing the two is what you call gold and silver garlic. Exactly. Huawan stirred the garlic mixture and then started adding seasonings. Soy sauce, oyster sauce, sugar, fish sauce, sesame oil. One after another, they were poured in. Oh my! If you don't finish making this garlic paste, save some for me to dip my shoes in tomorrow, Mo Chuan said. Huawan didn't speak. She continued adding the oil from the fried garlic and used a large spoon to mix everything well. Done. Huawan lowered her head to smell it. Yes, this is the right taste. Then she looked at Mo Chuan. He had finished washing the oysters and was staring at Huawan's hands with wide eyes. Are you done with your task? Huawan asked. Mo Chuan snapped out of it and said, Yes, I finished. I even scrubbed the oysters clean. Huawan said, How are we supposed to eat these? You need to open them. Are we just going to chew on oyster shells tonight? Mo Chuan picked up an oyster to look at it, unsure where to start. How do I open this? Huawan brought a small oyster knife, which was given with the oysters, and handed it to Mo Chuan. Find A and pry it open. That's as far as I can help. Mo Chuan searched for a while and finally found A. He inserted the knife and used force to pry it open, and the shell came apart completely. No wonder Huawan paid a lot for these oysters. Inside was plump, white, tender oyster meat with faint blue lines on it. After trying two more, Mo Chuan figured out the trick. He happily shared the method with Man, and the two of them opened oysters quickly one after another. Once they opened an oyster, Huawan spread garlic paste on top and placed it in a large plate. When the plate was full, she carried it out. Mo Chuan asked curiously, How are you carrying it out like that? Can we eat it now? Do we need to grill it? Of course, we need to grill it, but not in an oven. Charcoal grilling makes it tastier. I asked Ma to help with the grilling. Huawan held the plate with both hands, pushed open the kitchen door with her hips, and said, Keep adding garlic paste, then went out. Xiao Yun saw Huawan come out and quickly stood up. She stepped forward and asked, Do you want me to help? Huawan shook her head. I can do it myself. You all keep drinking tea, she said, then hurried toward the door. The women nearby asked curiously, I thought dinner was coming, but it was delivered outside. Xiao Yun replied, How would I know? Really, you've eaten so many meals. How could you not know? Are you lying again? Look at how narrow-minded you are. Since I started eating at Sister Hua's place, I haven't had the same dish twice. Today, I believe there will be new and fresh food again. We often hear rumors about the snack shop, and we think no matter how good it is, it's just a small snack shop. Today, I finally saw for myself that it's truly not just a name. Mao arranged the oysters one by one on the rack, adjusted the heat, and started grilling. Huawan was too lazy to go inside, and just stood by the barbecue stall talking with Aunt Mao. Several customers nearby asked what this strange thing was. Huawan explained, It's a type of seafood from the sea, called oysters or mollusks. Oysters do exist in this era, but since this place is far from the sea, most people haven't seen them before. The way to eat this garlic sauce is quite new. At first, it only had a slight garlic smell. As the temperature rose, the oil inside heated up and started sizzling and smoking. Now the garlic flavor was fully released. In a place full of delicious smells like this barbecue stall, it was just as tempting. Each oyster shell looked like a small bowl, and soon it was filled with juice. This juice is actually water that seeps out of the oyster meat, mixed with oil and garlic sauce. The oyster meat soaking and it looked more shiny and juicy. Next to them, a customer waiting for lamb skewers swallowed and asked, Boss Hua, are you selling these oysters? Huawan refused. No, we don't sell them. We don't have many oysters today, only for our shop to eat ourselves. But he didn't give up and asked again, Are you still hiring at your shop? Huawan was amused. Before he could answer, Mo Chuan, like a protective mother hen, shouted out, No selling oysters and no hiring. Mo Chuan thought, just joking. Even if they hire more, they can't hire men. If they eat as much as I do, how much food would that take? Huawan smiled and told the customer, in a few days, you can buy oysters from Mao. Please be patient. Mao and Aunt Mao both stopped what they were doing at the same time, unable to believe their ears. Boss Hua, do you mean we can also grill these oysters? Huawan said, yes, after all, Mao is skilled. Look, this is the first time grilling oysters, and it turned out perfect.
She has talent.
Mao and Aunt Mao were extremely grateful to Huawan. They knew that having a new product meant more ways to make money. If Boss Hua trusts us enough to let us grill oysters, it shows she values us. Mao and Aunt Fat both spoke nervously, repeatedly thanking and expressing their determination. While they were talking, the oysters were also ready. Mao carefully used tongs to place the oysters back on the plate, and the surrounding guests watched closely, afraid he might shake and spill the juice from the shells. Although the oyster shells were uneven underneath, they could still stand on the plate. The juice inside swayed without spilling a drop. Add some chopped green onions, Huawan said. Hearing this, Mao quickly grabbed the container of green onions and sprinkled some onto the oysters. Aunt Fat said, let me carry it inside for you. Then she skillfully picked up the plate and headed inside. Once inside, she asked, where should I put it? Give it to me. Mo Chuan came out, took the plate, and then brought out 3 oysters, placing them in front of Xiuyun before turning to go to the kitchen. Huawan grabbed his collar to stop him and said, what are you doing? No manners at all. Stop right there, she ordered. Put them back. Although it was agreed that Xiuyun could eat 3, no one expected them to be casually thrown on the table. This was very disrespectful. Xiuyun was also confused, not understanding what was happening or why strange-looking things were suddenly placed in front of her. Mo Chuan took back the 3 oysters, apologized, and went to the kitchen to get a clean white plate. He arranged the oysters on it, added a few cilantro leaves in the middle, and placed a silver long-handled spoon on top, then set it back in front of Xiuyun. Now she understood. This was the dinner Huawan mentioned. She smiled at her 3 sisters and explained, you see, tonight I will eat this charcoal grilled oysters. Huawan helped finish. Oh, yes. Charcoal grilled oysters. This is, she whispered to Huawan. Is it meat or vegetables? Huawan said, it's a sea creature, so it's considered meat. It's rich in protein and very delicious. Xiuyun loudly said, yes. Very delicious. Very delicious. She held her spoon, unsure how to start eating the oysters. Huawan said, everything inside the oyster shell can be eaten. It's best to eat the juice and meat together in one bite. While she hesitated, the woman in purple reached out and picked up an oyster. Let me see what this is. The oyster meat inside the shell was plump and tender, shining with a golden glow from the sauce, making people want to eat it right away. She sniffed it, and her eyes lit up. What is this? Why does it smell so good? The smell of garlic and oyster combined, with a hint of smoky fire, filled the air. Let me smell it. Let me try too. Soon, the oyster was passed around among 3 people. Xiuyun quickly grabbed it back and said, what are you doing? It's already cold, the women urged her. Eat it quickly and taste the flavor. Xiuyun picked up the oyster with her left hand and used a small spoon to scoop the sauce, garlic, and oyster all at once into her mouth. Delicious. She kept praising it. What does it taste like? Someone asked curiously. After finishing one, Xiuyun thought for a moment and described, it's smooth when you eat it, very smooth, like you might swallow it accidentally. The feeling when biting is very tender, effortless. The garlic aroma is very special, not spicy at all, and the saltiness is just right. And the juice, oh my. It's very fresh. She knew how to make food sound tempting. If you gave me a big chicken like now, I wouldn't trade it. It's such a pity you can't eat this. The 3 women swallowed hard and said stubbornly, if you say it's good, then it's good. Eating so much garlic, aren't you worried about bad breath? TSK, so sour. You just can't get it. Another woman curiously asked Huawan. Boss Hua, can eating this help with weight loss? Huawan nodded. Oysters are low in calories. Eating 8 is like eating half an apple, and they can also improve beauty and skin. It's a very good food. Xiaoyan caught the main point in Huawan's words. Eating 8 is like half an apple? Then why can I only eat 3? Huawan hesitated. Well, Xiaoyan quickly finished the other 2 oysters, then slammed the table and said, Mo Chuan, give me a few more. She kept knocking on the kitchen door, but no one responded. The 3 women stood up and said to Huawan, Boss Hua, if we pay to join your weight loss class, can we also eat oysters? Not just oysters, but all kinds of food. Eating the same thing every day, no matter how tasty, can get boring, right? Plus, our main goal is to lose weight. Whatever we eat must meet 2 standards. It should be delicious and low in calories. The 3 of them didn't agree. Now, losing weight wasn't the most important thing anymore. They were just happy to be able to enjoy such delicious food every day. Spending 10 taels of silver was definitely worth it. Boss Hua, stop talking. I'll pay now. Yes, we'll pay right away. They reached into their pockets to get the money. Huawan smiled and said, Not yet. The place isn't ready. You can stay in touch with Sister Xiaoyan. Once our weight loss class starts, she will be the first to let you know. They complained, Why do we have to wait again? Everyone says your food is really good, but it's also very hard to get. We always have to wait in line or make reservations. You're right about that, Huawan thought. That's true. But what can we do? There are more customers than food. She comforted them. Don't worry. I'll reserve spots for you. Xiaoyan gave up looking for Mo Chuan and walked over proudly. How about now? I wasn't lying to you, right? I always think of my sisters. I didn't expect you to be so distrustful of me. They quickly gathered around Xiaoyan. Some held her hand, others fixed her collar, and they kept apologizing. Oh, we were too suspicious. We're sorry. We've been sisters for so many years. Don't you know us? We're stubborn but kind-hearted. Xiaoyan handled their fuss while glancing back at Huawan, raising her chin slightly to show she was confident she could handle it. Huawan nodded and smiled in response. The weight loss class hadn't even started yet, but they already had 3 customers. Although they weren't really serious about losing weight, Xiaoyan was full of enthusiasm and promised to keep an eye on them. She wouldn't let them ruin her reputation. Huawan then went to find a builder in the village. She told him she wanted to build a 3-story inn. He immediately agreed and drew some sketches for her. They also needed to decide who would run the inn. Huawan discussed it with Lin Yang. After hearing her plans, Lin Yang hesitated and said, It's spring planting season now. Everyone is busy with farm work. If we ask young people to manage the inn, they won't have time to take care of their own fields. Huawan said, I also thought about that. Inn is not like a small snack stall that only operates at night. It needs someone there all day long, since guests can come at any time. Huawan asked Lin Yang, Do you think your mother-in-law would like to come help? Lin Yang was surprised and said, My mother definitely wants to come, but how can that work? Her eyes are bad, and she usually has to feel her way when she walks. Huawan said, That's okay. She can wear glasses. Lin Yang asked, What are glasses? Huawan explained simply, and she started to understand a little. Then she said, I'll go back and tell her. Also, we can ask the older women in the village. They're all free and often sit at the village entrance chatting. Huawan thought about it and agreed. Lin Yang went back and told her mother-in-law. She was initially upset about her poor eyesight, wishing she could help out and earn some money to support the family. Lin Yang kept the idea of glasses to herself, worried that Huawan's suggestion might not work and that her mother-in-law might get her hopes up only to be disappointed. The next day, Huawan went to the glasses shop. She explained her grandmother-in-law's situation to the clerk. The clerk asked, Can you bring her here? Huawan didn't have a good answer, so the clerk said, I might not be able to tell exactly without seeing her. Huawan quickly said, That's okay. Just give me a pair of reading glasses for each strength. Fortunately, reading glasses are usually ready-made, unlike glasses for nearsightedness. The clerk thought that for older people the strength is probably around 150 or 200 degrees. She picked out a pair of 150-degree and 200-degree glasses for Huawan and said, Try these first. If they don't fit, you can come back for a different pair. Huawan didn't have time to wait. She said, Give me 1 pair from 150 to 400 degrees. To be safe, she also asked for glasses with different degrees for nearsightedness. Unfortunately, they couldn't do an eye test, so she had to settle for what was available. The clerk was surprised and asked, "Are you sure you want so many?" Hwawan replied, "Yes, and I won't be returning them. Just give me all of them." "By the way," she said again, "buy another eye chart." The shop assistant quickly replied, "Dear, I can give you a free eye chart here." After getting the glasses, Hwawan and the others hurried to the building materials and furniture markets. They looked around and got a good idea of what they needed. Mo Chuan said, "There's no need to make it too fancy. Just put a few rooms on the first floor and only build the upper rooms on the second floor. That's how our inn is." Hwawan thought this made sense and agreed. Yes, keep the downstairs clean and simple and make the upstairs look nicer. He also suggested, in the backyard, build a few small wooden houses. Each house can have a few beds and the prices should be lower. Just one story? Isn't that a waste? Why not add a few more floors? Mo Chuan interrupted. Stop right there. We have enough land. You need to change that habit. Building so high means more people to clean and maintain, and it's not safe. All right, Hwawan gave up. Soon it was lunchtime. Hwawan drove them to the shopping mall. The drive tired Hwawan out a lot. Meanwhile, Mo Chuan and Hwasheng relaxed, scrolling through their phones and chatting happily. After parking, Hwawan rubbed her waist and said angrily, "Mo Chuan, starting tomorrow, no sleeping during the day. You have to get a driver's license." To her surprise, Mo Chuan was very happy. "Really? I can drive too?" Hwawan underestimated how much men liked cars. If she had known he loved cars so much, she would have let him get a license earlier, so she wouldn't have to work so hard every time. She also wanted to play on her phone in the car. The mall was crowded, and the weather was getting warmer. People's clothes were getting lighter, and some fashionable girls were wearing short skirts. It was their first spring here. Seeing the girls' smooth, bare legs, Hwasheng asked shyly, "Sister, why are they wearing such short clothes?" "Their legs are showing," Hwawan said. "Of course, if your legs look good, you should show them off." She looked up at Mo Chuan, whose eyes didn't know where to look. He could only lower his head and pretend to scroll his phone, with his ears turning red. Curious, Hwawan asked, "Aren't there many girls wearing short skirts and tank tops on your phone?" Mo Chuan said, "I haven't looked. I've scrolled past all that." "Besides, can a phone really compare to real people?" Hwawan comforted them. "It's okay, you'll get used to it."
Montag Chuan seid deeply.
He was someone who refused to cut his hair, which made things very difficult. He quickly finished his lunch. Hwawan picked out a few outfits for the three of them. Bored, Mo Chuan was told to go explore on his own. After Hwawan and the others finished shopping, they called Mo Chuan to ask where he was. His side was very noisy, with loud music playing. After talking for a while, Hwawan finally heard that he was at a place called Tommy Bear Happy World. She asked the security guard which floor he was on, then took Hwasheng and hurried over. They saw Mo Chuan playing a fast roller coaster ride, with a few kids cheering and clapping behind him. Hwawan was speechless and asked, "Why did you come here?" He confidently replied, "You wanted me to get a driver's license, right? I came to practice driving." Practicing driving at an amusement park was quite surprising. Looking back at Hwasheng, she was also attracted by the arcade machines and was watching intently from the side. Hwawan exchanged 200 game coins at the coin machine and started playing with Hwasheng. After a round, they stopped in front of a row of claw machines and began grabbing dolls. Neither of them was very skilled, only choosing their favorite dolls. They spent over 100 coins but only managed to grab 3 dolls. Mo Chuan, having shaken off a group of young fans, also came over. After watching them play for a while, he took out all the coins he had, and the three of them continued grabbing. Mo Chuan was quite clever and soon noticed something suspicious. Does the claw get tighter after a certain number of tries? He started observing the machines around him. When someone tried several times and failed, then left, he would go up and try that machine. Sure enough, his success rate increased. Tricky business, no honest man, Mo Chuan concluded. In the end, the three of them took home 12 dolls. All the dolls were handed over to Hwasheng, who loved them very much. She kept planning what to do with each one, giving one to her brother, another to a man, and another to Lin Yang's brother. Even Lu Yaozu received one. Then she eagerly waited for the evening to arrive. In the evening, Hwawan arranged everything, and went back to her house with her glasses and Lin Yang. When they arrived, Grandma Jiang was in the yard washing clothes for Xiaobao. She heard the noise, stood up to wipe her hands, quickly opened the door, and invited Huawan inside to sit. Although Grandma Jiang's eyes were not good, the house was very tidy. Huawan took out the glasses case and arranged the glasses from low to high strength on the table. Grandma Jiang couldn't see clearly and had to get very close, then touch things with her hand. She asked curiously, "What are these small boxes?" Seeing her actions, Huawan realized that Grandma Jiang was more likely nearsighted than farsighted. She took out a pair of glasses and put them on Grandma Jiang. At first, Grandma Jiang was a bit afraid of the unfamiliar object and moved her head away. But once the glasses were fully on, she froze in surprise. "How does it feel?" Huawan asked. "Bright and a little dizzy." Huawan looked at the small notes inside the boxes and found that her nearsightedness was about 300 degrees. She searched again and found a pair of glasses with 500 degrees and helped Grandma Jiang put them on. "How about now?" Grandma Jiang held the glasses with her hands, looked around, and then said in amazement, "Much clearer." Lin Yang asked, "Mom, can you see me clearly?" "Still a bit blurry." Huawan checked and found that her strongest glasses were about 800 degrees. She took out a pair and handed them to Grandma Jiang. "I can see clearly now," Grandma Jiang exclaimed happily. Wearing the 800-degree glasses, Grandma Jiang was so excited she looked like a happy child. She started to look around curiously, noticing many details she had never seen before. She could see the patterns on the walls and the carvings on the tableware very clearly. She ran over to Xiaobao, picked him up, and choked with emotion. "Xiaobao, Grandma can finally see what you look like." She started crying softly. After putting Xiaobao down, she turned and knelt in front of Huawan, startling her. She said with gratitude, "Huawan, thank you. I thought I would spend my life in darkness, waiting to die. I didn't expect you to give me back my sight." Huawan and Lin Yang quickly helped her up. Huawan explained, "You're not blind, just nearsighted. Wearing glasses will fix it." She trembled as she reached for her glasses, saying, "This thing is like a miracle." Lin Yang also felt very grateful. After thinking for a while, since there was nothing valuable at home, she took out a small box from the bedside table, emptied all the copper coins and broken silver inside onto the table, and pushed everything over to Huawan. "Boss Hua, this is all the money we have at home. Please take it first. I will save more to give you later." In their minds, recovering eyesight seemed impossible. Now that Grandma Jiang could see again, she was willing to pay any price. Huawan said, "That's not necessary. We agreed that Grandma Jiang would help me run the shop. The glasses can be a gift for her." Grandma Jiang and Lin Yang knew this money was far from enough for the glasses. They had to take it back. Grandma Jiang said, "Once the inn opens, someone will need to do cleaning and chores. Even though I am blind, I still talk with neighbors. I know some widows who are having a hard time. If I tell them, they will be willing to work." Huawan nodded and said, "Then please take care of the inn." Lin Yang reminded Huawan, "It's almost the end of the month. Should we hold a meeting?" Huawan thought about it. Yes, they used to hold monthly meetings, but because she was lazy, they became quarterly. Now it was about time again. She asked Lin Yang to tell everyone that after the evening snack shop closed, they would have a short meeting. After saying that, Huawan played with Little Bao for a while before returning to the snack shop. Grandma Jiang took off her glasses, gently stroked them with affection, then put them back on. She said, "This is truly a blessing, meeting a kind person like Boss Hua." Lin Yang said, "Mother, how can you thank heaven? It was Boss Hua who gave you the glasses." Grandma Jiang said, "Everyone should thank. Everyone should thank. Especially Boss Hua." Huawan looked at a big bag of glasses and found Sun Xian, who was always reading books. She asked straightforwardly, "Can you see far away clearly?" Sun Xian responded slowly, "Boss Hua, you are really a fortune teller." "Yes, beyond 2 meters. I can't see faces clearly." Huawan placed her bag on the table with a bang, picked out a pair of glasses about 200 degrees, and handed them to him. "Try these." "Wow," Sun Xian exclaimed, "amazing. Boss Hua, you look just like this." Wow, so he had never seen what I looked like before. Huawan said, "All right, since they work for you, you can keep them." Back at the shop, someone was already waiting for her. The uncle who plans to build houses in the village showed some hand-drawn sketches to Huawan. Huawan shared her ideas, and Xuyun also gave many suggestions. The uncle made some revisions, and soon the plan was finalized. The uncle said, "There aren't enough workers in the village, so we might need to find people from outside to help." Huawan replied, "That's fine. We can offer slightly lower wages to outside workers since they are not locals. Even though the pay is lower, it is still a high price that others can't match." After confirming one more thing, they just need to wait for the construction to start. That day, after closing the snack shop, the staff meeting began. Huawan sat at the top, with Lin Yang, the head of the embroidery workshop, Lu Er and his wife, who sells stinky tofu, Mao, who runs the barbecue stall, and Aunt Pang, along with Huaxing's grandfather, who owns the hot pot restaurant, and Uncle Zheng, who sells pancakes. Also present was Xiuyun, who was about to become a new employee. They had prepared early. Lin Yang started by reporting the recent business status of her embroidery workshop to Huan. She presented a series of numbers, which made Huan feel dizzy. It was clear that the embroidery workshop was very successful. Finally, Lin Yang took out a small box containing all the money earned by the workshop over the past 3 months, exchanged into silver notes. The total was 380 taels of silver. After deducting wages and fabric costs, which added up to over 70 taels, the remaining money was in the box. The embroidery workshop was established early on to help women refugees support themselves and have a basic livelihood. Initially, they paid the embroiderers daily wages without discussing profit sharing in detail. Now, things are different. The workshop has become one of the most profitable shops besides the snack shop, thanks to the hard work of each embroiderer. Huan estimated her costs for buying fabric and design sketches. She took 150 taels from the 380 taels and kept the rest in the small box to return to Lin Yang. "Since you are the manager and you come in early and leave late and work the hardest, I will add 10 taels to your monthly pay. The other embroiderers will receive double wages. The remaining silver will stay in the workshop after daily expenses and be divided among everyone at the end of the year." Lin Yang was stunned. This was completely different from what she had initially expected. She wanted to say something, but Huan interrupted. "The embroidery workshop is different now, so the profit-sharing method needs to change." Then Huan signaled that it was someone else's turn. The remaining few people looked a bit nervous. They exchanged glances. Auntie Pang stood up and said, "I'll go first." The barbecue stall was the most popular among these snack stalls, but unfortunately, it was small and couldn't make much money. Even so, their income this quarter was quite good. It was easier to calculate here. Huan kept track of the expenses, subtracting the cost of pork, charcoal, and seasonings. On Mao's side, after deducting the cost of lamb, the remaining amount was profit. They split the profit with a 70-30 ratio, with Huan taking 30%, and the remaining 70% going to Mao. Auntie Pang and Mao exchanged a look, then handed Huan a few taels of silver, saying, "This is our donation to the school, hee." Mao said, "Boss Huan, you spent a lot of silver on opening the school. We all see that. Honestly, the school has nothing to do with you, but you're so generous. As villagers, we should do something too." Auntie Pang also said, "Not just this time. Every quarter, we will donate some money to the school." Lu Er also stood up to show his support. "We are willing to donate money too." Huan was a bit touched. This village was built through everyone's efforts. Some people met during their escape, others moved in later. Now they all felt a sense of belonging. Grandpa Huaxing also stood up, about to speak, but Auntie Pang interrupted him. "You don't need to, old man. You're not from our village, so no need to donate. Although I'm not, my grandson also studies at the school. Our hot pot shop is also in the village, so we will contribute too." He then took out a box containing money from the hot pot shop. The hot pot shop was the most profitable among these snack stalls, earning over 200 taels in a quarter. The meat was supplied by Huan, while all the vegetables were either grown by Grandpa Huaxing himself or bought from nearby farmers. Huan deducted the cost of meat, then still took a 30% share, leaving 70% as profit.
Ah,
It feels so good to have money coming in. It was Lu's turn. She felt a bit shy because their stinky tofu stall wasn't as popular as the barbecue, so their profit was not much. She hesitated for a moment before saying, we will work even harder. Now they realized their stall's income was the lowest. They secretly made up their minds. In the future, they would shout loudly like Andy Pang to attract customers. It's okay. It's natural that your capital is small and your sales are low. Aunt Fat said, you two are really honest. You don't speak up when you have problems. Don't do that anymore. Mrs. Lu quickly shook her head and waved her hands. No, we don't have problems. Our stinky tofu business is doing well. Plus, Boss Hua takes a small commission, so we have saved quite a bit of money, Aunt Fat said to Hua Wan. Mrs. Lu is pregnant after leaving her mother-in-law. Isn't that great news? Lin Yang said. That is really good. How many months along is she now? Mrs. Lu shyly said. Not yet 3 months. Aunt Fat, you're really... With so many people, you just said it out loud. Aunt Fat said. So what? None of us have had children. She looked around and finally focused on the 4 people at the snack shop. Oh, Boss Hua and them haven't had children, huh, Hua Wan? She couldn't join the conversation, but Lin Yang and Aunt Fat were excited and kept sharing experiences, making Mrs. Lu blush. Mao cleared his throat and pulled Aunt Fat back. Aunt Fat was reluctant. Why are you pulling me? Mao said. It's a meeting. Stop talking about other things. Aunt Fat and Lin Yang quickly sat down, and everyone looked at Hua Wan. Hua Wan had to follow the topic and said, well, just be careful and don't do heavy work. Mrs. Lu said, don't worry, Boss Hua. The doctor said my pregnancy is very stable. My husband has already taken over the heavy and tiring work. I'll just collect the money. Considering they now had a child and needed more money, Hua Wan said, if you can manage, I'll think about it and see what foods we can develop to sell together. Mr. Lu and his wife were very happy and quickly thanked her. Finally, there was Uncle Zheng. His pancake stall had only been open a few days. Hua Wan said to him, next time, let's settle the accounts. Uncle Zheng stood up and bowed. Boss Hua, I will go to the elementary school in the mornings to sell pancakes for the children. I have plenty of time. He currently had no extra money to donate, so he could only use his pancake-making skills. All right, and I'll pay you for your work, Hua Wan said. Uncle Zheng said, I don't want any pay. I just want to do my part. Hua Wan felt warm inside and said, our village is becoming more full of kindness. She added, the elementary school was just built and many parts are not perfect yet. Since we're talking about it today, I also want to ask everyone for help if I am not around and the school faces any problems. Mao said, no problem. What's important to Boss Hua is also our concern. Besides, the school involves all the children in the village. If you didn't say anything, we would still help. Everyone agreed and started to plan their work for the day. After finishing farm work, Mao went straight to the school to fix tables and chairs. Aunt Pang helped in the cafeteria at noon. Lu, even though she was pregnant, insisted on helping at the school, saying she wanted her baby to hear reading early. They held a meeting that made everyone feel excited. When Hua Wan announced the meeting was over, they discussed a bit more before leaving. After they left, Hua Wan still felt a buzzing in her head. The next day, Hua Wan signed up for a driving class at Mo Chuan's driving school. She also enrolled herself and Hua Sheng in a horseback riding class. Learning to ride a horse meant she wouldn't have to ride bumpy carriages that made her feel sick. She could go anywhere she wanted and travel freely. She even bought riding clothes, white shirt and matching tight silicone riding pants, a light gray vest, a black riding jacket, and tall black boots. She looked very cool. In just one lesson, Hua Wan could ride around the riding field, though she was still a bit unskilled. That night, she asked Mo Chuan to lend her a horse so she could ride to General Lu's mansion herself. She planned to ask about what was really going on at the dock alley. Mo Chuan looked shocked. Are you joking? You just learned to ride and you want to go so far? Compared to her, he had been spending the whole day steering the wheel. Hua Wan said, I'll go slowly, I won't race the horse. Mo Chuan asked again, do you know the way? Hua Wan paused. Oh right, no GPS. Mo Chuan said, I'll ride the horse and take you there. Hua Wan asked, then what should I ride? Just ride a cow for now. Unload the village's ox cart and get used to it. Huawan threatened. Don't even think about touching my cart. Mo Chuan refused to lend Ma to Huawan, saying it was too dangerous. Huawan also didn't want to ride in a carriage, and definitely not on a cow. The two argued back and forth. Huawan went to Amao and said, Amao, when you go buy sheep tomorrow, please help me buy a horse too. She looked at Mo Chuan and added, it should be gentle, but also look impressive. Mo Chuan snorted and said, how does he know how to pick a good horse? Amao looked worried and replied, Boss Huawan, please don't make it hard for me.
I really don't know how.
I've never even touched such expensive horses. Mo Chuan said, practice for a few days first. I'll help you pick a good one. Huawan had to give up. But she suspected that Mo Chuan was just getting back at her for messing with the steering wheel all day. As promised yesterday, she took some chicken ribs to Lu's family to teach them how to fry chicken ribs. Huawan had already marinated the chicken ribs with seasoning, oil, and water. Now it was the perfect time to fry. When Lu's family saw Huawan coming, they quickly moved aside. Huawan asked them to find a different pot, separate from the one used for stinky tofu. She poured in oil, heated it up, and put the chicken ribs in. It only took 6 or 7 minutes, and she turned them over a few times. When the ribs turned golden, she took them out. At this point, the chicken ribs were crispy on the outside and tender inside. She drained the excess oil, cut them into small pieces, sprinkled cumin powder and chili powder, and they were ready. Customers nearby had been waiting. When they saw Huawan putting the chicken ribs into a paper bag, they started asking to buy some. Huawan said, 15 copper coins. The customer paid happily and took the bag. Lu hesitated and asked, are these really chicken ribs? Won't they be too cheap? Huawan explained they are chicken but just the bones, no meat. So the price shouldn't be too high. Chicken ribs are cheap. Wholesale, they cost about 2 or 3 yuan each. Huawan paid a bit more, just over 4 yuan. The marinade ingredients were more expensive. Besides the garlic-flavored fried chicken, Huawan also prepared marinades for braised flavor, vine pepper flavor, smoked flavor, and even a spicy flavor. If customers wanted sweet and sour taste, they could sprinkle some sugar on the fried ribs and spray a little vinegar, then brush it evenly. There are also many kinds of seasonings such as pepper salt, garlic, cumin, sweet plum, seaweed, and more. All these different flavors are displayed together, making everyone amazed. Lu Er feels very happy. He mutters, I can't sleep tonight. I need to remember these seasonings carefully. A customer who had eaten fried chicken bones comes back. In a short time, he has eaten more than half a bag. Boss Hua, I heard you mention there are many flavors. Can you fry 2 more for me to take away? The chicken bones are crispy and flavorful, perfect for snacking when bored. 15 coins are not expensive. Huawan looks at the marinated chicken bones and says, there are also 2 flavors, prickly ash and smoked. Okay, then give me one of each. He pays happily, and Lu Er starts frying. It's easy to do, so Huawan goes back to the shop confidently. She tells a man, do you remember the bonfire festival last time? That was when you just arrived in the village, right? It's almost half a year now. A man also remembers that night. She will never forget how she hid behind the dark tent and watched the villagers gather around the bonfire happily. Huawan says, the Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. I want to hold another bonfire party. This time, it's not just for villagers. Everyone can join. We'll prepare some fun games and various snack stalls. It will be very lively. Huawan holds a man's hand and asks, a man, you will help me, right? A man nods hard. She was an outsider at the last bonfire, but this time she wants to join in. She also wants to feel that atmosphere. They decide to do it quickly. Huawan takes out paper and pen, dictating to a man. A grand bonfire party will be held at midnight. Everyone is welcome to come and play. There will be many delicious foods and fun games. She also takes another piece of paper and says, let's write a notice for the villagers, asking them to bring any fun things they have to the bonfire festival. A man writes according to Huawan's instructions. They give the notice to a Mao to post in a prominent place at the village entrance. The news spreads quickly, and many villagers sign up the next day. Zhao Zhizhou from the city also hears about this. He sends someone to deliver a message. Your idea is good, but you must consider safety carefully. Flower Roll nodded and said, we have a guard team patrolling 24 hours a day, so it should be fine. The visitor didn't underestimate the influence of Flower Roll's snack shop. He decided to leave a team of guards to maintain order. In the following days, Flower Roll was busy preparing food and setting up stalls. Hua Sheng suggested organizing a riddle contest with prizes. Flower Roll thought it was a good idea and assigned Hua Sheng to find riddles. Just like last time, they placed a bonfire in the middle of the open space across the street, with various stalls along the road. There would be a barbecue stall, a stinky tofu stall, a pancake stall, and later, a sugar water stall managed by a man. Flower Roll prepared drinks like sour plum soup, red bean paste, sesame paste, lily seed and snow fungus soup, and yogurt, some hot, some cold. They also prepared zongzi, a traditional dragon boat festival food. Flower Roll bought glutinous rice, meat, and dates, planning to make 2 flavors of zongzi. Everything was ready. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, as soon as Flower Roll opened the door, she saw that the door was decorated with calamus and mugwort, and Aunt Pang and others were already waiting outside. When they saw Flower Roll come out, Aunt Pang and Lin Yang quickly approached. Aunt Pang pinned mugwort flowers on Flower Roll's hair, and Lin Yang tied colorful silk threads around her wrist. These mugwort flowers on your head are not only pretty, but also ward off evil spirits and mosquitoes. And these colorful silk threads also have a meaning, Aunt Pang said with a smile. Wearing the colorful silk threads means good luck. When the first rain after the Dragon Boat Festival comes, you can untie the threads and throw them into the water, and it will bring you smooth days all year long. Lin Yang also tied the silk threads on Hua Sheng and then happily took out a sachet. According to tradition, we also need to wear a sachet today. Flower Roll picked up the sachet, which was embroidered with images of centipedes, snakes, scorpions, geckos, and toads. It also smelled of medicinal herbs. She said to Lin Yang, "It smells so good." Lin Yang replied, "Inside, I put cloves, patchouli, calamus, rhubarb, and asarum to prevent plagues and ward off 5 poisons. Lu Er was also busy. He carried a censer and walked into the shop, looked around, and placed it in the corner under the counter. "What's that?" Flower Roll asked. Aunt Pang said, "That's an evil warding incense. Every family burns it on Dragon Boat Festival. It can prevent disease and filth. Without it, the festival wouldn't be complete." Hwawan really didn't know that there were so many customs for the Dragon Boat Festival. For her, celebrating the festival simply meant buying a zongzi for breakfast in the morning. Watching everyone busy with preparations, she felt warm inside, and the festive atmosphere quickly filled the air. The firewood for the bonfire was already stacked, and the small stalls were set up in their proper places. Hwawan took a walk around and saw many other stalls. There were mask stalls, a pitching game stall, lantern sellers, and more. Some stall owners Hwawan recognized, others she hadn't seen before. But everyone who saw Hwawan greeted her respectfully. "Boss Hua, happy Dragon Boat Festival," she responded to each greeting. Sun the Scholar also had a stall, where he wrote lucky words on fans for people. Nearby, Hua Sheng was helping him, asking him to write riddles she found on slips of paper to hang at her stall later. Lin Yan's stall was also here, selling simple embroidered handkerchiefs. A man moved the table next to Lin Yan's, then together with Hwawan, they carried several large jars of sweet syrup and arranged bowls and spoons. Hwawan didn't want to miss out on the fun, so she closed her shop and brought out some cakes to sell with everyone. Mo Chuan went to find a quiet spot to set off fireworks, while the guards and officials began their patrols and stand guard duties. Hwawan instructed that if anyone on patrol or on duty wanted to eat, it should all be recorded on her account. Everyone got busy, their faces lit up with excited smiles. As night fell, villagers lit lanterns, which shone all the way to the city gate along the main road. There were also many lively activities in the city, like a kuju, footbag, competition, and temple fairs, so some people might arrive a bit later. Hwawan was not in a hurry. Even if there were no customers, the villagers would still come to support. Soon, the villagers couldn't hold back and started wandering around their stalls. Young people gathered at the pitching game stall, while children were busy choosing masks. Hua Sheng's riddle-guessing stall was also crowded, with everyone trying to solve the riddles. If someone guessed correctly, Hua Sheng would give them a homemade cookie. If they guessed wrong, she would draw a small line on their face with a brush. This caused a burst of laughter, and those who were marked didn't get angry. They just laughed along. The steamed bun cake stall has the best business. Villagers rarely get a chance to eat there, so today everyone is eager to try these uniquely shaped snacks. The steamed bun stall also lowered their prices specially for them. At this moment, a young girl walks over from the cake stall holding a steamed bun cake, hoping to exchange it for a handkerchief. Linian smiles and agrees. Now, everyone starts playing the exchange game. Someone trades sugar water for a fan with characters written on it, making the atmosphere even more lively. Finally, the first group of customers arrives. The NPCs finish their fun and return to their posts. A bonfire is lit at the right time, its bright flames lighting up the sky, making everything glow. People keep coming over, curious and gathering around the fire. Music begins to play. The children in the village clap along to the rhythm, then invite the guests to join them around the fire for dancing. With such a lively scene, who would refuse to join in? So, the singing and dancing around the fire continue, while the stalls busy themselves. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounds in the sky. It's fireworks set off by Mo Chuan. Colorful fireworks light up the night sky, and the crowd bursts into cheers and amazement. The fireworks attract even more people, making the scene very lively. For a moment, it's hard to tell where the city ends and the countryside begins. Everyone is having fun, but the guards and patrols are exhausted. They work all night without stopping, eyes fixed on passers-by, worried someone might steal their money in the chaos. They started working in the afternoon. Now, they are starving but can't afford the expensive-looking cakes at the bun stall. When passing by the pancake stall, they call out to Uncle Zheng. "Give me 2 pancakes, just set them aside. I'll come back to pick them up later." They reach into their coins to pay. Uncle Zheng doesn't say anything. He puts the coins back into their hands and waves to continue making pancakes. "Hey, what's wrong with you, old man? Don't you want to sell to us?" The nearby vendor quickly explains, "Not that I won't sell. Boss Hua said everyone can eat for free. All the food at the stalls is on Boss Hua's tab." The guards understand. The officials are surprised. "We're just here to do our jobs. We're eating the emperor's food, and Boss Hua is being so generous." Usually, they accept small favors from street vendors, but they never expected Boss Hua to be so generous, letting everyone eat for free. The guards stood straight and proud, saying, "Our village has good benefits." The officers had long been eager to try everything. They thought about it and decided to first eat some pancakes to fill their stomachs. After the crowd dispersed, they would carefully visit each stall. Thinking this, they became more excited, confidently holding their swords and walking through the crowd. Huawan was guarding her small stall and couldn't go anywhere else. She felt a bit regretful for joining the fun. It might have been better to close her shop and wander around. Fortunately, most of the people stopping at her stall were brightly dressed young women, which was very eye-catching. Watching beautiful women was truly a visual treat. Some girls had never tasted cakes from snack shops. Huawan introduced her cakes to them. The prices were affordable, and almost everyone bought a piece. Then Huawan opened a nearby insulated box. Inside was bright red turkey noodles. She said mysteriously, "Would you like to try our new snack, turkey noodles?" It's their first appearance. The noodles were rich in color, looking very delicious. They were topped with white sesame seeds and seaweed, making them even more tempting. What are turkey noodles? Do they have chicken inside? Turkey noodles don't contain turkey. It's like how wife cakes don't have wives, or spicy beef slices don't have beef. It's just a name, Huawan added. These noodles are very spicy, but eating them with cake is addictive. You should try. When they heard very spicy, they hesitated and took a step back. Huawan overestimated their tolerance for spicy food. After all, they ate very light every day, so they probably couldn't handle turkey noodles. Seeing the full box of noodles, Huawan worried she might end up with a lot left. She quickly came up with an idea and shouted, "Spicy eating challenge." 5 cents a bowl, and if you finish, it's free. This attracted many people. Someone asked, no charge for eating noodles? Is that true? Yes, you only pay if you don't finish. But be careful, these noodles are very spicy. One person laughed loudly. How spicy can it get? If it's free, can I eat as much as I want? Hwawan also smiled. As long as you can handle it, you can eat as much as you like from this box. All right then, he said boldly, tossing 5 copper coins on the table. Give me one bowl to try, Hwawan reminded him. First, remember to go easy and don't waste food. It's precious, he casually replied. Of course I know. If I can't finish it, I'll just soak the noodles in water and eat them. 5 cents isn't a lot. Hwawan smiled and said, all right, I'll serve you some. She then filled a big bowl with noodles and handed it to him. The sticky noodles were covered in sauce. People around were very curious. Your noodles aren't spicy at all. How can they be spicy? Hwawan chuckled inside, eager to show them the power of chili. The man clearly thought the same. He picked up a chopstick and ate a bite. After swallowing, he said, not spicy, it's okay. The onlookers laughed. Boss Hwa, are you doing charity work? Hwawan just smiled and said nothing. The spiciness hadn't hit him yet. Just wait and see. Sure enough, after the second bite, he couldn't take it. He started coughing badly, shouting, water. Water. Amon brought him a glass of water. He drank it all at once, but still couldn't handle the spice. His face turned red, and he asked, it's so spicy. Is there any way to stop the heat? Hwawan said, milk costs 8 cents a glass. It works well. She slapped 8 coins on the table. 1 glass, please. Amon poured him another glass of milk. He took 2 sips and looked relieved. Everyone was talking among themselves. Is it really that spicy? Hwawan asked. Do you want to finish the bowl? He looked at the spicy noodles with lingering fear. No more. Please pack it up for me to take away. So, they sold a bowl of spicy turkey noodles and a glass of cold milk. People gathered around, eager to try the noodles and see how spicy they really were. Curiosity was deadly. Amon's milk was almost finished. Some could finish a bowl, and one person even shared his tip. 1 bite of noodles, 1 sip of milk. Eat quickly, without hesitation. As long as I eat fast, the spiciness can't catch me, Hwawan said. Why not mix milk into the noodles? It helps reduce the spice. Someone dared to try. They poured half a glass of milk into the noodles and stirred well. It was less spicy. They admired Hwawan even more. Boss Hwa is so generous, sharing everything. Hwawan just chuckled and brushed it off. Actually, she just wanted to sell more milk. Hwawan happily packed away the empty boxes. When she looked up, she saw Aunt Pang bending over and sneaking forward. Aunt Pang, she called out. Aunt Pang turned to look at Hwawan and asked, Boss Hwa, have you seen Amao? Hwawan had been busy and didn't notice. She shook her head. Next to her, Man saw everything. He pointed toward the bonfire. Aunt Pang nodded and went straight toward the bonfire. Hwawan found it strange and followed her, crouching beside her and asking, what's wrong? Aunt Pang said, my son Amao has been acting very strange lately. During the day, he goes to town and stays for hours. When I ask where he's been, he doesn't say. Just now, I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, the stall was empty. She whispered, I'm going to quietly check what he's up to. Hwawan was worried something might happen, so she decided to follow Aunt Pang. There were still many people around the bonfire, all having fun. Aunt Pang and Hwawan moved through the crowd, watching each person carefully. Finally, they saw Mao a few meters ahead. At that moment, Hwawan's clothes were pulled. She turned around and saw Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun asked loudly, Sister, what are you doing? I was just about to find you. Aunt Pang and Hwawan both hushed her. Xiao Yun looked confused but crouched behind a tree with them. When she saw who was in front, she exclaimed, Hey, isn't that the person from the barbecue stall? That. Xiao Yun lowered her voice. Why is he pulling around a young woman? In front of Mao, there was a young woman dressed brightly, looking impatient as she talked to him. Mao was holding his clothes nervously with both hands. Aunt Pang's face turned pale with anger. Her fists clenched tightly, wanting to go over and ask what was happening.
but there were too many people nearby.
If she went now, everyone would notice. So she had to hold back and endure. She stood up and said to Huawan, "Boss Hua, you've seen enough. Let's go back." Huawan nodded, and the three of them headed home together. On the way back, Aunt Pang didn't say a word. Xiaoyan was unusually quiet too. They all walked back to the snack shop. Once inside, Aunt Pang couldn't hold back anymore and started crying loudly. "My life is so hard. Marrying Ah Mao, she helped take care of her bedridden mother, and together they fled from danger. She endured many hardships. After finally enjoying a few good days, he started causing trouble again. Oh, my life. It's so hard. Why am I even alive? I might as well just end it all." She cried bitterly, tears streaming down her face. Xiaoyan shared her anger and said fiercely, "I tell you, there's not a good man among them. When they have money, they turn bad. You shouldn't die so easily. You need to teach that sly woman a lesson." Fat Aunt wiped her tears with her clothes and said, "Yes, Sister Xiaoyan is right. I'll go see her tomorrow. I want to see what kind of woman dares to mess with my man." Huawan suggested, "It's better to find out the truth first. What if it's not what you think? Going there suddenly might not be a good idea." Fat Aunt cried, "What should I do then? I ask him, but he definitely won't admit it." Xiaoyan said, "That's right. We need to catch him in the act. So, Fat Aunt, I'll go with you tomorrow to check."
"I'll support you."
Fat Aunt nodded, and the two started planning. He goes to the city every 2 days to buy lamb. Before, he'd be back in a couple of hours, but recently, he's been gone most of the day. He must be visiting that sly woman. Xiaoyan suggested, "That's easy. When he goes to the city next time, follow him. Drop by Lu's restaurant and find me. I'll tell the young waiter at the door to inform me immediately. I'll go with you to see what's happening." Hawan asked, "Is that a good idea? Shouldn't we ask first?" Fat Aunt said, "Don't worry, Hua boss. You're not married yet, so you don't understand these things. It's hard to explain." Xiaoyan added, "Don't worry, sister. With me there, nothing will happen." Huawan thought to herself, having you there might actually cause trouble. They continued discussing the details, but the more they talked, the more suspicious they became. They weren't satisfied just chatting in the shop, so to avoid disturbing Huawan's closing, they held hands and went outside to keep talking. Women sharing a common concern grew closer quickly. Huawan couldn't shake her worries, so she asked Lin Yang to keep an eye on things. Unexpectedly, the next day, Ah Mao made a move. The next morning, Ameo wiped down the barbecue stand, tossed the cloth onto the stove, put on a shirt, and headed outside. The chubby aunt, hiding a secret, asked him, "Where are you going?" Ameo casually replied, "To see the sheep." The aunt said, "Why buy sheep again?" "We bought some yesterday morning, and there's still many." Ameo had already made up an excuse. "I heard outsiders are bringing a batch of sheep today. I want to see if they're cheap." After saying that, he drove the ox cart into town. The aunt quickly ran to the village entrance, caught a village ox cart, and followed into town. When they arrived at Lu's restaurant, she got off the cart, watched Ameo disappear into the distance, then loudly knocked on the restaurant door. "Customer, we only open at noon," a young waiter inside called out. "Hurry, tell your wife. The chubby aunt is looking for her." The waiter, having received the order, quickly ran to the backyard to call Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun was brushing her teeth. After hearing the waiter, she whispered, "Already so fast." She hurriedly rinsed her mouth and ran outside, accidentally knocking over the wash basin in her rush. Boss Lu asked, "What are you rushing off for?" "Why so hurried?" Xiaoyun didn't turn around. "To catch someone in the act." Boss Lu. "Oh, to catch someone cheating. You gave me a scare." "Wait, isn't this my place? Who are you catching cheating?" Xiaoyun reached the door, where the aunt was stomping anxiously. Seeing her come out, she quickly grabbed her and said, "Ameo is such a troublemaker. He can't wait all day, he's already gone into town. Quick, let's follow him." The two ran toward Ameo's direction. Luckily, Ameo hadn't gone far. They saw his ox cart stopped beside a beautifully decorated small building. The aunt grabbed Xiaoyun and was about to go inside, but Xiaoyun hesitated.
Is this
A brothel? Xiaoyun asked nervously.
what?
A brothel? The aunt screamed. Good grief, he hasn't earned much money yet, and he's already looking for a. Just wait, I'll break his legs. She rushed inside, but Xiaoyun held her back. People don't open the door during the day. We can't go through the front. Let's go around the back. The two turned to the backyard of the brothel. Just then, a male came out, followed by a young woman. The aunt rolled up her sleeves and rushed forward, punching a male in the head repeatedly. I told you to visit a brothel. I'll beat you to death. Xiaoyun is a loyal person. How could she let Aunt Fat fight alone? She saw the woman standing nearby and immediately ran over to pull her hair. It's you who are trying to others. Mao didn't fight back when he was hit. Seeing the woman being beaten made him angry. He pushed Aunt Fat away and stepped forward to block the woman. Aunt Fat got even angrier and shouted, Fine. You're protecting her. I tell you, today, without her, I wouldn't be here. With me, she wouldn't be either. She joined the fight, and soon Mao was at a disadvantage. Mao hurriedly said, Stop. It's not what you think. Aunt Fat had lost her mind and wouldn't listen. She kept hitting and kicking without stopping. Mao's fists couldn't match 4 hands. The woman was too weak to fight back. They were pushed into a corner. He saw a stick on the ground, quickly picked it up and waved it, shouting, Stop. With a weapon, they looked more intimidating. Aunt Fat and Xiaoyun were both startled and scared. Aunt Fat reacted and sat down on the ground, crying loudly. My life is so hard. My husband. Shut up. Listen to me. Mao shouted loudly, finally calming Aunt Fat. Mao said, This is my sister. What? Aunt Fat and Xiaoyun were stunned. They slowly turned to look at the woman. Her hair was messy, her makeup was smudged from crying, and she was sitting on the ground, too tired to stand. Aunt Fat said, Don't talk nonsense. I haven't heard you have a sister. Mao said, It's a long story. I'll tell you more when we go back. He helped Aunt Fat up and then helped the woman, asking, Are you okay? She shook her head and then turned to go into the small building. Mao sighed, Let's go back. On the way, Mao looked serious, and Aunt Fat hesitated but wanted to ask. Finally, she couldn't hold back and asked, Tell me, what's really going on? Mao said, My parents sold my sister when I was young. Half a month ago, I went to the city to buy lamb and accidentally saw her. Aunt Fat asked, It's been so many years. How did you recognize her? Mao replied, My sister is different from others. She has an extra bone near her ear. That day, I saw her buying things at a wonton stall. I recognized her immediately. Later, I asked her about some details, and it was definitely my sister. So I didn't hit my sister-in-law. Why didn't you tell me earlier? What's the use of me knowing? Besides, she's in such a bad situation now. She feels ashamed, and she asked me not to tell anyone. Even I can't tell? You lied to me so badly.
Mao said, I
want to get money to buy her out. I'm afraid you won't agree. Fat Aunt said, We should buy her out. Now that our life is better, we can't let our sister stay in that place forever. Mao felt guilty and said, This isn't a small amount of money. I'm sorry. There's no need to say that. We're family. How much money do you need? 80 taels of silver. How much? They went home and searched everywhere, counting all their silver. They only had 12 taels, and 4 of those were from the money spent on buying food. This is far from enough. Mao said sadly, Even if it's enough, it won't work. They say it's hard to train a girl to work in a brothel, so they probably won't let her go. Fat Aunt suggested, Maybe. We can ask Boss Hua for help. Boss Hua has never dealt with those people. There's no way. Let's not trouble her. First, we should find a way to save money and let Xinger stay there a little longer. They didn't want to talk about it, but Xiaoyun couldn't keep her mouth shut. That night, she told Huawan everything she saw and heard during the day. Huawan was surprised and said, So, you mean you and Mao's sister beat her up? Xiaoyun replied, That's not the main point. The main thing is Mao's sister is in a brothel, she continued. Mao's parents are really cruel. They even sold their own daughter to a brothel. Huawan said, It can't be that bad. Even if she was sold, she wouldn't be sold so far away. Maybe she was moved around a few times. That's so tragic. Hwawan directly called Amao over and asked, Amao, what are your plans? Amao looked at Shuyun, understanding that the news spread too fast. He answered Hwawan, anyway, Shinger has been there for so many years. There's no rush. Hwawan said, you're her brother. How can you say that? Fat Ant said, there's nothing we can do. It costs 80 taels of silver to buy her out. Where can we get so much money? 80 taels? Wow, that's a lot of money. In this time, an average family's yearly expenses are less than 10 taels of silver, so 80 taels is a big amount. With confidence, Hwawan said, lend me some. I have money. Spending some money on his good employees made Hwawan happy. Amao and Aunt Fat exchanged a quick look, then immediately knelt down and started kowtowing to Hwawan. Hwawan, oh my, when will you stop kneeling so often? He quickly helped them up and asked, how much more do you need? Amao replied, 70 more taels. All right, I'll give it to you. You can redeem the person right away. Amao asked, and about this money? Boss Hua, I'll sign a debt note. We'll work hard to pay you back. Hwawan waved his hand. No rush for that. He took a small box from under the kitchen cabinet, found a silver note for 80 taels, and handed it to Amao. Keep the extra 10 taels, just in case they try to raise the price. Hwawan thought that no matter how much they try to increase the price, 15% should be enough to settle it. Amao, eager to act, quickly packed up his stall and headed straight to the city. It was a busy time at the brothel. Amao entered and asked the madam to help redeem Shinger. The madam, surnamed Chui, was called Madam Chui by everyone. She had heavy makeup on her face. After hearing Amao's story, she called Shinger down. Seeing Shinger, Amao immediately took out a bag of silver and a silver note and said, Shinger, I've come to redeem you. Shinger looked at him with disbelief. She couldn't understand how her brother managed to gather 80 taels of silver so quickly. How did you get so much silver? Shinger asked.
Amao said, don't ask.
Once Madam Chui accepts the silver, you can come with me. Madam Chui looked at Shinger and then at Amao, slowly asking, Shinger, have you decided? Do you want to go with him? Shinger nodded with tears in her eyes. Madam Chui poured the silver from her bag onto the table and said, after just a glance, this isn't enough. Take it back. Amao and Shinger were stunned. Shinger asked, Madam, isn't it said that 80 taels is enough to redeem oneself? Mrs. Chui confidently said, 80 taels is the price for your own redemption. If someone else pays for you, it won't be the same. Amao then took out a steamed bun and handed her 10 taels of silver, saying, Mrs. Chui, I have 10 more taels here. Is that enough? Mrs. Chui looked at Amao with interest and said, I didn't expect you to have so much silver. She then changed her tone and said sternly, even with 10 more taels, it's not enough. Shinger became anxious. The worry she feared finally happened. It's not easy to return to freedom. She wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Amao asked, how many taels do you need? Mrs. Chui looked around, crossed her legs, and said, 300 taels. And you need to hurry. Shinger is about to reach the age to serve customers, and the price won't be the same soon. 300 taels? Amao exclaimed. He couldn't even get 80 taels himself, and he borrowed from Boss Hua. How could he gather 300 taels in such a short time? Shinger knew her brother wouldn't be able to get such a large amount of money. Feeling hopeless, she said, forget it, brother. I won't get out in this lifetime. She laughed bitterly. It's okay. Even if I leave, people will look down on me. Meeting you again is already a blessing. I dare not hope for more. You should go now. Talking wouldn't help. Amao silently put away the silver and said, Sister, wait for me. I will work hard to save enough money. After Amao left, Shinger wiped her tears and prepared to go back to her room. Mrs. Chui called her back. How do you know he's really your brother? He hasn't looked for you all these years. Suddenly appearing. Do you believe him? Shinger replied, I have verified with him. Every detail matches. Besides, if he's not my real brother, why would he help me redeem myself? Mrs. Chui curled her lips and said, That's hard to say. You don't know how dangerous this world can be. And look at your face, being beaten up. If you go out, You won't have a good life. Xinger touched the scar behind her ear and said, It's a misunderstanding. Mrs. Chui stood up and interrupted her. Don't blame me. If he truly wants to redeem you, he will find another way. Just wait and see. When Mao returned, he was as anxious as when he left, but now he was very disappointed. 300 taels. Whether Boss Hua would lend him that much or not, he didn't dare to ask. Boss Hua and I are not related by blood, but he pays me wages so I can support my family. That is already very kind of him. The madam surnamed Chui raised the price on the spot, but I didn't have the nerve to ask for more. When I returned to the shop, Aunt Fat saw me come in and looked behind me, but no one was there. Where is she? The girl? Why did you come back alone? Mao shook his head and returned the 80 taels of silver to Huawan, saying, The madam really raised the price on the spot. Huawan asked, How much does she want? Mao said, Boss Hua, you don't need to worry about that. It's our family matter and we will handle it ourselves. It seemed like a large sum. Huawan said, Since I already know about this, I should care. How much does she want? Mao knelt down, covering his face, and said, Boss Hua, I really can't bring myself to say it. She wants 300 taels of silver. Aunt Fat was stunned. 300 taels of silver was more money than she had ever imagined. 300 taels of silver. Huawan thought for a moment. That's quite a lot. Mao, a grown man, couldn't help but start crying. She said that Xinger is about to start working, and if we delay, it will be too late. Huawan asked curiously, How old is Xinger? Mao replied, She is much younger than me. She should be 23 this year. 23 to force her into work? Huawan thought this brothel was quite strange. She then asked Mao, Was Xinger sold to the brothel by your parents? Mao said, No. Xinger was originally sold to be a maid, but somehow she was sold to a brothel later. Fortunately, during the recent quarterly meeting, some silver notes were recovered, or she wouldn't have enough cash right now. Don't kneel so often. Get up first. I'll go get the silver. Huawan believed that there was no reason not to help if she could. She counted the silver notes, thought for a moment, and said, This time, I will go with you. She wasn't afraid that Mao would cause trouble, but she thought he was too honest. She wanted to go along and see if she could negotiate the price. Mao said, How can that be? Such places shouldn't be visited by respectable women. Mo Chuan also said, Are you crazy? No decent woman should go to a brothel. Huawan replied, Yes, Mo Chuan. You come with us. If the negotiations fail and a fight breaks out, you can help. Mo Chuan unusually said, I'll go, you don't need to go. Huawan replied, Do you think I would care about that? She handed the shop over to a man and Hua Sheng, then took her money bag and left. Aunt Pang and Xiao Yun also followed, and the group of 5 headed to the city. When they arrived at the brothel, they announced themselves and were led to see Mother Chui. Mother Chui was very surprised and said to Mao, I underestimated you. You've already gathered the money so quickly? Mao nodded and said, You said it was 300 taels of silver. It hasn't been an hour yet, so no turning back now. Mother Chui didn't speak. She looked at the people behind him. Huawan was standing in the middle, looking very impressive. She looked at Huawan and asked, Who is this? Huawan said, I am Mao's boss. The money belongs to me, and I lent it to him. Mother Chui asked, You look familiar. May I ask your name? Huawan said, My surname is Hua. Mother Chui suddenly understood and nodded, saying, So you are the boss Hua from Hua snack shop outside the city. No wonder he could gather such a large sum so quickly. Xinger received the news and returned to this room. Seeing so many people, she was a bit scared. When she saw Mao come back, she called out, Brother. Before Mao could speak, Aunt Pang hurriedly said, Xinger, don't be afraid. We brought money to buy you back. Seeing Aunt Pang and Xiao Yun, Xinger remembered the beating from yesterday and felt a little scared. Aunt Pang added, That was a misunderstanding yesterday. Later, I will apologize to you. Mother Chui asked Huawan, Is this your servant? Huawan said, No, they are helping me manage the stall. Mother Chui, I want to ask if we can negotiate the price of 300 taels? As far as I know, Xinger hasn't started earning money yet, so this price is a bit high. Mother Chui smiled and said, I heard you treat the people in your shop very well. It seems to be true. You even came to the brothel to bargain with the madam for them, huh? Mother Chui asked Huawan to sit down and then said, actually, 300 taels was just a joke I made. You don't need to take it seriously, Boss Hua. When she said this, everyone present was confused. Huawan guessed and asked, is Mother Chui worried that Xing Er is being entrusted to the wrong person? Mrs. Chui nodded in approval. No wonder she is such a successful businesswoman. It's not surprising here, she continued. I can't earn 300 taels, but I've scared away many insincere people. Many years ago, she had a woman named Mei Xiang working for her. To be with her lover, Mei Xiang insisted on buying her freedom. They pooled 80 taels, and Mrs. Chui released her as promised. Soon after, Mei Xiang returned to her old work at the brothel, exhausted and broke. Later, she set a rule. If someone truly wanted to buy a girl's freedom, she would try her best and ask several times. She would then release the girl. Over the years, she never earned 300 taels in a single deal, nor did she free anyone. But today was different. She said, if someone can pay 300 taels to buy a girl's freedom, they probably will treat her well. You all can go now. Mao, Fat Ant, and Xinger were so excited they couldn't speak. Fat Ant said after a while, Xinger, come quickly and see your sister-in-law. Xinger rushed into Fat Ant's arms, sobbing. I really can leave. Huawan took out 80 taels of silver and placed it on Mrs. Chui's table. Mrs. Chui looked at it, then accepted it. Go now, don't come back. Mao asked. Huh? But Huawan was the first to leave, followed closely by Mo Chuan. Mao quickly shut his mouth, pulled Fat Ant and Xinger, and left too. At the snack shop, Mao asked his doubt, Boss Hua, Mrs. Chui said 300 taels, but you only gave her 80, and she still accepted. Huawan put the banknote back into her small money box and said, she didn't really want that much. The 300 taels was just to scare off some people. Mao still couldn't understand. Neither Fat Ant nor Xinger could. Huawan explained, Mrs. Chui was worried you wouldn't treat Xinger well, so she deliberately asked for a high price to make you give up. If you didn't give up, she would see your sincerity and let Xinger go. That's how it is, Huawan said. Mrs. Chui isn't a bad person. Xinger said, Mom is a good person. When I was sold to the brothel, she knew I didn't want to be so she had people teach me singing and dancing. That's how I became a courtesan. There are many girls like me in the brothel. Mom said if we can earn enough money to pay her back, she will let us all go. Flour Roll said, so your redemption money is 80 taels, the silver you bought back then, and the money you've spent raising you all these years? Xinger didn't expect this detail and suddenly understood. No wonder the sisters' redemption money is different. Fat Ant said, anyway, that's all in the past. Now our family is together, and that's a great thing. Xinger, from now on, you will follow your brother and sister-in-law. Our life has improved, and your hardships are over. Mao said, Xinger, rest for a few days first, then follow your brother and sister-in-law to sell grilled food. Suddenly, Flour Roll remembered something and asked Xinger, you said you learned singing and dancing? Xinger nodded. In the brothel, I practice dancing during the day and perform at night. Flour Roll said, that's great. You don't need to sell grilled food anymore. I have other work for you. Xinger said, Boss Hua, you saved my life. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. Flour Roll said to Xuyun, who had been running around all day, Sister Xuyun, this is like sending a pillow when you're sleepy. Xuyun looked confused. Sister, what's wrong with me today? I can't figure out what's going on. Flour Roll blinked and said, aren't we still missing a dance teacher? No, a master to teach dance. Xuyun clapped her head and said, right. Miss Xinger can come to our weight loss class to be the teacher. Xinger originally thought Flour Roll wanted her to dance for customers at the snack shop, but when she heard about the weight loss class, she asked curiously, what do you mean? What's a weight loss class? Flour Roll explained, it means you become a female teacher teaching women to dance so they can become thinner and healthier. Xinger said, I come from a brothel. How can I be a teacher? And I don't know how to dance the kind you mentioned. She learned flirtatious dances in the brothel, which was hard to talk about. Flour Roll said, it's okay. We can create a new routine. If not, We can find a dance teacher online and pay her to help us choreograph. This matter was settled, but Flower Roll still had other things to consider. She pondered deeply. What does a brothel need? She wanted to send some gifts to Mother Chui. She couldn't think of anything and asked Shinger again, what is the brothel most lacking? Apricot thought for a moment and said, the most important thing about a brothel is to keep men coming back every day. Hwawan pondered how to make those men stay enchanted with Chui Mama's brothel. Hwawan originally planned to bring a few sets of makeup for Chui Mama, but modern cosmetics are too delicately packaged. She couldn't open and repackage them, so she gave up. Instead, she bought several scented body washes at the supermarket: pomegranate, camellia, ebony rose, jasmine white tea, and coconut milk, 5 bottles of each, weighing 900 grams. When she got home, she asked everyone to refill the bottles with these body washes, label them, and in the evening, Mo Chuan would deliver them to Chui Mama. Mo Chuan was cautious. After entering the city, he didn't go straight to Chui Mama, but instead went to the city defense camp, where he had some old friends. He gave his friend 2 pancakes and asked about Chui Mama's background. The old friend at the camp knew her well and told him everything while eating the pancakes. That Chui Mama, I know her. She used to be a daughter of a noble family. These pancakes are good, tasty. I can't remember exactly which official her family was connected to. Her family committed a crime, and all the women were sent to the brothels. Only she survived. Hey, what is this long, thin in the pancake? Mo Chuan looked and said, that's ham sausage. Why was she sent to a brothel? Shouldn't the daughter of a criminal be sent to the music and dance house? The music and dance house isn't easy to get into. Her father was just a minor official. No one cared about his family. So, they sent her to the lowest, most disgraceful brothel. Back then, brothels and Qinglu, pleasure houses, were different. Brothels mainly sold, while Qinglu offered both entertainment and. Compared to brothels, women in Qinglu had a bit more dignity. That's good. No wonder she's so formidable. Her older sister and younger sisters all suffered humiliation and hanged themselves, but she didn't care. She made a name for herself, earning a lot of money over the years. Later, her father was exonerated, and she was freed from her shame. He licked his lips and reached for a second pancake. It's strange. She didn't just stay a good girl. Instead, she opened a Qinglu and took in many women. He paused with a mischievous smile and said, do you think she's gotten addicted to this line of work? I can't leave it. Hee hee. Mo Chuan didn't reply. After hearing the news he wanted, he stood up to say goodbye. Brother Mo Chuan, why are you leaving so quickly? That old lady Chui is getting on in years. I can introduce you to some young, pretty girls. Seeing Mo Chuan already heading out, he added, hey, where did you buy that pancake? Mo Chuan didn't look back and waved his hand. Outside the city at the Hwawan snack shop, he arrived at a place called the Greenhouse, a brothel. He handed the bathing liquid to old lady Chui, who looked quite surprised. Boss Hua knows I come from this dirty place, yet she doesn't hide it. She opened each box, revealing fragrant liquids that shimmered with different colors. Old lady Chui's eyes lit up. She asked Mo Chuan, what are these? Mo Chuan replied, there's a note over there. Read it yourself. I'm leaving now. As a local, Missouri Chuan was a bit cautious compared to Boss Hua. Old lady Chui understood and said, please thank Boss Hua for me. Mo Chuan walked to the back courtyard gate and asked the turtle-faced man who accompanied him, why doesn't this brothel have a name? The turtle-faced man said, ah. Old lady Chui said, it's just a place for the unfortunate. It's dirty, so they don't bother with a name. She doesn't care whether they can attract customers or not. The girls inside work voluntarily. Old lady Chui doesn't interfere. These girls are lucky to have such a good madam. Mo Chuan asked curiously, if the girls in the brothel don't take clients, how can it stay open? Some girls don't want to take clients, but others are willing. For example, our top courtesans, Peach Blossom Girl and Wood Scent Girl, do it voluntarily. They can earn dozens of silver coins in one night. And, you don't know, most of the girls in our place come from noble families. They're skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Many clients come specifically to see them. Mo Chuan thought to himself, so Chui Mama is running a rescue station for daughters of disgraced officials. Seeing Mo Chuan interested, the turtle-faced man added a few more words. Old Lady Chui said, if these girls' families change their minds and don't want to sell them anymore, or if their charges are cleared, they still have a way out. They won't be trapped too deeply, like some others. After Chui's mother gave up her shameful status, her father, grandfather, and brothers all died on the way to exile. She had nowhere to go and was disliked wherever she went. So she decided to open this brothel with her savings and would sometimes buy girls from there. At first, she didn't have enough money. Later, some girls who had experienced the same hardships learned about her situation and came to help. The quickest way to earn money was by accepting clients. They said, since we're already dirty, let's just go all the way, and this is how the brothel managed to stay open. Mo Chuan felt moved. Usually, he thought women in this era had low status and little strength, often ignored. Today, he realized they also had a kind of strength that refused to accept fate, coming together to help each other in a small, unnoticed place. He nodded, said goodbye to the old man, and returned to the snack shop. He told Huan about these events. She sighed and said, this is like an ancient version of girls helping girls. She asked Mo Chuan, why do the girls who were rescued still stay in the brothel? Do they have nowhere else to go? Mo Chuan explained, they are different from others sold into the brothel. Their families were punished and are considered criminals. Unless they are cleared of charges or pardoned, they will have to stay there for life. Huan said, that's so unfair. They used to be just women in the inner court, and their families are the ones at fault. Yet they are dragged into this. That's how the law is. Nothing can be changed. A tiny insect cannot shake a big tree. Huan said, fortunately, they met Chui's mother. But then she asked, did we give her the wrong bath lotion? Most of the women in the brothel are performers, not prostitutes. Huaxing said, no, sister, you didn't give her the wrong one. Girls like fragrant scents. Huan laughed. Yes. Girls like fragrant smells, not just to please men. The most important thing is that they smell nice and feel happy. Xinger had changed back to her childhood name, Xing. Huan noticed she not only had a talent for dancing but also played the pipa, guzheng, and guqin. So, Huan arranged for her to teach children music at the elementary school starting immediately. Now, the elementary school had a third teacher, the music teacher. Like martial arts, Huan emphasizes teaching according to each child's talent. In the first year, every child learns some basics. Based on their interests and abilities, they decide whether to continue learning in the second year. This way, they won't feel too much pressure from studying. The children in the elementary school know that opportunities are rare, so they work even harder to learn. However, as the notice at the village entrance about hiring a teacher gradually faded, no one came to ask about it. Huan also couldn't do anything, so the matter had to be postponed indefinitely. One day, Huan changed into a knight's outfit. While Mo Chuan wasn't paying attention, she swapped a saddle onto her horse and rode into the city. Mo Chuan heard the sound of hooves and hurried out of his shop. He only saw Hua Chuan's back. He shouted a few times, but Huan didn't turn around. She had already taken several riding lessons, while Mo Chuan hadn't received formal training. She was confident in her riding skills and didn't see why he should tell her what to do. Using her memory and asking around, Huan finally arrived safely at General Lu's residence. She knocked on the door. The servant at the door recognized her and asked, Miss Huan, is there something difficult you need help with? Huan said, no, not really. Is Grandma Lu asleep? I came to see her. The servant saw Huan struggling to carry a large bag. He quickly took it and went to inform the old lady's room. Inside the bag were 10 jin of loquats Huan bought. She saw that loquats were in season and tasted some very sweet ones while shopping during the day. She brought some to let Grandma Lu try. Soon, Jin Se ran over, bowed to Huan, and said, Grandma hasn't gone to sleep yet. When she heard you came, she was very happy and asked me to bring you to her. Huan followed Jin Se deeper into the house. She asked about Grandma Lu's health, and Jin Se answered gently. She also mentioned that Grandma Lu liked the necklace Huan gave her and took it out to touch every day. They reached the room after a few turns. The old lady's room was dimly lit with 2 candles. As soon as she saw Huan, she warmly took her hand and looked her over carefully, summarizing with 2 words. Huan was secretly pleased. The weather was hot, so she didn't dare eat much. She had been controlling her diet recently, and it seemed to be working well. Really? Grandma Lu, that's wonderful. Mrs. Lu and Jean Say smiled and said, this child, opening a snack shop and still losing weight. She has a strong will. Then she asked, did something trouble you? Huan smiled and replied, it's not a big problem. I sent a letter to General Lu, but it seems he hasn't received it. I wanted to ask you for the address. Is it Cheng's house in Mato Lane? Mrs. Lu said, yes, that's right. Cheng's house is indeed in Mato Lane. Why wouldn't he receive it? Huan asked again. Is it the same as the Matu at the ferry dock? Mrs. Lu laughed. No. It's the horse riding Ma, not the dock. No wonder he hasn't received it. It's a different Ma. Wow, who would think that the alley is called Ma too? Horse's head. Huan said with a smile. I see. I thought it was an alley near the dock. Mrs. Lu explained carefully. Legend has it that before the former emperor ascended the throne, he traveled through that alley. He was shot with several arrows, and his horse turned around and carried him back to the camp. That's how Ma Tu Lane got its name. Huan suddenly understood, so the name has a story behind it. She chatted with Mrs. Lu about amusing things that happened in the shop, then stood up to say goodbye. Mrs. Lu hadn't enjoyed a conversation like this in a long time. She felt reluctant to part, but it was late, so Jean Say accompanied her out. At the door, Huan saw Imo Chuan standing by his horse with an angry look. Why are you here? Huan asked. Imo Chuan said, wow, you actually stole my horse. And you ask how I got here? I took off Xiaoyan's carriage and rode her horse. Huan comforted him. Look, I'm fine now. My riding skills are excellent. Imo Chuan said, how safe do you think this place is? It's so late, and a woman alone outside. Aren't you afraid of encountering human traffickers? Huan patted her small bag on her waist. I brought pepper spray and an electric baton. Don't worry. Imo Chuan asked. What are you talking about? All right, once you get your driver's license, I'll buy you a real BMW to make up for it, okay? Imo Chuan almost couldn't hold back his smile. That sounds good.
Deal.
No changing it, okay? They both returned to the shop. Huan immediately rewrote a letter and asked Lin Yang to send it to Ma Tu Lane. Meanwhile, she contacted a few female dance bloggers to help design 2 beginner dance routines suitable for weight loss. Then she ordered dozens of guqin and flutes online for the students in the school. Finally, there was an important matter. She contacted several secondhand music shops to buy some old pianos. She researched and found that European pianos from that era were the main musical instruments. Giving one to the brothel wouldn't seem out of place. However, she couldn't choose modern-looking ones. Unfortunately, even the oldest pianos in the shops only dated back to the 1970s, and their sound quality and key rebound were not good anymore. So, Huan had to think of other ways. She browsed online for a long time until a post caught her attention. The poster's family had a piano over 100 years old that could no longer be played. It was a pity to throw it away, but it also took up space. She was very troubled and posted online to ask if there was a better way to handle it. Huan privately messaged her. The poster responded quickly, asking for 1,000 yuan. Huan was happy and immediately transferred the money. She then contacted a piano factory to discuss. They agreed to have the poster deliver the piano directly to the factory. The workers at the factory would empty the inside of the piano and install new parts. Usually, they wouldn't take on such work, but Huazhuan's high offer convinced them. This process ended up costing nearly 100,000 yuan, more than buying a new piano. When the piano arrived at the snack shop, Huan opened the packaging and saw that her money was well spent. The natural wood finish kept the elegant style of European aristocrats from over 100 years ago, simple yet luxurious. The keys were new but treated to look old, with the white keys slightly yellowed. Huan had already asked a tuning master to tune it before it left the factory. Despite the long journey, the sound was not affected much. As for whether anyone could play the piano,
she was not worried.
as the first piano in this place, it would attract a lot of attention. Soon, someone would start composing music for it. That night, she sent someone to call Chui Mama to send someone to pick it up. The 600-pound piano was transported by a cart, with 4 people moving it. It took 2 hours to bring it back to the brothel. Such a huge object naturally attracted many onlookers on the way. When asked about it, Chui Mama smiled and replied, "It was shipped from overseas. It's the most popular instrument there. Only I have one in the whole country." Such a large instrument, could it be producing heavenly music? Soon, news of a huge new instrument spread throughout the city. Madame Chui sent someone to tell Huan that the brothel's business was very busy now, and most visitors came just to see the piano. So, she started charging for tickets. This made the girls inside feel a bit easier. But they could only tap on the piano and marvel at its wide range and special sound. However, a few music enthusiasts, who had rented it for a year, spent every day studying the piano. They took turns using it during the day, and at night, others would play for guests. Several of them studied together, making the brothel noisy even during the day. The girls worked at night and rested during the day, so they were often tired and had dark circles under their eyes. But there was nothing they could do, since the price was so high. Indeed, professionals are different. In just a few days, they managed to compose a song. After several days of refining, it was finally finished. This song was incredible, the first piano piece of this era. They couldn't wait to share it with the world, but Madame Chui stopped them. "Before you spread it, I need someone to listen to this piece first," she said. These music lovers were important people in the industry, so they didn't take Madame Chui seriously. "When did you, an old madam, start giving orders?" Madame Chui was straightforward. "The piano is mine, and the land is mine. You can take your sheet music and go somewhere else." They were speechless. In the brothel, there was a talented musician who usually had a great gift for instruments. Madame Chui asked her to learn the piano, but these people disagreed again. Such a high-end instrument, how can a courtesan touch it? This caused a big argument. On one side were the musicians who looked down on the girls, and on the other were the girls who couldn't sleep because of the noise. They started arguing. "Don't forget, you're still in a brothel. What's wrong with that? Heroes don't ask about origins. If you look down on our girls on our turf, I'll kick you out, you know? You're unreasonable. Do you know how important the music we composed is? If it gets out, it could go down in history. Then I will make sure you are the first group of musicians to be recorded in history for being beaten in a brothel. We will report to the emperor. We will say you possess rare treasures, and when the time comes, you better hand them over honestly." Mama Chui said, "If you keep talking like that, there might be a fire at the brothel tonight. The piano is made of wood, and it might not escape the flames. You dare to say such things." The musicians didn't expect her to threaten to destroy the piano. "What's wrong? To me, this piano is just a tool to make money. I don't cherish it like you do. It's my property, and I can do as I please. I'm telling you now, if you want to come and listen, pay the fee first. But don't keep whining and complaining. Remember, the piano is mine." The musicians were furious. They usually took great care of the piano, either playing or cleaning it. The whole piano was kept spotless, even the foot pedals were meticulously cleaned. Those without shoes aren't afraid of those with shoes. The musicians had to step back and say, "All right, let's compromise. We can wait for your guest to come listen, but I will be the one to play. Is that okay?" he added, "but everything must be kept secret and private. No outsiders are to know." He thought he was making a big concession. When had he ever played music in the brothel just to make people smile? If this got out, it would ruin his master's reputation. "I just don't understand you people. What's with this fake moral high ground? A few grown men are less clear-headed than our courtesans. Fine, if you insist, we'll keep it secret." So Mama Chui told someone to inform Huan at the snack shop in the evening, asking her to find time to come listen to the music at the brothel. Worried that Huan might be hesitant, she specifically told her that the piano had been moved to a side room in the backyard, away from the front where the clients are. Her idea was simple. Since the piano was a gift from Huan, the first person to hear the new piece should be her. That way, she wouldn't feel disappointed. Hwawan received the message and was very surprised. They've already composed a piece so quickly. She was eager to listen to this groundbreaking piano music. Hwasheng dressed her up, putting on a hooded cloak and a veil to hide her face, making sure no one could recognize her. Then she felt at ease. A carriage secretly took her to the back courtyard of the brothel. Madame Chui had already sent people to guard the area, and there was no one within 5 miles. They then quietly brought her into a side room. Hwawan took off her cloak and veil, saying, "There's no need to be so cautious. I'm almost out of breath." She looked around and saw a spacious room with a piano in the center and a few soft seats on the side, as if they had been brought in temporarily. Many people were inside, mostly elegant men. One old man with a long beard stood near the piano, looking at Hwawan with a strange expression. He asked Madame Chui, "Is this the distinguished guest you've been waiting for?" They thought she was an important customer of the brothel, but didn't expect her to be a young woman. But being so young and in a place like this, she couldn't be from a good family. She was just like everyone else here. Madame Chui replied, "Yes, that's her." Then she said to Hwawan, "Sorry for inviting you like this, Mississippi. We mainly worry about your reputation, so please forgive us." Hwawan understood and asked, "Have you used all the bath oils? Are they good?" Madame Chui raised her voice, saying, "Yes, very good. The girls all love them. They don't want to stop using them. When they bathe each day, they add a few drops to the bath, and the scent is very strong." Everyone in the room felt uncomfortable listening to this. What kind of conversation was this? Talking about bathing in front of everyone? The old musician coughed to interrupt their talk, saying, "Can I start now?" Hwawan saw that he could play the piano and admired him, so she politely said, "Yes, please, and thank you for your effort." She then sat on a soft stool and listened carefully. The old musician first stroked the piano, then sat down slowly. His hands gently pressed the keys, and he closed his eyes, taking a few deep breaths, performing a very respectful routine. Suddenly, a single note jumped out from his fingers, followed by a few disconnected sounds. But the more Hwawan listened, the more she felt it was ordinary. She wasn't being picky. She had been choosing piano pieces these days and had grown to love the piano. She had listened to many pieces, but this old musician's playing was too simple. His 10 fingers still seemed untrained, raised high above the keys. The pedals under his feet hadn't been fully used. The sounds came out one after another, and overall, it was barely recognizable as a piece of music. This piece of music is quite long, and by the end, one feels a bit sleepy. She resists the urge to yawn, and her thoughts begin to drift away. Finally, the song ends. The musicians nearby all clap together, which wakes one up. She also claps along. The old musician stands up happily, glancing back at one with a proud look in his eyes. "How is it? Isn't it heavenly music?" Even Mother Chui is very surprised. She asks Wan, "How is it? Did you like it?" Suddenly, Wan doesn't know how to answer. She mumbles 3 words. "It was okay." These words are clearly an insult to all the musicians present. They start chattering in displeasure. The old musician raises his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then asks Wan, "Young lady, you have a lot of confidence. Do you also play?" Wan hasn't learned to play the instrument, but she knows the famous tune for Elise. She thought everyone was just friendly sharing skills, and she didn't know who these musicians were. She shyly says, "I know a little." The old musician steps aside with a "please" gesture, looking dismissive. Wan walks over and sits down, then begins to play. For Elise is a common piece for preschool children learning the piano. It sounds beautiful and impressive, but the first part is very simple, following a regular pattern. She only plays 2 musical phrases, and everyone in the room is stunned. This is truly heavenly music. It turns out the instrument is played by 2 hands working together. The left hand handles the bass with chords, while the right hand only plays the high notes on the right half of the keyboard. Moreover, the coordination between the bass and treble, left and right hands, is so smooth and natural, like flowing water. They can't help but move closer and notice that one's finger movements are different from theirs. Some of them quickly take out brushes and note down. Fingers don't need to lift so high, and when moving, the thumb can act as a pivot with the middle or index finger crossing over. It's not like they're two hands bouncing around randomly. The music suddenly stops. Juan stands up and says, "Sorry, I can't play anymore." She doesn't know how to continue. The musicians misunderstand her words, quickly nodding in agreement. "We understand. We understand. We can't keep playing." After all, such beautiful music hasn't even been fully created yet. How could outsiders like them listen to the rest? The old musician looked unhappy. Just now, he felt like a clown, always thinking he was very skilled, but now he realized there are always better people and higher skills. He asked Huan, "I don't know. This senior, what is the name of this piece?" Huan said, "I'm not a senior and I know very little. The name of this piece doesn't matter. It won't appear in this world." From her words, he could tell she was a hidden master. "You compose such beautiful music, but hide away in the city." "We are ashamed." Huan quickly said, "You misunderstood. I didn't compose this. It's a foreigner song. Do foreigners know? Their music might not suit us here. I believe you can also create music with our style and become famous both at home and abroad." The others listened excitedly and asked Huan more about the piano. She explained that the left hand usually plays chords and the right hand plays the melody. Their roles are clear, and they work together. She also demonstrated how to use the pedals, but when and how to use them in a piece depends on your understanding. From this, we see that this instrument is very different from the ones we know. "We were mistaken." Huan said, "This piano has many keys. You press the keys to make any sound you want. It's simpler than the guzheng, but also more flexible. It depends on how you play." She looked at the time and said to Chui's mother, "It's getting late. I need to go back to my shop. Let's talk again another day." Chui's mother brought her a cloak and saw her to the door. She said, "Boss Huan, I heard you don't like yellow and white things, but prefer vases and dishes. Our small brothel is quite simple and doesn't have those things." She looked around and, seeing no one, took a jade bracelet from her sleeve and handed it to Huan. "This was secretly kept by my mother when our family was raided. I have kept it until now. I don't have anything else to give you, so I hope you'll accept it." Huan felt the bracelet's warm, smooth feel in her hand. She didn't dare look closely and quickly said, "This was left by your mother." "I can't accept it," Mom Chui said. "I keep it, but it's useless. I don't know how many eyes are watching me. I can't wear it and I dare not sell it. It's better to give it to you to cover the cost of this instrument. Everyone says you have a way to sell things, so I dared to bring it to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk showing such an item to you." Huan saw that she was determined to give it, so she accepted it. "Actually, I do have a way to sell it, but don't you want to keep a memory of it?" She smiled self-deprecatingly. "If I keep this bracelet, I'm afraid I might dirty it. Some things and some people are better kept in the heart. These dead objects can't hold any memories." Over the past few years, she had experienced so much that she had become very open-minded. She watched Huan's carriage drive far away down the alley before returning to her side room. Several musicians dropped some large bags of silver and said, "From now on, we will take care of this instrument. It will stay in this side room. We promise to compose a good piece of music." Mom Chui weighed the silver bags, felt their sincerity, and thought about placing the instrument here and locking the door so the girls could sleep well. She agreed. However, on the nights of the 1st and 15th of each month, they still had to bring the instrument to the front hall because the brothel still relied on it to attract customers. The musicians understood this. The old musician asked, "I heard you call that woman Hua boss? Which brothel does she run?" Mom Chui snorted coldly. "Do you think everyone I deal with is a brothel girl? She's a proper, innocent person. She just doesn't care about small rules and doesn't look down on us. That's why I can associate with her." The old musician guessed. Could she be the famous Hua boss from Huawan snack shop? Mom Chui snorted again but didn't answer. Instead, she warned them, "Remember, this money doesn't cover your meals. You need to pay separately for food." Then she left them and went away. They didn't mind. Usually, everyone fought to buy a piece of music, and the prices were high. If they could gain the favor of the palace, Earning dozens of taels of gold would be easy. She was very anxious, eager for the weight loss class to start tomorrow. She didn't care about whether the music was nice or not. She pulled Hwan aside and said, "Sister Xiaoyun, don't worry about that now. The most important thing is to decide the menu for the weight loss meals." Hwan replied, "Sister Xiaoyun, don't rush. It's simple. We can decide after the opening." Xiaoyun insisted, No, I need to take the menu to invite customers." Seeing her really anxious, Hwan took out paper and pen and said, "I'll write a first draft now. It might change later." She thought for a moment and decided to plan a weekly cycle, starting with 7 days. First, she focused on the most important meals, the lunch menu. Monday, shrimp scrambled eggs, stir-fried cucumber. Tuesday, carrot strips with beef, blanched lettuce. Wednesday, pan-fried skinless chicken thigh, chives stir-fried mung bean sprouts. Thursday, bamboo shoot stir-fried with lean pork, chicken broth with white radish. Friday, steamed base, dried shrimp stir-fried with winter melon slices. Saturday, mushroom chicken, asparagus stir-fried with button mushrooms. Sunday, fish fillet and sour soup, stir-fried lettuce stalks. Breakfast was simpler: sweet potatoes with milk and eggs, corn with milk and eggs, cereal with milk and eggs, rotating these 3 options. Dinner for those losing weight was even simpler, usually just some protein and lots of boiled vegetables. She took these menus and Xiaoyun nodded happily, saying, "Just looking at these names makes me feel they will taste good." Afterward, she happily went to check on Axing's dance practice progress. After she left, Aunt Peng came in and said to Huawan, "Boss Huawan, it's good that you and she are opening a shop, but we absolutely can't let her be the chef." "Why?" Huawan was surprised that Aunt Peng would say that. She and Xiaoyun were quite close. "No matter how good our relationship is, we must prioritize. This is your shop, and the chef is very important. You need to choose someone trustworthy. She's not from our village, so she shouldn't be the one." Huawan said, "I understand your concerns, but we haven't found a chef for now." The weight loss class was on the 3rd floor of the hotel, and the diet meals had to be prepared in the hotel kitchen. The chef should also be responsible for the hotel guests' 3 meals a day, so no extra staff was needed. Aunt Peng said, Let Amon be responsible for the small kitchen over there." "Amon? She spends her days at the elementary school and comes to my place at night. How can she manage everything?" Aunt Fat said, "The school only provides 1 meal at noon, with Lou and me watching over it. In the evening, guests can buy snacks at the door. Everyone staying here loves those little treats." Huan asked Amon, "Would you like to be in charge of the kitchen at the inn? It might be a bit tiring." Amon nodded eagerly. "She dreams of becoming a chef." Huan said, "Okay, I will talk to Sister Xiaoyun." When she found Xiaoyun, she was with Oxing. After hearing Huan, she understood. "Since Miss Amon can go, that's great. I also eat dishes made by her at the school, and I know her cooking skills well." She added, "Should we adjust the profit split? How about 30 to 70? I get 30%, and she gets 70%. Huan took charge of the kitchen, reducing her own work. "It's fair to take a smaller share." Huan said, "You still keep 50%. I will give 20% of my share to Amon, since she also works hard." Xiaoyun asked, "Wouldn't that mean you get less?" "That's not right. You take 40%, I take 40%, and the remaining 20% goes to Amon." That's settled. Huan left the room to plan, while Xiaoyun managed the overall work and invited guests. Amon was responsible for the small kitchen. This division seemed the fairest. It was decided like that. Back at the shop, she finally had some free time and took out the bracelet Chui Mama gave her a look at. This jade bracelet was different from the one Grandma Lu gave her. It wasn't the bright, eye-catching green of jadeite. It was completely transparent. When she placed a finger on it, she could faintly see the skin tone of her finger from the other side of the bracelet. 2 dark green patches floated in the middle, like distant mountain shadows. Such a clear bracelet was rare in this era, and the floating flower patterns made it very distinctive. No wonder Chui Mama hinted that it shouldn't be exposed to sunlight. No problem. She was ready to sell it. The next day, she visited a familiar antique shop and handed the jade bracelet to the owner, asking him to help sell it. The owner, who knew a bit about jade, immediately recognized it as glass-type blue steel. The value of the bracelet was no longer just about whether it was an antique. The owner took out his phone, flipped through his contacts, and dialed several numbers one by one. "Lady, yes, it's me. I have a top-quality glass-type blue steel jade bracelet. I thought of you immediately. When will you come to see it? I can't hold it. Someone already wants to buy it. Please come quickly, Miss Zhang. I have a superb glass-type jade bracelet. I called you first.
Come and see it.
I just received it 5 minutes ago. Someone looked at it 2 minutes ago and wants to take it. Please hurry, Sister Lu. I just got a top-quality jade bracelet. It's glass-type blue steel. Come quickly. I'm worried I won't be able to keep it." After making 7 or 8 calls, he finally sat down happily to rest. While resting and looking at the bracelet, he kept praising, "It's been a long time since I saw such a beautiful bracelet." Half an hour later, several luxury cars arrived at the door, and a few wealthy ladies and young ladies got out. As soon as they entered, they shouted, "Bring out that glass-type one. I want to see it." The shop owner smiled politely and said, "You see, good things are hard to hide." The jade bracelet was placed on a black velvet cloth, right in the center of the counter. Everyone's eyes immediately saw it. The owner introduced, "Look, this is a fat, round, glass-type bracelet with floating flowers. Such a thick, round bracelet. And it's ice-type. Wow, it's amazing." "What's the size of the ring?" The owner said. "Just measured. It's a 54 size ring. Not very big. Lady, I remember your ring size is 61. Would you consider letting your sister have this one?" Lady naturally disagreed. "I bought it for collection." "What does the size matter?" "But you, Miss Liu, your size is clearly 52, yet you're fighting over a 54? "I also want it for my collection," the owner joked. "Such a bracelet, you wouldn't dare wear it and risk falling and hurting your hand." He checked the structure with a light to make sure there was no artificial treatment like bleaching, then placed the bracelet back on the table and said, "Everyone make your offers." Several ladies sat on chairs, sipping tea and chatting. They talked for a while, and after 2 hours, they started discussing the price. They began at 1 million, gradually increasing by tens of thousands, then hundreds of thousands, and finally by 10,000, until the bidding reached 3.75 million. Watching the flower roll was very eye-opening, especially for Mrs. She used many tricks like acting, threatening, and making up stories. When others saw through her, she was not worried and just made up another story. Her strong determination finally helped her buy the jade bracelet for 3.825 million yuan. She proudly showed off the bracelet and said, "This time, I am shrinking my circle for love. Shrinking from 61 to 54, Mrs. You are very brave," Miss Lu said with a bit of sarcasm and an unhappy face. After they left, the boss kept 380,000 yuan as commission and sent the rest of the money to the flower roll. With this money, Flower Roll had her own plans. She first picked a Hetian jade bracelet worth about 10,000 yuan from the boss's shop. Then she went to the mall and bought 3 bottles of the best-selling perfumes from different brands. She bought perfumes like Chanel No. 5, Berlin Girl, Morning After, Desert Rose, Nile Garden, Mulan Poetry Rain, and Northern Snow Cedar. She also bought a few lipsticks from each brand. Modern lipstick colors are much prettier than those from ancient times. She thought for a moment and bought dozens of cotton swabs to give to Chui's mother and others to help apply lipstick. When she got home, Flower Roll had to carefully remove all the packaging, melt the lipstick inside, and put it back into new boxes. The perfumes were also poured into special ceramic seal jars. She wrote labels by hand and stuck them on each item. Soon, the house was filled with the smell of perfume. At first, everyone found it fresh and enjoyed working in such a fragrant environment. But not long after, Huasheng was the first to feel dizzy, and Mo Chuan said he couldn't smell anything anymore. Flower Roll told Huasheng to rest, gave Mo Chuan a mask, and put one on herself. The two continued working. Soon, even the masks didn't help. Flower Roll felt overwhelmed by the strong scent and almost wanted to. She took some coffee beans, crushed them, and put them inside the masks. That made her feel a little better. After an hour, They finally finished filling the perfume bottles, but the room no longer had any clear smell. But the work was not done yet. Next was the lipstick. Flour Roll customized some small ceramic jars, put the cut lipstick inside, and slowly heated them on an induction stove. The lipstick melted gradually and quickly filled the jars. Flour Roll put on the lids, labeled each one, and finished the job. After finishing everything, Hwan rubbed her stiff neck. When she looked outside, it was already dark.
Ah,
It's nighttime again, she yawned, splashed cold water on her face to wake up. Hwa-shing was already preparing to open the shop happily because she could see her grandparents and younger brother again. Ma-chuan looked very calm. Hwan thought he didn't seem to look forward to the evening world much. "Don't you miss the old days?" she asked Ma-chuan. "Why would I miss the old days?" Ma-chuan asked strangely. "Don't you have family here?" Ma-chuan thought for a moment and said, "I only have an older brother and sister-in-law here. They are not really close family." After opening the shop, Hwan asked the village's ox cart driver to deliver things to Mrs. Cui. The driver was a new profession in the village, born from the market. When he saw Mao going back and forth to the city every day to buy goods, he borrowed some money from Huawan, bought a cow, and fitted a cart on it. On the suggestion of Huawan, he also hung a sign on the front of the cart, showing the route. Before, he would take villagers to the city, and then wander around. When they finished shopping, he would take them back on his ox cart. But after hanging the sign, he met more people going out of town so he could make a few extra trips. His business improved a lot. In 2 months, he paid Huawan back and even promised, "Boss Huawan, if you need a cart in the future, just call me. I won't charge you." When he heard Huawan was sending things to the brothel, he helped load the goods without asking what they were or requiring Huawan to sign anything. It was based on mutual trust. After he left, Huajuan's tasks kept coming one after another. Xiao Yun ran in excitedly, saying, "Boss Huawan, I showed the menu to them, and they are very happy. They want to come tomorrow." Huawan said, "Find a way to recruit more people. You're now the face of our shop." Xiao Yun was also worried. "I regret not hiring more artists earlier. It would have been better if I had more drawings." Huawan said, "If you don't mind, I can make a life-size standee of you, showing a before and after picture of your weight loss. That would be great." "I don't mind at all. At my age, what is there to be afraid of?" Flour Roll asked. "Do you have any old portraits at home? Maybe you can show me someday." "Yes. Yes."
when?
"Just wait a bit." Xiaoyun immediately ran home to get the portrait. After she left, Hua-shing came in again. "Sister, the chickens at Grandpa's house have grown up. Grandpa said we can eat them now. When should I bring some over to you?" Flour Roll was happy and said, "Any time is fine. I'll give you some silver and you can take it back." Hua-shing replied, "Grandpa said he won't take your silver. Family doesn't need to pay family." Then she swung her braid and ran out again. Next, Mao came in. Seeing that no one was looking for Flour Roll, he quickly apologized to the guest and then looked for her. Without saying a word, he placed 2 pieces of paper in front of her. Flour Roll opened them and saw they were a death contract between him and Aunt Pang's family, stamped with the official seal.
What?
"What is this?" Mao said, "Thank you, Boss Hua, for saving Ah-shing. We have no way to repay you, so we thought of this." Flour Roll said, 70 silver taels isn't much. You can pay it back in a few months. Why sell yourselves with a death contract?" Mao wiped his tears and said, "Even if we can pay it back in a few months, it's thanks to you. Without your help, when could we earn that much money? Maybe never." Flour Roll sighed and said, "If you sign, it should be a work contract, not a death contract. In this time period, contracts could be either a living contract or a death contract. A living contract was just between worker and employer, but a death contract had to be stamped by the government. Once signed, it meant lifelong slavery. And the one sent by Grandpa Hua-shing was also Hua-shing's death contract." Mao said, "I just don't want to go against my conscience. Our ancestors have been tenant farmers for generations, and we've never had a full meal. Now, with you, we can not only eat enough, but also have white rice. Signing a death contract is 100 times better than the old working contracts." Their idea was simple. Life as a tenant farmer was so hard, they had to sign long-term contracts to farm land. Now that life was better, Even if they were slaves for life, it didn't matter. After living together for so long, everyone knew Boss Hua didn't exploit people. And without a contract, they actually felt a bit anxious and uncertain. Many people know how to barbecue, but this is the only barbecue stand around. Huawan somewhat understood and said, "Even so, we can't sign a permanent contract. I will have someone go to the government office to cancel it tomorrow. If you're worried, I can sign a new contract with you." Mao asked, "Can we sign a longer one?" Huawan replied, "Let's sign for a year and then renew each year." She wasn't sure if the snack shop would suddenly stop operating. Mao said, "1 year is too short." No, 1 year isn't enough. Since you give us such a high share, it should be 20 years. They argued endlessly about how long the contract should be, neither willing to give in. Mo Chuan said, "Let's just sign for 20 years, so everyone can work peacefully." Huawan thought, what's wrong with this world? Everything is upside down. She found a contract, removed some unnecessary clauses, and both signed with their fingerprints. There were 2 copies. She kept one, and Mao took the other. He held the contract, unable to believe it, and asked, "Is this really it?" Huawan nodded. "Yes, it's valid as long as you have this." Mao carefully put it in his pocket, happily saying, Okay, now I understand a bit more about what's on your mind." Then he went out, and Aunt Pang came in to sign with her fingerprint. Unexpectedly, this opened a small gap, and soon, word spread quickly. Everyone came running, asking Huawan for a copy of the contract. For them, a 20-year agreement was not a restriction but a guarantee. Soon, the inn also started to take shape. The main structure was built, and only the interior decoration was left. Xiao Yun strongly insisted that the 3rd floor be finished first, so she could open for business. Huawan had no choice but to agree. The 3rd floor was a private space. Guests on the 1st and 2nd floors were not allowed in. When you go upstairs, there's a big door. Inside is a dining hall with a few tables for everyone to eat. Further inside, there's another big door leading to a closed room, which has several large wardrobes used as changing rooms for guests. Beyond the changing rooms is a shower room, all lined with waterproof wood, with drainage designed at the bottom that connects to hidden pipes leading downstairs. There is also a large water tank, but unfortunately, the tap water problem hasn't been solved. If hot water is needed, it can only be fetched from the water room on the 1st floor. Further inside is the gym. The place for weight loss needed to be lively and bouncy. After laying down the floor, she added a layer of custom rubber mats, glued securely with double-sided tape. Walking barefoot on it felt slightly soft with some bounce, making it soundproof and comfortable. She also chose one wall and installed a full-length mirror. On one side near the entrance, she placed a few storage cabinets for the students' belongings. The custom standee of Xiaoyun, matching her height, arrived. There were 2, one fat and one thin. Huan showed it to her, but she was so shy she kept covering herself with things. No, I thought it was a painting. I didn't expect it to be so big." "I'm so embarrassed," Huan said, then put it on the 3rd floor gym to motivate the students. Xiaoyun chuckled. "All right. I never thought I'd be able to say this. But I feel so," Huan added, inspired. Yes, inspired. "I've lost all that fat. Thanks to you, sister." She was about to fit into the dress she bought earlier. It was a good day. She felt grateful to Huan 3 times. Looking at the wooden building, Huan worried that too many guests might accidentally cause a fire. That was a serious matter involving people's lives. She researched online for a long time and finally decided on a plan. She bought a lot of fireproof paint and polyurethane foam. The workers first sprayed a thick layer of foam on the interior walls, then covered them with wooden panels. This foam contained no formaldehyde. Besides being fireproof, it also kept the place warm. The only downside was the high cost. Afterward, she painted fireproof paint on the wooden panels for extra safety. Once finished, Huan tested it with a spray gun used for pigskin, and it indeed wouldn't ignite the wood. She also bought a few more boxes of fireproof paint for the embroidery workshop to coat their walls. The small kitchen in the inn was behind a row of low buildings. Huan asked a man to design the kitchen layout herself. A man was very happy. She went home and spent the whole night writing down her dream kitchen on a piece of paper. Unfortunately, it was all just imagination, no actual drawings. She wanted a bright, clean kitchen, free of soot-stained walls and smoke from cooking that made the place airtight and blackened. Hwan thought it was best to leave this to professionals. She then hired a designer to discuss her needs. The designer made adjustments on the computer, adding and subtracting, and soon produced the plans. Amon didn't want the kitchen to be full of smoke. So, she decided to keep the stove and firewood separate. Next to the kitchen, she built a small room just for burning firewood and storing wood. The chimney is hidden inside the middle wall. On this side, there are 4 stoves, so even during busy times, they can all be used at once. The kitchen is very big. Hwan asked the designer to put a large island in the center. 6 people can stand around it without feeling crowded. Under the island, there are storage cabinets for pots, bowls, and utensils. The top is made of marble, which can be used for kneading dough and preparing food. Apart from the wall with the stoves, the other 3 walls have windows. This makes the kitchen bright and easy to pass dishes through. Outside the window is a small yard. Amon loosened the soil there, planning to plant some common vegetables. When everything was finished, Amon was very happy. Hwan could see tears in her eyes. Hwan also liked the kitchen a lot. She especially wanted a big island, but the small restaurant kitchen was too tiny to change. After the inn was built, Hwan wanted to open it quickly. But everyone stopped her. Grandma Jiang was the strictest. "We can't rush this. We need to find a good day and time to open." Fat Annie also said, "That's right. The small inn needs a kitchen, and we need to invite not only the god of wealth but also the kitchen god." Then, the women gathered to discuss what items to prepare. "We need incense, candles, and an incense altar." "Boss Hua, it looks like you don't have one. We should buy one another day." "Yes, and we also need to buy 3 types of meat and 5 kinds of fruit." Hwan asked, "What are 3 types of meat and 5 kinds of fruit?" Fat Andy explained, 3 types of meat means 3 different animals, and 5 kinds of fruit are 5 different fruits. Grandma Jiang clarified further. 1 roasted pig, 1 whole chicken, and a fish are enough. The chicken must be whole and boiled, and the fish's eyes should be covered with red cloth. Huasheng said, "My grandpa's family is chickens." "No need to buy," Lu Er also said, "I can catch fish. I'll go to the river tomorrow and catch one, so we don't have to buy it." Hwan said, "I'll check if I can buy a roasted pig." Grandma Jiang pushed up her glasses and said, "All right, the rest of us will discuss and go to the city to buy everything together." The ox driver listened nearby and said, "Don't run away. If you need anything, tell me. I will bring it back when I go to town tomorrow." "Yes. Have him bring it back so you won't have to ride in the bumpy carriage." Grandma Jiang carefully explained that the candles and incense should all be red and to buy some firecrackers too. The incense burner should be used for rice, not ashes. Be very careful when choosing, making sure not to pick used ones. Coincidentally, an old man in the village, who often read fortunes, was asked to come over by Al Mao. He sat on a stool, counted on his fingers for a while, and said, "The best day recently is the 6th day of June, and the best time is during the sea hour." Hwan asked nervously, "Is there a good time in the evening?" The old man replied, "Well, for opening a business, there's usually no evening time." Aunt Fat said, "It's a special case. Please calculate again." "Wait a moment, I'll think again." He closed his eyes and thought for a while, then shook his head. "No more. The only good time in these 2 months is that one." Everyone looked at each other, unsure what to do. Hwan said, "Then let a man go in my place to pay respects. There's a mysterious plan in the universe, and she couldn't do anything about it." The old man said, "Let me also check this young lady's birth chart to see if it matches." A man wrote her birth details on a note and showed it to the old man. After a while, he said, "It's very suitable." Everyone finally relaxed and the date was set. On the morning of the shop's opening day, Hwan didn't come. It was said to be very lively. The villagers pooled money to invite a band to play music, and they hung red silk decorations at the shop entrance. People from the whole village came to join the celebration, and even some from the city came to watch. Mother Chui also sent a big red envelope. Zhao Zhizhou, the local official, also sent a red envelope and a business license, telling the villagers to pass on to Hua that all the paperwork was done, so she could open her shop with confidence. Everyone then realized they had only prayed to the heavens and forgot to pay respect to the local official. Fortunately, Hua Boss and Zhao Zhizhou knew each other, or they might have faced a fine. It was a strange coincidence that the weather was sunny during the prayer, but right after the sea hour, it suddenly turned into a heavy rainstorm. Everyone hurried into the shop. Grandma Jiang said, "See? Choosing the right time is very important." Everyone nodded in agreement. Grandma Jiang led a few women to set up the bedsheets and blankets. A man came over, gesturing to everyone to stay inside and eat. They went to the kitchen to help her with the chores. The food used for the ceremony was brought into the kitchen. A man quickly prepared some of it so they could eat. Everyone was most eager to try the roasted pig. The pig was bought by Hua Wan, a 4-month-old piglet. It was roasted slowly for 3 hours until its skin was golden and shiny. A man placed the roasted pig on the counter. Grandma Jiang whispered a few words to her. She nodded and put down her knife. She found a thin-edged ceramic plate, using it as a cutting board. Starting from the middle of the pig's head, she sliced all the way to the tail. Then she cut the meat into long strips vertically and finally sliced it into pieces horizontally to serve on a plate. Each piece of pork had crispy, fragrant skin with a salty taste. Beneath the skin, the meat was white and shiny with some oil on top. Grandma Jiang took a few ribs, packed them into a wooden box, and covered it. "These are for Boss Hua and the others," she said. There was still plenty left. She carried it to the table in the hotel lobby. The aroma of roasted meat made children drool and adults chat happily. Since the dishes hadn't all arrived yet, no one dared to start eating. The chicken for the ceremony was simply boiled. To avoid the meat becoming tough, a man planned to make a dipping sauce, similar to Huawan's method. She mixed garlic, white sesame seeds, and some fragrant green onions. She poured hot peanut oil over the mixture to release the aroma, then added soy sauce, sugar, and oyster sauce, stirring well. Next was the fish. A man heated some oil in a pot, slid the fish in, and fried it until golden on both sides. She added slices, garlic, chili rings, bean paste, and hot water, then simmered it slowly over low heat. Today, many people came, and 3 main dishes weren't enough. But it was okay. Huawan had prepared plenty of other dishes for her. In the kitchen, 7 or 8 women were helping with the work. It didn't feel crowded at all. That's the advantage of a big kitchen. They couldn't help with cooking, as a man needed to do the main work herself. She didn't mind at all. No one knew how happy she felt at that moment. She saw 5 or 6 pork ribs hanging nearby. She took them down, cut them into sections, sprinkled salt on them, and soaked them in a mixture of green onions and water for later use. She boiled water in a pot, added 2 large handfuls of sweet potato noodles, and cooked until the noodles became soft and can be broken easily with fingers. She then scooped them out and placed them in a small basin. She added some soy sauce and peanut oil, mixed with her hands to prevent sticking, and set it aside. By this time, the ribs had marinated enough. She washed the ribs, put them in a hot oil pan with star anise, bay leaves, soy sauce, and a little dark soy sauce, and stir-fried briefly. Then she poured in boiling water to cover the ribs. Once the water boiled, she added prepared potato chunks and green bean segments and continued to simmer. When these vegetables were cooked and the broth still had plenty of flavor, Aman added the sweet potato noodles, allowing them to absorb the extra broth slowly. Before serving, she sprinkled some salt and added a few crushed garlic cloves. The dish was ready to be enjoyed. This dish is best eaten hot, as the noodles soak up the broth and become sticky. The potatoes are tender, and even the green beans have a flavorful bite. The taste of the ribs has seeped into the broth, making the meat less important, but still delicious. When picking a piece, be careful. Use chopsticks to grab both the meat and the bone together. Otherwise, you might end up with just bone or meat, which could fall back into the pot, requiring you to fish it out again. Both the bones and the meat are cooked until very soft. One of the older women helped Aman carry the dishes outside, inviting everyone to eat first. It wouldn't taste good if it cooled down, so the villagers dared to start eating. Aman also cooked a big pot of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried water spinach with garlic, and spicy crispy lotus root slices. The remaining dishes were simple and quick, like boiled shrimp, steamed scallops, and a platter of marinated meats. After cleaning the kitchen carefully, Granny Jiang came to remind her, "Aw man, hurry up. If you wait too long, the food will be all gone." Amon picked up his chopsticks, about to eat, when two people, a man and a woman in their 50s or 60s, entered. They looked like a married couple. "May we get a quick meal?" they asked. Grandma Jiang quickly put down her chopsticks and went over to warmly introduce the in-services. Strangely, although they said they wanted to stay, their eyes kept fixed on the food on the table. Grandma Jiang wasn't sure if they listened to her words, as they just nodded politely. After she finished speaking, it suddenly dawned on her, and she asked, "If we stay here, can we also eat at the snack shop?" She understood. They came for the snack shop. Fortunately, Hoan had already given instructions. Grandma Jiang said, "Of course. You're our first guests. I'll give you a token, and in the evening, you can go straight to the snack shop with it. No need to wait in line." He asked curiously, "So, do people usually have to wait in line at the snack shop?" Grandma Jiang replied, "You're from out of town, right? Everyone here knows that sometimes you can wait in line and still not get food because the portions are limited. But since you're guests at the inn, just tell me in advance, and I'll ask Boss Hua to reserve a table for you." Hearing about the extra convenience of staying at the inn made him even happier. He said, "All right, we'll stay here tonight." Grandma Jiang said, "Good, then come over here to register." She went to the counter, took a notebook and a pen, and handed them to him. "Please write your names so we can check later." The old man flicked his sleeve, picked up a brush, and held it confidently, with strong strokes. Grandma Jiang, who wasn't very literate, looked at the notebook and asked, "What is your surname?" "I am Zhai, and this is my wife," he replied.
Oh.
"Mr. Zhai, would you like to stay in the heavenly room? We offer a discount during opening hours, just the price of a jar room." Mr. Zhai didn't mind and said, "That's fine. According to the inn's rules, rooms are divided into Tian, Jia, Yi, and Bing rooms. The heavenly rooms are 2 in total, each about 15 square meters, designed as suites. These are the best rooms in the inn." After the rooms were prepared, Grandma Jiang wanted to show them upstairs, but Mr. Zhai couldn't move his legs. "Does your inn serve food?" "I am very hungry," he asked. Yes. Please wait a moment. I will prepare it fresh for you. You'll be able to eat it soon." Amon immediately stood up, ready to go to the kitchen to cook. Mr. Zhai pointed to the roasted pig on the table and asked, "Do you also have this roasted pig?" Grandma Jiang looked a bit hesitant. "This isn't a dish prepared for guests. It's for our opening ceremony to worship the gods." Mr. Zhai chuckled and said, "That's perfect. Let me share in your good luck too." Grandma Jiang looked at Amon. Amon remembered Huan saying that customers are like gods, so he decided to take out the roasted pig reserved for Huan. He also brought 2 plates of sugar. "What is this?" Mr. Zhai asked, seeing small, clear crystals on the plate. Grandma Jiang explained to Amon, "That's sugar, used for dipping the pig skin." Mrs. Zhai looked curious. "This sugar is all the same size and whiter than any I've seen before." Mr. Zhai had a different question. "Why dip the pork in sugar? How can salty and sweet flavors be eaten together? Would it taste good?" Grandma Jiang smiled and said, "You don't know this. White sugar can enhance the flavor and help cut the greasiness. When combined like this, it tastes better." Mr. Zhai laughed and said, "That's something I've never heard of. Our snack shop has many new and interesting ways to eat. If everything was something you already knew, we wouldn't be so famous. Just try it. You won't regret it." Mr. Zhai picked up a piece of pork, dipped the side with the pig skin into some white sugar, and put it in his mouth. After just a few bites, he exclaimed happily, "It really has a unique taste." Grandma Jiang nodded happily. "I wouldn't lie to you." Mr. Zhai and his wife finished the pork from the plate, then put down their chopsticks and asked, "Will the little snack shop next door open tonight?" Grandma Jiang patiently explained, "Yes. As soon as it gets dark and the lights turn on, they'll open. If you don't want to wait, you can also walk around the small stalls outside the shop. There are many delicious things there too." Mr. Zhai thought that today was only the first day of their stay, so he might as well try the stalls outside and keep the most exciting things for later. So, he and his wife went back to their room to rest. The flower roll inn has 2 rooms on the 2nd floor, located at the very back on the east and west sides. The two rooms are exactly the same in layout. Although they are far from the stairs, they are quiet and peaceful. As you enter through the door, on your left is the bathroom and toilet, separated by a low wall. The toilet uses a modern toilet instead of a traditional chamber pot, with a drainage pipe installed, so there's no need for someone to come daily to remove wastewater. The shower room also has a drainage pipe, but no water pump, so running tap water freely isn't possible. However, guests can pull a rope in the room, which rings a bell at the front desk, and staff will bring hot water upstairs. On the other side, there is a wooden wardrobe for luggage, with a bamboo pole inside for hanging clothes. Further inside is a large bed, about 1.8 meters wide, covered with a clean mosquito net and four-piece bedding, all bought from modern stores, making it very comfortable. In summer, they switch to a cool mat. The bed has two bedside tables, and opposite is a dressing table with tea leaves and a kettle on top. At the end of the room is a small balcony, where you can relax and enjoy the view of the back mountain. Mrs. Jai is very pleased. This inn is really nice, and the food is good. You should be happy now, right? Mr. Jai replies, no rush. I want to take my time to look around these next few days. They sit on the sofa on the balcony, drinking tea and chatting, waiting for nightfall. Before it gets completely dark, they can hear distant noise from downstairs. They exchange glances, and Mr. Jai stands up, pats his clothes, and says, let's go. We'll take a walk this afternoon. They both head downstairs. The inn is quiet now, with no daytime hustle and bustle. The dining hall is empty. The front desk clerk, Granny Jiang, is gone, and the cook, Ah Man, is nowhere to be seen. The inn's front door is open. When they step outside, they see that the street lights are already on. They walk toward the busiest area, where a simple two-story building suddenly appears, out of place among the surrounding structures. This is definitely Huawan's snack shop, Mr. Jai says. Mrs. Jai finds it strange. Why did Boss Hua make the inn and embroidery workshop so fancy, but not bother to fix up the snack shop? Mr. Jai shakes his head. He doesn't know why either. Of course, it's because the snack shop can't be renovated. Huajuan's inner voice roars. Especially when she sees how grand the inn's entrance is, she feels very envious. If only the snack shop's door could be renovated too, so that customers wouldn't all crowd around that small door every time it opens. Grandma Jiang was with Huawan, telling a lively story about the store opening ceremony. She also casually mentioned that the snack shop already had customers and that they had eaten the roast pig she had prepared for Huawan. Huawan was very happy. I didn't expect there to be customers so soon. That's a good sign. It's okay that the roast pig is gone. Coincidentally, Grandpa Huasheng brought some chickens. Grandpa Huasheng had already slaughtered 5 chickens during the day and brought them over as soon as Huan opened the door. The chickens had been raised for 3 months, so their meat was tender and fresh. They were free-range, walking thousands of steps daily, so they must have been especially tasty. Huan decided to make a special roasted chicken dish. She washed the chicken and marinated it for a while. She added various spices, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, white pepper, oyster sauce, salt, and sugar. She also added a spoonful of rice wine and a few plums. Using both hands, she massaged the chicken, then wrapped it in plastic wrap to set aside. Next, she prepared the vegetables: carrots, lotus root, dried tofu, shiitake mushrooms, and chestnuts, all diced. She stir-fried them with corn kernels until just cooked, adding a simple splash of oyster sauce for flavor. Huan had already bought dried lotus leaves earlier, soaking them in water. She placed the whole chicken on a lotus leaf, then stuffed the seasoned ingredients into the chicken's cavity, filling it completely. The last bits were stuffed in by Ah Man using a spoon. She sealed the opening with a toothpick to prevent the stuffing from falling out during roasting. She brushed some oil on the chicken and wrapped it in lotus leaves. There was nothing complicated about this step, just making sure the chicken was tightly wrapped. Huan used 2 lotus leaves to cover the chicken. After tying it with string, she wrapped it in a layer of aluminum foil. At this point, she could have just roasted the chicken, but authentic, beggar's chicken, is incomplete without mud. Huan took out a bag of special clay for beggar's chicken, mixing it with rice wine and water, and started playing with the mud. Excitedly, Huashing said, "Sister, I'm good at this. I loved playing with mud when I was little." She rolled up her sleeves and joined in. They mixed the mud until it was wet and sticky. Huan carefully helped spread the mud over the foil-wrapped chicken. They applied a thick layer, turning the chicken into a large cocoon shape so that the chicken's form was no longer visible. The three of them made 5 such mud cocoons before taking them outside. The day before, she had asked Mao to build a mud kiln outside. It was just a simple cone-shaped structure made from a few clay blocks, but it was built with attention to detail. Fortunately, Mao and a few villagers looked at the drawings provided by Huan and studied them carefully. Only then did they successfully build the kiln. They built the kiln by stacking mud bricks in circles, making a total of 7 layers. The bottom had to leave an opening for the kiln door. Each brick had specific size requirements, larger at the bottom and smaller at the top, gradually narrowing. Mao and the others usually built stone stoves, so this kind of mud kiln was new to them. It looked a bit like a porcelain kiln, but smaller. He had to admit that Huan never took shortcuts when it came to cooking. Mo Chuan also said, "The oven can bake, so why build a special kiln?" Huan confidently replied, "Ovens don't have the smoky flavor. Plus, we shouldn't waste such good chickens." Mo Chuan looked up at the sky helplessly. For him, chicken seasoned with so many spices would taste good even if just heated in a microwave. Huan and the others carried the chickens to the mud kiln, lit the fire, and waited until it burned steadily before slowly placing the chickens inside. She clapped her hands and said, "All right. Now we just wait quietly." Suddenly, a voice behind her asked, "May I ask, what are you making?" Huan turned around and saw a refined-looking man with a white beard, standing beside a smiling woman. "We're making a dish called beggar's chicken," Huan answered. "Beggar's chicken? Are the mud bricks you just put in chickens?" "Yes, outside is mud, and inside is chicken." "Why do you need to wrap it in so many layers?" "More than 1 layer. There are 2 inside," Huan said with a smile. "Making this chicken is quite complicated." Huan said, "Yes, but each layer has a purpose. Especially the lotus leaves inside. After baking, the whole chicken smells like lotus leaves and tastes very delicious." "May I buy one to try?" the old man asked. Although 5 chickens were enough, Huan didn't want to set a precedent for strangers, so she was about to refuse when Grandma Jiang came over and said, "Boss Huan, these 2 are our inn's first guests, Mr. Zhai and Mrs. Zhai." Huan was surprised. "So they're guests at the inn. No problem. Please find a place to sit, and I'll bring the cooked chicken to you." Mr. Zhai didn't plan to leave. He sat cross-legged beside her and said, "I won't go anywhere. I'll wait right here." Huan said, "That's not very good. It might take a while. I'm worried you'll get bored." Mr. Zhai said, "The air here is fresh, and with Boss Hua's company, how could it be bad? I think it's quite nice." Huan, hearing this, quickly asked Mo Chuan to go back and bring out a stool. It wouldn't be proper for someone dressed so elegantly to sit on the ground. Mo Chuan hurriedly ran off. Mr. Zhai is easygoing and slowly started talking with Huan. "Boss Hua, I heard you're not from here. Why did you decide to settle down here?" Huan replied, "Maybe it's fate. Once I came, I couldn't leave." Mr. Zhai chuckled. "I see. You must have fallen in love with the scenery here. I heard from a friend that you even opened a small school. I hear you don't charge money and give rewards too?"
Juan smiled.
"Yes, I hope every child in the village can learn to read, do math, and explore topics they are interested in. That's a very noble idea. You should know, funding a child's education for a year can support a regular family for 3 years. And you're supporting so many children." Huan explained, "No, it's not just my money. General Liu also contributed and many villagers donated too. So funding isn't a problem." Mr. Zhai nodded in admiration. "You're quite humble." While they were talking, Mo Chuan brought over a bamboo chair. He kicked aside some small dirt clumps on the ground, set the chair down carefully to make sure it wouldn't wobble, and then invited Mr. Zhai and Huan to sit. He then secretly handed Huan a letter. Huan saw it was from Lu Mingli, and told Mr. Zhai. She went to stand under a nearby street lamp to read the letter. In the letter, loomingly mentioned an important matter. Zhai Sai from the Imperial Academy had previously retired and returned home. Loomingly went to visit him and persuaded him to come teach at the small school for a while. Loomingly used delicious food as an incentive, and only after much effort did Zhai Sai agree to come and observe. He asked Hua Wan to make good arrangements. Hua Wan looked up at Mr. Zhai and his wife, who were guarding the mud kiln, and understood what was happening. Her first thought was to quickly review if she had said anything wrong. Mr. Zhai did ask about the school, but luckily, they hadn't gone into deeper details yet. Hua Wan suddenly felt a bit nervous, like during a job interview. She put the letter away, tidied her hair and clothes, took a deep breath, and returned to Mr. Zhai. Mr. Zhai saw that Hua Wan was nervous and asked calmly, "Have you received Yuanzhou's letter?" "Hee, you already know." "I don't know Mr. Zhai's status, so I feel ashamed for not welcoming you properly. If there are any shortcomings in our hospitality, please forgive us, Mr. Zhai and Mrs. Zhai." That's right, isn't it? These formal words should have been memorized more in the past. That's enough. You don't need to be so formal. Just speak normally like you usually do, Mr. Zhai said. His wife smiled kindly at Hua Wan. I believe Yuanzhou also explained everything clearly in his letter. I don't need to say more. But there's one thing. I only agreed to come here for an inspection. If we find this place not worth staying, we will definitely leave. Hua Wan said, Of course. The decision is in your hands. May I ask, what main aspects are you here to examine? Mr. Zhai kept his eyes on the kiln and snorted without speaking. Mrs. Zhai smiled and said, He is quite a foodie. Mainly, he wants to see if your food is really as delicious as the stories say. Hua Wan replied, I don't know what exactly the rumors say, but I can promise that if you stay, the 3 meals I provide will be unlike anything you've had before. You will eat well and be full, and you won't have the same meal twice in a month. Mr. Zhai stroked his beard and said, You are quite confident, little girl. Do you know who I am? My greatest wish in life is to taste all the delicious foods in the world. I believe I've tried many, but now you say there are foods we haven't tasted, and they won't repeat for a whole month. He clicked his tongue and said, Little girl, you should check with Yuanzhou before making such big promises. When it came to food, Hua Zhuan's confidence grew even more, and her voice raised significantly. I say I can guarantee it, then I definitely can. Huan suddenly remembered what Grandma Jiang had said, and asked Mr. Zhai, I heard you've already tried the food at the inn, whether it's the roasted pig or the flour chicken. Doesn't that prove my ability? Mr. Zhai didn't expect that after eating just a few pieces of pork at noon, the smell would reach Hua Zhuan's ears by evening. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he stubbornly said, You're talking about foods I haven't tried. Roast piglet is just roasted pig, I've had that. But beggar's chicken, I haven't tasted it yet. Who knows, maybe it's just a different name. It looks like roasted chicken to me. Mr. Zhai felt a bit proud. He thought this young girl is still so confident, but in just this short time, 2 dishes have already been disqualified. Huan. All right, so this is how you play. She smiled and said, Since that's the case, it's okay. I still have many dishes here. She paused and continued. First, let's talk about the famous curry crab and Buddha jumps over the wall. You haven't tried those, right? I remember clearly I haven't sold them to any officials from the Imperial Academy. Also, our popular pizza, with over 20 flavors. You wouldn't have all tried them, would you? Chicken dishes? We have spicy pepper chicken, plain boiled chicken, shredded chicken, plum chicken, salt-baked chicken, soy sauce chicken, sizzling chicken, coconut chicken, chestnut chicken, and more. How many have you tried? Fish. We have steamed bass, squirrel fish, braised hairtail, scallion braised yellow croaker, chopped chili fish head, and others. Have you tasted them all? As for meat, well, there's twice-cooked pork, sweet and sour tenderloin crispy pork, dompa pork, braised pork, pineapple sweet and sour pork, preserved vegetable pork, steamed pork with rice flour, and so on. I can't even count them all. And there's more. Huan became more excited as she spoke. Mr. Zhai hurriedly stopped her. Miss. Boss Huan. All right, I believe you. You've made me so hungry I can't wait. When do we start teaching? At this moment, Huan looked like a proud peacock, full of confidence, and said proudly, "You've examined me. Now what about you? If you want to stay, you need to tell me what you can teach." "Our village doesn't support idlers." Mr. Zhai was amused and said, "I am well-versed in the classics of etiquette, poetry, and history. Confucian texts are no problem for me. My wife is a master painter, and she can teach painting." "Are you satisfied?" Huan frowned slightly. "Oh, we do need a painting teacher, but as for teaching poetry, we already have a teacher." "It's a bit tricky," Mr. Zhai, angry but then laughing, said. "The scholar in your school? How can he compare to me? I am from the Imperial Academy." Flower Roll asked back, "What about the Imperial College? We students don't see the Imperial exams as our only goal. If your teaching is too strict, we might have to consider whether you should stay or leave." Old Master Zhai listened and asked confusedly, "Not aiming for the Imperial exams? Then what kind of school are you running? Isn't that harming the children?" Flower Roll explained, "It's not just about the Imperial exams. If a child is especially talented in studying, I will do my best to support him. But not everyone is suited for the path of passing the exams and serving in government. Most are ordinary people like me. I want them to learn useful knowledge so they can stand firm in society. If we also teach them according to their talents, letting them explore their interests deeply and become excellent in various fields, that is my initial idea." These words made old Master Zhai think deeply. Many families spend everything for their children's education, but how many can actually succeed and reach the top? If basic education could be widely available and tailored to each child's talent, it would be a good method. But doing so would cost a lot of money, and only wealthy people like Boss Hua could afford it. Zhai Sai was also excited after hearing this. He wanted to stay, not just because of the endless delicious food, but also because he wanted to see where this new kind of education would lead. He wanted to be a witness and also a participant. He looked around. Although it was just an ordinary small village, it was full of life. He knew that these villagers originally came from different villages and had only stayed because Boss Hua shared food with them. But now, looking at them, they all felt a sense of belonging. Maybe it was because of Boss Hua's special way of bringing people together. He himself had also been influenced. Flower Roll smiled happily. "Yes, yes. Absolutely. I was just joking earlier." They both chuckled. Flower Roll touched his nose and said, "Since you're staying at the inn, I'll help you find better rooms, with courtyards, close to the school."
How about that?
"Your meals will also be arranged specially. Don't worry, everything will be the best. In modern times, this would be considered the treatment of a university supervisor, right?" Old Mr. Zhai said, "No rush. The inn room is also nice. Let's stay here for a few days first." Huawan said, "Okay, just right, the house is also being renovated and will take a few days." She thought for a moment and asked, "All meals included, 30 taels of silver a month. Do you think you can accept that?" Old Mr. Zhai replied, "Sure, that's quite fair. 30 taels of silver is almost the same as the monthly salary of a respected official, so he had no complaints." At this moment, Huawan's phone vibrated in her pocket. She sneakily glanced at it. It was the timer set to go off. "All right, we can start eating now," Huawan called out, and Mo Chuan and Huaxing appeared out of nowhere, squatting nearby, rubbing their hands with eager looks as they watched the mud kiln. Huawan took a shovel, carefully dug away the collapsed mud, and gently probed inside. She then scooped out a lump of mud. She placed the mud lump on the flat ground nearby, took a small hammer from her pocket, and tapped it a few times. The mud cracked open, revealing shiny silver foil underneath. She cleaned the mud off and used a small knife to cut open the foil, revealing a lotus leaf inside. The lotus leaf was too hot, and she kept pulling her hands back from the heat. Mo Chuan squeezed over and said, "I have tough skin and don't mind the heat. Let me do it." He took over Huawan's position, forcefully untied the string, and peeled back the lotus leaf. At that moment, a faint aroma of wine, the fresh scent of the lotus leaf, and the rich smell of chicken filled the air. The golden chicken was sizzling with oil. The chicken was so tender that it easily tore apart. Mo Chuan ran back to get tongs and a plate, picked up a whole chicken leg with the tongs, and, without looking up, handed it to Hwawan. Hwawan took it and then handed it to Madame Zhai. "Madam, please try it and see if it suits your taste." Madame Zhai smiled and said, "Thank you, Hua boss. I'll try it first." Madame Zhai, full of scholarly grace, spoke gently and softly. Then she handed the other chicken leg to Zhai Sai. Zhai Sai slowly brought the chicken leg to his mouth, took a bite, and as soon as he tasted it, his eyebrows raised slightly. The roasted chicken was cooked just right, the skin golden yellow and chewy, the meat tender but not dry or greasy. It seemed to have some special seasoning with just the right amount of salt. The aroma was layered and rich, yet it didn't overpower the natural chicken flavor. Although it ultimately involves roasted chicken, he had never tasted such delicious roasted chicken before. He looked around at the others, all busy eating chicken, especially the young man who was eating without caring about manners. He also didn't care. He put the whole chicken leg into his mouth, took a relaxed bite, and the bone came out intact. It took him 2 bites to finish one chicken leg. Still wanting more, he looked at the oil remaining on his fingers. After hesitating for a moment, he finally didn't dare to lick his fingers. Hwawan took out a napkin from her pocket, handed one to Mr. Zhai, then quickly took out a few more, giving one to each person. Mr. Zhai held the soft, clean napkin and thought silently, "What kind of family background is this?" Using such good paper just to wipe his mouth, everyone shared a chicken and kept praising how good it was. There were still 4 chickens left, and Hwawan started to distribute them. 1 for Grandpa Huasheng, 1 packed for Mr. Zhai as a late-night snack, 1 left in the shop. Everyone hadn't finished eating yet. Finally, they chose the biggest one to share with Lin Yang and Ah Mao. The famous beggar's chicken not only tastes good but is also suitable for people on a diet. Hwawan asked Ah Man to bake 2 more chickens tomorrow and send them to the hotel's 3rd floor. The hotel was opening soon, and the 3rd floor was about to have its grand opening ceremony. Currently, there were 4 students including the owner, Xiao Yun. Hwawan was not in a hurry. Although ancient people's diets were less varied than modern ones, that didn't mean they had fewer overweight people. Unbalanced nutrition could lead to fat accumulation, and wealthy women who didn't exercise much were especially prone to obesity. Moreover, it wasn't just about losing weight. Hwawan also wanted everyone to move more and be healthier. She asked someone to tell Xiao Yun that the weight loss class would be renamed the fitness room. The slogan was, "Eat healthily, dance happily." The ribbon-cutting ceremony for the fitness room was scheduled for the morning. Hwawan couldn't make it this time, but it wasn't as grand as the hotel's opening. They used red silk tied in the middle to form a flower, and instead of Hwawan, Ah Xing and Xiao Yun held scissors to cut the ribbon. The ceremony ended there. For the 3 plastic sisters, Xiao Yun was very responsible. They were her first clients. Whether their goal was weight loss or just enjoying good food, she couldn't let her reputation be damaged. Once they entered her shop, she was in charge. "I stay focused on my 3 meals a day, not allowing myself to eat even a bite more. When I dance, I feel like I might as well be whipped from behind. Even after the day ends, Xiaoyan forces us to go to the parking lot. At night, it gets worse. At 8 o'clock, she goes door to door warning us not to sneak food." Xiaoyan knows that losing weight isn't easy. She considers herself lucky to have some natural advantages that make it easier for her. She really wants to succeed in her career, maybe more than she realizes herself. Maybe the fashion show inspired her, or maybe she was influenced by Hwawan, with whom she spent a lot of time. All her energy is on her 3 close friends. She follows them around, giving advice every day. But instead of helping, her efforts backfire. Soon, they all get so tired they want to stop. They all suddenly call in sick and ask for leave. Xiaoyun threatens them, saying, "If you don't come, I won't give your money back." They don't even want the money anymore. They just want to stay home and rest, even if their diet isn't perfect. At least they wouldn't be exhausted at the gym. But Xiaoyun isn't someone to give up easily. She won't let her business fail halfway. What is the most important thing for losing weight? Xiaoyun remembers Huan once said that it's a long-term process, so you need strong inner motivation. She carefully reviews her own experience of losing weight successfully. What was her inner drive? She recalls that dazzling fashion show where the beautiful models deeply attracted her. But now, where could she find another fashion show? She thinks hard and finally comes up with a good idea. That night, she goes to a brothel to talk to Mama Chui. Mama Chui remembers Xiaoyun and recognizes her as someone who once visited the brothel with Huawan. After hearing Xiaoyun's plan, Mama Chui is shocked. She scolds her, saying, "You women really have nothing better to do. Why come to a brothel for no reason? Just messing around." Xiaoyun nonchalantly replies, "It's not like we're doing anything bad. Just let us hide in a room upstairs and take a look." Mama Chui disagrees, but Xiaoyun persuades her persistently, planning to keep arguing until she agrees. Finally, Mama Chui has no choice but to agree. The next night, Xiaoyun goes door to door, gathering her friends. "Oh, I told you already I won't go. My calves are sore after all, my arms can't lift anymore. Please, just leave us alone." "That silver is enough to cover a few days' meals," Xiaoyun whispered mysteriously. "It's not to go to the gym. I'm taking you to a good place." "Not the gym? What kind of good place?" "You'll see when we get there." Xiaoyun brought 4 sets of men's clothes. They changed into them, styled their hair to look like men, and headed to the brothel. The 4 women dressed as men stood in front of the brothel. Only Xiaoyun looked calm and confident. The other 3 had wide eyes. "What do you mean? Why did you bring us to this kind of place?" Xiaoyun said. "What are you afraid of? If men can come here, why can't women? Come on, let's go inside and take a look." She pulled the others inside. The old man who worked there had been in the business for many years. He immediately recognized they were pretending to be men. Luckily, Madame Chui had told him beforehand, so he took them straight to Madame Chui. Xiaoyun asked, "Madame Chui, is the room ready?" Madame Chui rolled her eyes and said, "Yes, it's ready. I reserved the best room upstairs for you. Hurry and follow me. You look so out of place dressed like that." They went upstairs into the room. Xiaoyun and the others looked around, touching and exploring everything. Honestly, the rooms here are quite elegant. No wonder so many men come to this place. Look at this soft bed.
These smooth sheets.
And the lovely scent in the air. I'm about to get drunk just being here. It does smell nice. "What kind of incense is that?" Madame Chui said. "I haven't lit any incense yet." "That's the scent of perfume." The women were most interested in these things. They kept asking Madame Chui where she bought them. She had to tell a lie. "I spent a lot of money asking the flower merchant outside the city to help me get it from foreign traders." But they still weren't satisfied. "How much is a lot?" Madame Chui casually said. "Just a small bottle of perfume, about 50 taels of silver." They were stunned and stopped asking. Xiaoyun quickly said, All right. We have other important things to do. No need to ask about perfume." "Madame Chui, call the girls upstairs." Standing at the door, Madame Chui shouted. Girls numbered 1 to 5, come in quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, 5 elegant young women, each wearing dresses of different colors, gracefully entered the room. They had slender, gentle figures and smiled as they lined up in front of Xiaoyun and her friends, then spun around. Xiaoyun was happy to see them. Her friends looked confused and asked, "What is this?" Xiaoyun asked back, "Aren't they beautiful? I spent quite a bit of money on this." "Aunt Chui, bring in the next group." Aunt Chui smiled and nodded. She waved her hand with a handkerchief, and the 5 young women bowed slightly and left the room. "Girls numbered 6 to 10, you can come in now," Aunt Chui called out. 5 more women entered. They had a different style from the first 5. If the first group was lively and cute, these women looked gentle and charming. But they were all equally slim. Xiaoyun grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and cracked them happily. She really liked looking at beautiful women. One of her friends couldn't hold back and grabbed Xiaoyun. "Stop cracking those seeds." "What do you really mean?" Xiaoyun said. "Look at these women's figures, so curvy and attractive. Don't you feel excited?" "We're not men. Why would we feel that way?" Xiaoyun replied. "Don't you want to have bodies like theirs? Look at that tiny waist, those slim legs, and that delicate back and graceful neck." Her comments made even the young women blush a little. A few of her friends reacted. "What are you doing? Are you trying to get us to go on a diet?" No way. I'm not going back to that. Jo Xiaoyun, your tricks don't work on me. I don't want to go through that pain again. Let's go home and get a good sleep. The three of them stood up and headed for the door. Just as they reached the entrance, a few men came from behind. One said, Aunt Chui, I've been wondering why there are fewer young women in the building. Turns out you've called them all here. Miss Bai Li and Miss Lame are here too? That makes it easier to find them, said a middle-aged man holding a young woman in his arms. The young woman in his arms looked upset and pouted. Boss Yao, what's wrong with me? Why are you holding me and thinking about other sisters? The man, called Boss Yao, pouted and leaned in to kiss her. Sweetheart, you're the best. I was just joking. Next to Xiaoyun stands a tall, strong sister. She clenches her fists, turns her stiff neck back, and grits her teeth as she says, Yao Wenlong. What are you doing here? Yao, the boss, looks closely and almost faints from shock. He quickly pushes away the girl in his arms and stammers. Madam?
How? How can it be you?
We came here to talk about business. His wife's face turns pale, her neck reddening with anger. She raises her fist and rushes toward Yao, shouting, I will tear you apart. Let's see if you're still interested in business. She runs forward, causing the whole building to shake. Yao, who is shorter than his wife, is quick and turns to run away. His wife chases after him. They run from the second floor to the first, from east to west. They perform a classic chase scene inside the brothel, bumping into many passers-by. Madame Chui quickly calls out, Stop them. Don't hurt the guests. Xiaoyun looks at her remaining sisters and says, Let's try to stop her quickly. We don't want any trouble. Everything is ruined. Completely ruined. Xiaoyun feels lost, and her mind is only filled with this thought. She can't remember how she separated her strong sister from the nearly fainting Yao boss. She can't remember what Madame Chui scolded her. She can't remember how she apologized. When she finally reacts, she finds herself at the snack shop door. Sighing, she enters the shop and squats against the wall. Huawan comes out of the kitchen and almost kicks Xiaoyun by mistake. Xiaoyun, sister? What's wrong? Why are you squatting on the ground? Huawan kneels in front of her, waving her hand to get Xiaoyun's attention. Xiaoyun snaps out of her thoughts, looking miserable. Sister, the gym is ruined. Huawan asks, What happened? How is it ruined? Xiaoyun finally finds an outlet for her emotions. Sister, I can't keep the customers. They're tired and don't want to come anymore. I also came up with a crazy idea, and it caused Madame Chui's brothel to fall into chaos. Huawan says, I thought something serious happened. Madame Chui's side is fine. Just break something and pay for it. Xiaoyun nods. I told her to wait and count everything with me. Flower Roll helped her up from the ground and said, It's understandable that you can't keep all the guests. Everyone's situation is different, and we can only do our best. Ultimately, what they choose to do is not something we can control, she added, but after hearing you today, I think there might be hope. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Xiaoyun brightened up and asked, Really? Is there hope? Flower Roll nodded. My sixth sense. Xiaoyun regained her usual energy and asked, What is sixth sense? How do you have it? Do I have it too? Can I buy it? A series of questions left Flower Roll unable to answer. Just then, Huashen called her, and she took the chance to slip away. The next day, sure enough, they came back to see Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun stood at the gym door, arms crossed, looking impatiently at them. What are you doing? We agreed not to ask for a refund. Why are you here again? They wore pleading smiles and said, No refund, no way. We have something else to tell you. A big good news. All three said in unison. We plan to come back for the weight loss class. Xiaoyun scoffed loudly. My little temple can't hold you big statues. The wild woman from last night didn't buy her act. Zhu Xiaoyun, don't act high and mighty. I tell you, my mood is worse than yours right now. That dead man went to a place to have fun. What's so good about those girls? They just dislike me for being fat. I must lose weight to make him look at me differently. Name your price. I want to lose weight. In their society where marriage is the main goal, divorce is almost like a death sentence. There's no choice but to keep going. Xiaoyun looked at the other two women and asked, What about you? We also want to lose weight, just in case. I can't stand my triple chin and double stomach anymore. You can keep the remaining money, and we'll pay separately. Xiaoyan shook her head. We're not a shady shop. We can't keep taking money over and over. I'm worried you'll slack off again, 3 days of effort, 2 days of rest, and then give up. I don't have that much time to waste with you. I'm very determined now. We all listen to you. Xiaoyan measured their body parts and shook her head, saying, Look at you. You've been lazy these days. Your waistline has already increased. Mrs. Yao's wife rolled her eyes and took out a complete silver ingot, heavily placing it on the table. I bet you a big one. This is 30 taels of silver. I'm now betting it with you. For every 5 pounds I lose, you return me 5 taels. When I reach 30 pounds, I can get back all my silver. Xiaoyan quickly understood her meaning. How long do I have? It can't be forever, right? The woman thought for a moment. Let's set it at 3 months. If I haven't lost 30 pounds by then, the remaining silver will belong to you. Xiaoyan accepted the silver happily. That sounds fair. Honestly, it's no use, if only I work hard to lose weight. The other 2 women thought for a moment and also took out 20 taels of silver. We want to lose some weight too, but not that much. 20 pounds is enough. Mrs. Yao asked again, but you must do your best to help us. You can't just cheat to keep the silver. At this point, Xiaoyan had already written 3 receipts, signed her name, and handed them over. Don't worry, I won't ruin my shop's reputation. She let out a long sigh, thinking to herself, my sister guessed right. Looks like yesterday's move paid off. At least I kept the first customers. After learning about this, Huan talked again with Xing about the weight loss exercises, planning to start with something easier. Walking in place. Walking in place, as the name suggests, means staying in the same spot and mimicking walking. It doesn't burn as much energy as dancing, skipping, or running, but it has its advantages. The movements are simple, not difficult, and can be done for a long time, so it still burns calories. She adjusted the menu again, and then confidently handed the gym plans over to Xiaoyan. She had other things to do. In the past few days, Mr. Zhai and Mrs. Zhai had gradually started their classes. Huan pulled Yao Zhu aside to ask about the details. Yao Zhu clearly wasn't used to Zhai Sai's teaching style. He looked troubled but couldn't say much. It's too hard. I don't understand what Zhai Sai teaches, and I have a lot of homework. Now I'm even rushing to finish my homework just to catch the carriage back home. Huan also asked some other children in the village, and their answers were mostly the same as Yao Zhu's. So she decided to go directly to the inn and find Zhai Sai. Zhai Sai was surprised when Huan showed up at his door. Thinking she was here to find fault, Huan felt a bit embarrassed. According to international customs, she started with polite greetings. Mr. Zhai, Madam Zhai, have you been comfortable staying here these days? Mr. Zhai replied, yes, very comfortable. The bed is nice, the scenery is beautiful. Very good, very good. Madam Zhai praised even more. Boss Hua, everything in the room is very delicate, especially the dark patterns on the duvet cover and the designs on the curtains, they are quite unique. Huan was puzzled. She thought the curtains had floral patterns, but she had specifically bought a plain white duvet cover. Where did the dark patterns come from? She looked at the bed and saw a small inscription embroidered on the corner of the duvet cover. Happy every day. The duvet cover was also white, just slightly raised in texture. It was truly hard to guard against surprises. Huan smiled and said, Madam Zhai, you really are an expert in painting and calligraphy. Your observation skills are impressive. Then she asked, are you satisfied with the food? Mr. Zhai snorted, and his beard moved slightly. The food is excellent. Today's mushroom, chestnut chicken soup, and sausage rice are very tasty. All right, no more beating around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it, Huan said. It's nothing much. Just that some students have said your teaching content is too much, and they find it hard to keep up. Mr. Zhai was silent, lost in thought. Huan continued, there are students who just started school recently, so maybe they can't adapt to your pace right away. Mr. Zhai finally spoke. Indeed, I didn't consider this carefully. Madam Hua, do you have any good ideas? Hwan thought that these children's math skills were roughly the same as first-grade students, who probably are learning addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Maybe start with addition and subtraction of single digits, Mr. Zhai said. I already taught that the day before yesterday. Then, the multiplication table, are you talking about the 9-9 song? Hwan and Mr. Zhai checked, and indeed, it was called the 9-9 song. I taught it yesterday, and most children can recite it now. Hwan looked surprised. Your teaching speed is really fast. No wonder those children didn't sleep much last night. They were all busy memorizing the multiplication table. Mr. Zhai took out a stack of homework submitted by the children and showed it to Hwan. Boss Hua, take a look at what the students wrote. Hwan curiously flipped through it and found that most of the students had written the answers from memory. Just one day, not only did I memorize everything, but I also recited it silently. Mr. Zhai looked at Hwan with surprise and felt a bit proud. You're excellent at cooking, and I have more experience teaching. I naturally have my own methods, he added. You started the school not long ago, and your original idea was good. But how many years can they stay in the school? Soon they'll be getting married or starting families, and who will still come to learn. Therefore, we must speed up the progress. Only then can they learn the most knowledge in the shortest time. Hwan realized that they are different from modern people. They can't spend 12 or even 15 years on elementary school content. The oldest students in the school are only 10 years old, so they don't have much time left. The students also understood this and worked even harder. Hwan sighed and said, You're right. I was showing off my limited skills. Mr. Zhai said, That's not quite right. I admit I lack teaching experience for children of this age, so I am working on creating textbooks. Would you be interested in taking a look, Hwan? Hwan waved her hand and said, I get sleepy when I see math, so I'd better not look. But I can get some textbooks and bring them tomorrow for you to see if there's anything useful. Hwan stood up to say goodbye to the two teachers. Mrs. Zhai saw that they finished their discussion, so she saw Hwan out and chatted with her briefly. Hwan, I've learned a lot during these days at the school. The rice paper and brushes are much better than what ordinary people use. And the school even supplies ink that can be used directly without grinding. Every detail in such a small place shows great care. I believe you put a lot of thought into it, Hwan. Over these days, I've noticed that your students are very eager to learn and respectful. If someone hadn't told me, I wouldn't have guessed they were refugees. That's all thanks to you, Hwan. I really admire you. As a woman, I've always been proud that my painting skills can compare to men's. But seeing you, I realize how accomplished women can be. Hwan listened to Mrs. Zhai and smiled shyly. Mrs. Zhai, you flatter me. I just do my best. The next day, Hwan bought digital copies of elementary and middle school math textbooks from the neighboring island online. Why do I buy Taobao's textbooks? Not because their textbooks are good, but because they are written in traditional Chinese characters, saving me the trouble of translating again. Hwan prints these materials in black and white, then cuts out the main content, removes some modern elements, and pastes them onto paper again. After finishing, Hwan is covered in sweat. She massages her neck and says to Hua Sheng, Let's go buy some green beans. Tonight, we'll sell chilled green bean soup. There's a grocery store just next door, so the two of them walk over easily, also getting some exercise. They almost buy out the store's green beans and rock sugar. They agree with the shop owner to help deliver the goods to the snack shop, then walk back under the setting sun. Not far away, several tall buildings suddenly appeared. Perhaps because she has been focused on ancient times, she only notices now. She stops and quietly looks at the tall buildings. The modern style makes this small street seem a bit outdated. Once that shopping mall over there is finished, our street will be completely finished too. Hwan hears this and turns around. It's the owner of a snack shop talking to her. Hwan buys 5 pounds of sunflower seeds and chats with the owner. What are they building over there? The owner says, a big shopping mall. It has a cinema, clothing stores. I heard there are 2 supermarkets inside. One sells imported goods, and the other is regular. Who would still come to our street with all that? Hwan grabs a handful of sunflower seeds from her bag, munching as she says, No wonder so many shops on this street are closing. Some of the related businesses have already found new places. Did you see that fried chicken shop? It closed last week. I heard they're moving to the mall, waiting to open. The owner looks at Hwan carefully. Are you the owner of the snack shop? Do you plan to move? Hwan replies, I won't move. This shop was left to me by my grandfather. I want to keep it. The owner nods in understanding. I'm also looking for a new place. I'm moving to the new community over on the west side. Hwan asks, what about your current shop? The owner is worried too. I can't sell it. I can't find a buyer. I'll just leave it there. Luckily, it's my own shop or I'd be losing a lot. Are you selling it? Not easily. It's hard to sell. The traffic isn't good, and there's a big supermarket nearby. Who would want to take it over? The flour roll pointed to herself and said, Me. Boss, here's my phone number. If you want to sell, just contact me. She wrote a note for the boss, then pulled Hwasheng from the street into an alley, copying down all the phone numbers left at the shop doors that were closed. Tomorrow, I will call each one. I hope one day I can buy the whole street, Flour Roll said confidently.
But
why do you want to buy this street? The snack shops can't expand, Hwasheng said, confused. Flour Roll explained, the snack shops buy a lot of supplies. I'm worried they'll get caught someday, so it's better if fewer people are around. She also didn't need luxury items, so buying some buildings with her money would be good. When she got home, she immediately started cooking mung bean sweet soup. Mung bean sweet soup is perfect for summer, and it's very easy to make. Soak the mung beans for half an hour. After soaking, drain them, add water and rock sugar. Bring to a boil, then simmer on low heat for about 20 minutes. To prevent the soup from turning red, she added a few drops of lemon juice. The finished soup looked clear and sweet. She let it cool under the air conditioner, then put the soup in the fridge so it would be cold by evening. At night, the shop quietly turned on the air conditioning, but not too cold. They placed large ice blocks around the shop, making customers feel a refreshing cool breeze as soon as they entered. The shop handed over the mung bean soup to Amon and others. Mo Chuan moved the soup outside because they couldn't find anyone to sell it, so Flour Roll took over. She put up a sign that said, Chilled mung bean soup, 2 coins per bowl, and planned to sit on a stool nearby to rest. But before she could sit down, people started lining up. She had to stand and serve the soup. Some liked more mung beans, others preferred less, so Flour Roll asked, Would you like more or fewer mung beans? Everyone answered, More. They thought for 2 coins a bowl, it was best to have lots of mung beans, enough to fill their stomachs. In the end, Flour Roll stopped asking and put 2 big spoonfuls of mung beans in each bowl. Soon most of the mung bean soup was sold out. Seeing only a few mung beans left, Flour Roll decided to close up shop. The waiting customers dispersed disappointedly, leaving only a small girl of about 7 or 8 years old. She waited until most people had left, then quietly asked the Flour Roll, Excuse me, sister, can you sell me one? She looked at the Flour Roll with her clear black and white eyes, blinking eagerly, which made the Flour Roll feel soft-hearted. She tilted the pot slightly, scooped with a spoon, and said, Little sister, see, there's no more green beans. Only half a bowl of syrup. Can you come back tomorrow? The girl was still not satisfied and softly asked, Sister, can you sell me this leftover? I don't want green beans. I'll give you 1 coin, okay? The Flour Roll lifted the whole pot and poured some into a bowl, which surprisingly had more than half a bowl. She covered the bowl and handed it to the girl, saying, Here, drink this.
no chari.
It's a gift. The girl held a coin in her hand, hesitated after hearing the Flour Roll, then put the coin back in her pocket and took out something else. Sister, this is for you. My sister made it. Then she hugged her box and left. The Flour Roll picked up what she left behind, a simple bracelet made of braided rope, without any decorations or fine craftsmanship, but it had a modern, simple rural style. She put the bracelet on her left wrist and returned to the shop. After grabbing her books, she went to the inn to find Mr. Zhai. Mr. Zhai took the assembled book and, upon opening a page, was immediately captivated. He told Mrs. Zhai, You 2 chat first. I want to look at this carefully. He then went under the candle holder and studied it seriously. The more he looked, the more excited he became. Some of the methods here are very innovative and unique. The writing is very appropriate. We can definitely use this. He ran to find the Flour Roll with the book. I think these characters are probably numbers, much simpler than our writing. The flour roll said, yes, this is a foreign way of writing numbers. She thoughtfully wrote down the Arabic numerals from 1 to 10 alongside their corresponding characters. Mr. Zhai's beard twitched with excitement. In that case, 35 only needs 2 characters and 335 only needs 3. The flour roll said, yes, 33,335 only needs 6 digits, which is 5 fewer than usual. It also looks clearer. Great.
Great.
This method should be promoted. After saying this, he ran back to the candle and continued watching. Madame Zhai smiled gently at Huan and said, that's just how he is. Don't mind him. Huan also smiled at Madame Zhai and said, I bought some drawing boards, paints, and brushes of various sizes. When the goods arrive, I will send them all together. If you need anything else, just let me know. Madame Zhai nodded with a smile. The next day, when the shop opened, Ameo brought news that Mr. Zhai was using a new textbook in the school. It was a revised version he had rewritten, more suitable for primary school students. Wow, that was fast, Huan thought. With Mr. Zhai teaching so quickly, she wondered if she would need to prepare middle school textbooks soon. She wanted someone to go to the inn and get the textbooks to copy for the students, but when she looked around, there was no one free. Even she was busy selling chilled mung bean soup. In the hot summer, mung bean soup is a great way to cool down. It's sold out quickly. Yesterday, a little girl came again. She still wanted to buy a bowl of mung bean soup without mung beans. Today, there was a bit more left, packed into 2 boxes. She held a coin, reluctant to put it down on the table. Huan smiled and said, no need to pay. It's a gift for you. Look, I really like this bracelet. The girl shyly smiled. She wanted to take back the coin, but hesitated. Big sister said, you shouldn't try to get things for free. Huan said, if you don't want these, I will throw them away. Without mung beans, the soup can't be sold. The girl smiled sweetly and said, thank you. Big sister, Huan asked, are you from the village? What's your name? She nodded and said, yes, both my sister and I live in the village. My name is Juju. Huan thought she looked unfamiliar, as if she had never seen her before, and asked, do you go to the school? Juju didn't answer and ran off with the box. Huan asked Aunt Peng, Aunt Peng, have you seen that little girl just now? Aunt Peng shook her head. No, I haven't. She isn't in the school. Maybe she is from a nearby village. Huan said, she seems to like drinking mung bean soup. Tomorrow, I will reserve a bowl for her. Aunt Peng smiled and said, you're so kind. Who sells mung bean soup with so many beans? Selling like this, you're losing money. Flour Roll finished her work and ran to the inn to get Mr. Zhai's textbooks. She quickly copied dozens of copies and asked Lin Yang to help rebind them with string. That evening, Flour Roll first scooped some mung bean soup into a bowl and put it in the fridge, waiting for Juju to come and pick it up. However, when the snack shop closed, Juju did not show up. Not wanting Huasheng to eat sweets at night, the green bean soup had to be given to Mo Chuan. These past few days of running around made Flour Roll very tired. She decided not to sell mung bean soup anymore and to rest. Sitting comfortably in the air-conditioned shop, Flour Roll felt very relaxed. At that moment, Aunt Peng brought Juju inside. Boss Hua, this child wants to see you. I brought her in. Under the bright shop lights, Flour Roll finally saw that Juju's clothes were patched all over. Flour Roll couldn't believe that there could still be children in the village wearing patched clothes. Knowing that villagers had long since escaped poverty, at least Flour Roll had never heard of anyone living so hard. Even if Juju's family couldn't farm or do other work, relying only on the rice from school, life shouldn't be this bad. Moreover, the embroidery shop offered discounts to villagers and the elementary school provided seasonal uniforms. Looking closely at Juju's clothes, they were just smaller versions of other clothes, dirty and old, with no original color visible. Frowning, Flour Roll asked, Juju, which village do you live in? Juju replied, I live in Manhwa village. Previously, Juju's voice was soft, and Flour Roll thought it was just her personality. But now, seeing her hair fine and yellow, lips pale, it was clear she was malnourished, and her voice was weak. Feeling a bit angry, Flour Roll turned to Mo Chuan and said, "Don't worry about what's happening here. Go check which family she belongs to." "Why is she living like this?" Mo Chuan handed his work to Amon, wiped his hands, and without saying a word, went out. Zhu Zhu looked scared and pulled Flour Roll's sleeve. "Sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken small advantages. Please don't go find my family." "Boo-hoo." She started crying and knelt down. Seeing her so distressed, Flour Roll comforted her. Okay, I won't look for them."
Monta Chuan.
"Come back first." Flour Roll called Mo Chuan back, then held Zhu Zhu's hand and helped her wipe away her tears. "Zhu Zhu, what do you want to tell me?" Zhu Zhu asked. "Sister, do you have any mung bean soup?" "Not today." "Wow." Zhu Zhu started crying loudly. No mung bean soup." "Boo-hoo, what should I do, sister?" "Boo-hoo." Huawan was startled. She listened carefully and asked confusedly, "Your sister wants to drink mung bean soup?" Zhu Zhu gasped between tears. "Boo-hoo, my sister must drink mung bean soup." Huawan said, "Don't worry, Zhu Zhu.
I'll cook some now."
Can you take it home?" Zhu Zhu shook her head. No. She wants it cold." Mo Chuan, who had been taken for a walk, was already unhappy and now laughed angrily. "Is your sister a big shot? She's lucky to get some, and she even insists on it cold. You should let her look around. How many people here can have cold mung bean soup?" Zhu Zhu finally stopped crying, but when she heard Mo Chuan, she started crying again. She cried and sniffled silently. Huawan rolled her eyes at Mo Chuan. "Can you say a few less words?" She then comforted Zhu Zhu. "We don't have time to make cold mung bean soup. How about ice cream? It's also cold." "I'll get you two." Zhu Zhu looked up at Huawan with big eyes. "Ice cream? What's that?" Huawan said. "It's something cold and sweet." Then she took 2 ice creams from the freezer. One was mung bean ice cream, and the other was a chocolate cone. Zhu Zhu took the ice cream, saw that it was cold, smiled sweetly at Huawan, and then took out 2 coins to give her. Mo Chuan said sarcastically, "TSK. Kid, 2 coins aren't enough." Huawan gave him a quick elbow hit, and Mo Chuan obediently shut up and went back to the kitchen. Zhu Zhu hesitated. She didn't know how much these 2 ice creams cost, and she didn't have extra money. Huawan took a copper coin from her hand. "This is enough, but that dark-faced brother said 2 coins aren't enough. Don't listen to him. I'm the boss here, and I make the rules." Zhu Zhu believed her simply and ran off with the ice cream. Huawan followed to the door and saw her skipping toward the village. "Strange. She says she's from our village, but even Aunt Pang doesn't remember her." Aunt Pang was also confused. "I've never seen this kid before, Amao." "Have you?" Amao said. "No. She didn't come with us to escape the famine, or I would remember her." Aunt Pang asked, "Could she have been bought by Lin Yang?" Huawan nodded and praised Aunt Pang. "You're so clever." Aunt Pang smiled shyly. "Oh, I can't compare to you." Hee. Huawan turned her head and went to the embroidery workshop. Lin Yang was still inside, doing the accounts. "Lin Yang, do you know a girl named Zhu Zhu in the village?" Lin Yang thought for a moment and said, "Zhu Zhu. I don't remember her." Huawan reminded her, "Maybe you bought her from outside. She has a sister too, Zhu Zhu." "I remember now. There is indeed a girl named Zhu Zhu," Lin Yang said. "Her sister's name is Zhanzhan." "Both girls have nice names," Huawan asked. "Does her sister work in the embroidery workshop?" Most of the older girls bought by Lin Yang were arranged to work in the workshop. Lin Yang thought carefully for a moment and said, "At first, Zhanzhan did work in the workshop. She is skillful and hardworking. I was teaching her embroidery, but unfortunately, she only stayed for 5 or 6 days and then stopped coming." "Do you know why she left?" Lin Yang replied. "Wait a moment." She took out a small booklet from a drawer, which looked like an employee record. She carefully flipped through it and found Zhanzhan's page. Here it says, "The silver paid for her, the day she came, and the day she left." "Boss Hua, you can see." Huawan stepped over and looked. Sure enough, she remembered clearly. Name, Zhanzhan. Age, 15. Silver paid, 3 taels for her sister Zhu Zhu. Date of arrival, November 20th. Date of departure, November 26th. Wages, 200 coins already paid. Reason for leaving, none. She remembers everything clearly.
Hua Huan pressed.
But why is there no reason for her leaving? Lin Yang said. She wouldn't tell me when I asked. She insisted on leaving, so I just wrote none. According to your rules at the time, each person earned 30 coins a day. I saw she was honest, so I decided to deduct 20 coins from my own wages to pay her. Lin Yang was very careful and thorough. It was definitely right to leave the embroidery workshop in her hands. She added, if you want to find Zhu Zhu, it's not hard. I'll go to Long Baozhong tomorrow and ask. If they still live in the village, there will surely be records. Huawan said, okay. Today, I saw Zhu Zhu. Her clothes were torn and very worn out. She is thin and small, covered in dirt. She looks young, but I don't know why she isn't in school. I checked the student list for the elementary school, and Zhu Zhu isn't on it. Since there aren't many girls in the village, when we try to persuade them to go to school, Lin Yang and Aunt Pang went door to door to talk to them. So, I am quite sure about this. Huawan said, it seems someone might have missed her. If her family is having trouble, tell me. I will find a way to help. Lin Yang nodded. Tomorrow, when we find them, we will ask Jinjin to come back to the embroidery workshop to work. We won't let them go hungry. Boss Hua, I will bring someone to see you later, she added. There is one more thing she wanted to tell Huawan. Huawan went to see Mr. Zhai and talked with him about the elementary school. Recently, Mr. Zhai has been acting strange, almost like he lost his mind. He has been studying the textbooks Huawan brought, and he found some solutions that are even simpler than what he knew before. He was working on quadratic equations and formulas for calculating the area of squares. It was as if he had unlocked new energy channels. He flipped through the elementary school math textbooks over and over, especially pressing on the lower right corner of each page until it was almost worn out. Huawan couldn't get along with him. Every time she said a few words, he would switch to math. So she talked with Madame Zhai for a while, and then left. When she arrived at the snack shop, Lin Yang was waiting for her. Boss Hua, do you remember the boy I brought back who was beaten almost to death? Huawan remembered. That night, she and Lu Mingli also saw him at the embroidery workshop. She asked, was he the one you placed on the second floor? Lin Yang said, yes, that's him. His name is Qing. Thanks to the medicine you sent, his injuries healed quickly. Later, I sent him to the elementary school to study. He's not very young anymore, so he won't stay in school for long. But he's healthy, so now he's focusing on practicing martial arts and sometimes helping maintain order at the school. Huawan saw that Lin Yang hadn't gotten to the main point. She stayed silent and listened carefully. He came to see me several times, wanting to find work to support himself. But the fields near the village have already been divided, and new ones haven't been approved yet, so I couldn't help. Huawan said, I'll write a letter to ask if we can get more land. Lin Yang said, there's no rush. He's still in elementary school, so we can delay this for a while. But I was wondering if you plan to set up a stall, could you consider him first? She continued, I've heard he's a good boy and reliable. Don't think badly of me for being nosy. When I bought him, he was beaten badly, so I have to be careful. She carefully told Huawan about Qing. It turns out that the day he was beaten, it wasn't because he stole something but because he had annoyed some young troublemakers in town. These troublemakers often like to look at girls on the street, comment on them, and act flirtatiously, sometimes pretending to accidentally brush past them, bumping shoulders or pulling their hair. By chance, Qing saw this and stubbornly grabbed one of the troublemaker's hands, insisting he apologize to the girl. The girl was very frightened and ran off, saying, no need to apologize. The troublemakers then falsely accused him of stealing their wallet. Since Qing was wearing ragged clothes and was nearly unconscious from the beating, no one believed him. They dragged him into an alley and beat him up. Not satisfied, they even sold him afterward. Is that even possible? Huawan couldn't believe it. Someone was sold just like that. He didn't have a household registration book, and he was beaten so badly he couldn't speak. Those men are notorious bullies in town, and no one dared to confront them. Huawan understood and said, all right, I get it. I'll think about setting up a stall. It's time to bring some new energy to the night market. Lin Yang slightly bowed and said, Lin Yang thanks Boss Hua on behalf of Qing. Hwawan had been planning to open a ramen stall, and it was perfect to let Ah Ching do it. He was naturally strong and skilled in martial arts, making him very suitable. The next evening, Hwawan was in the kitchen thinking about the ramen stall when Mo Chuan came in and called her. He looked hesitant, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. "What's wrong?" Hwawan asked. "Come out and take a look," Mo Chuan said, sounding a bit helpless. Hwawan went outside and saw Zhu standing in the shop. When she saw Hwawan come out, she asked, "Sister, do you have mung bean soup?" This made Hwawan think of the story about the rabbit buying carrots. She couldn't understand why Zhu, or her sister, was so obsessed with mung bean soup. "We don't have mung bean soup today," Hwawan replied. Zhu's eyes turned red, and she muttered, "What should I do?" "No mung bean soup again," Hwawan asked. "Does your sister not like the ice cream from yesterday?" Not mentioning this was better, but as soon as she said it, Zhu started crying again. Sniff, sniff the ice cream. "It's gone."
Wow.
"Sister didn't get to eat any. How could it be gone?" "I swear I didn't eat any, but the ice cream was melting all the way. I just got home, and it was all gone." Sister only licked a little, and it was gone. Sniff, sniff, Hwawan understood. The ice cream had melted on the way. She felt a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, I didn't think it through. How about this? You let your sister come and I will give you free ice cream." "Sister can't come. She's sick. She can't leave." Hwawan and Mo Chuan exchanged a look. "Sick? Did she see a doctor? Do you know what illness she has?" Zhu said, It's a plague." Now everyone was worried. The customers stopped eating and quickly stood up, asking, "Boss Hua, what's going on? Is there a plague?" Mo Chuan reassured them one by one. "It's okay. Kids sometimes say things that aren't true. The people in the village are all fine. Where would a plague come from? Don't worry. Eat your food peacefully. We will find out what's happening." At the same time, Hwawan pulled Zhu behind the counter and asked carefully, "Who told you your sister has a plague?" Zhu answered, "My mom." "You have a mom? Which mother would let her child dress like this and run outside alone at night?" Zhu nodded. "My mom said that if sister has a plague, she needs to be kept inside." Hwawan asked further, "Did you see a doctor? Did you call a doctor?" Zhu shook her head. "I don't know." More questions came to Hwawan. "Then what about the mung bean soup?" Zhu said seriously, "My sister felt much better after drinking mung bean soup. She can stand for a while now." "What kind of illness is this that drinking mung bean soup can cure? When did mung bean soup become medicine? Then why does it have to be chilled mung bean soup? Because cold drinks feel so good. It doesn't feel hot all night." Hwawan was confused. It's early summer now, and it shouldn't be hot enough at night to need something icy to cool down. "Big Sister Hua, can you help my sister?" Flower Roll looked at Zhu's innocent and pure expression and said, "I don't know what illness your sister has. I didn't make mung bean soup today either." Zhu pouted her lips and was about to cry. Flower Roll added, "But I have some iced 8 treasure porridge. It also has mung beans. Take it home and try it on your sister. If it doesn't work, you should see a doctor. Do you understand?" Zhu smiled through her tears and said, "You're so kind, Sister Flower." After saying that, she took out a small woven butterfly and said, "This was made by my sister. I give it to you." After Zhu left, Flower Roll asked Mo Chuan to follow her and see which family she belonged to. She also wanted to find her sister to confirm whether it was really a plague. Otherwise, if the news spread, the whole village would panic. Fat Ant comforted Flower Roll, saying, "Boss Flower, don't worry. I don't think it's a plague. I've seen how fast that spreads. Her sister has been sick for a long time. If it was a real disease, it would have spread already. That would be very scary," Flower Roll thought with fear. "They are not sick with the plague but are still isolated, and no doctor is called. Who would do such a thing?" The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. The two sisters just disappeared from the village, and no one noticed anything strange. Hearing this, Fat Ant's expression also became serious. Soon, Mo Chuan returned. Facing Flower Roll's anxious look, he shook his head in frustration. "We followed Zhu to a house, but a woman at the door saw us. I clearly saw Zhu go inside, but that woman insisted I was mistaken." Flower Roll was anxious. You came back like that? Didn't you go inside to check? Mo Chuan said. I was about to go in, but that woman shouted loudly that I was trying to her. I didn't dare go in after that. Fat Aunt rolled up her sleeves and said, Hey, I should have gone with you. Flour Roll asked, Did you ask the neighbors nearby about their situation? Mo Chuan replied, I asked. They said the family originally had 2 sisters. Later, the older sister disappeared, and the younger one was out early and late. The woman wouldn't say anything and kept shouting that I was trying to her. I couldn't get any clear information. Mo Chuan added, Later, I sneaked over the wall into the yard and looked inside through the window. I didn't see the sisters. Oh, and I also checked the trash can, but there were no medicine residues. There are no leftover medicines, which means they never intended to treat Jinjin. You can't trust a word that woman says. Zhu Zhu and the others must be hiding inside the house. But how can we find them? Today, Mo Chuan also caused a disturbance, which might have scared them away. If they've been moved, it will be harder to find them next time. Huawan frowned and thought, feeling confused. Aunt Peng said, Don't worry. Tomorrow, I will take some village women to search thoroughly. We will definitely find her. No, breaking in suddenly won't work. What if she reports us? Aunt Peng said. Then, we just wait nearby. Isn't there only one woman in that house? She must go out to work sometime. When she leaves, we can sneak in and look. Huawan hesitated. Is that okay? Aunt Peng replied. What's wrong with that? Don't worry if we get caught. We won't tell on you. But, haha, you'll need to help us out later. Huawan thought if they get caught, as long as she has enough silver, Zhizhou won't trouble her. All right, that's very kind of you. It's no trouble. Life in the village has been smooth lately. I haven't experienced anything like this in a long time. I'm a bit excited. Huawan was worried they might cause trouble and someone could get hurt. She warned, Be very careful, okay? And then left. Her worry was unnecessary. The next day, Aunt Peng came to complain to Huawan. That woman in that house never leaves. We waited all day, a whole day, and she didn't step out once.
Huh.
I wonder how she makes a living. Hearing that Aunt Peng and the others hadn't seen her, Huawan felt a bit relieved. She sighed in relief. That's good. I think sneaking into her house secretly isn't safe. If she doesn't come out, we'll think of a way to make her leave. Everyone gathered around and asked, What can we do? Mo Chuan said, I have a plan. We can set fire. No way, Huawan immediately objected. That's arson. It's illegal. And what if Zhu Zhu and the others don't escape? Aunt Peng said. Then we can wait outside every day. She will leave eventually. Huawan said, That's too time-consuming and risky. We need to go in properly and search. Everyone looked at Huawan with wide eyes. Really? Hua boss, tell us. What's a good plan? Flour Roll said. Tomorrow you all find a few people to make noise in the village, saying there are mice in the house. Then, let the village chief issue a notice, saying a mouse-catching team has been formed to catch mice for everyone's homes for free. That way we can get in. Fat Ant said, That's a good idea. It will definitely work. Mo Chuan nodded and said, It could work. But what if she says we don't need to catch mice? Flour Roll replied, The mouse problem is serious. It could even cause disease. This isn't just their family's issue. Just go ahead and mention my name. They discussed the details further, and Fat Ant went out to make arrangements. Flour Roll still had things to do. She was waiting for Zhu Zhu to come, so she could ask carefully what kind of illness Jinjin had, and why she was drinking cold mung bean soup. She waited and waited, almost giving up, when Zhu Zhu finally appeared. She was still wearing her dirty, torn clothes with a pale face. Flour Roll said, Zhu Zhu, you finally came. Today, I prepared some cold mung bean soup. Zhu Zhu looked a little happy and said, Sister Hua, I won't need to buy mung bean soup anymore. Flour Roll's breath caught, and she tightly gripped the box.
What did you say?
Your sister. Could she really be gone? Zhu Zhu said, My sister is getting married tomorrow. She looked up happily, her lips slightly red with joy. Getting married? So suddenly, Flour Roll asked.
Yes.
Mother said that after my sister gets married, she will get better. So, Sister Hua, You don't need to prepare mung bean soup for me anymore. Flour Roll knelt down and asked patiently, Are you happy that your sister is getting married? Zhu Zhu nodded hard.
Happy.
Zhu Zhu is very happy. Then tell Sister Hua, why are you so happy? Zhu Zhu looked down and thought for a moment, then said, Because after my sister gets married, she won't have to live underground anymore, and her illness will get better. Flour Roll looked up at Emo Chuan with a shocked expression. People can live underground in this time? What kind of life is that? She took a deep breath and asked Zhu Zhu again. And what about you? Do you also live underground? Zhu Zhu was scared and trembling all over. She whispered, Mother told me not to say. Sister Hua, if Mother finds out, she will hit me. Huan held her cold hands and said, Don't worry, Zhu Zhu. We won't tell your mother. Tell Sister Hua, are you and your sister living in the basement? No, it's not the basement. It's a cellar underground, Huan whispered to Emo Chuan. Tell Aunt Peng, we're in the cellar. Emo Chuan nodded and left. Huan took a braised chicken leg and a bowl of plain porridge, inviting Zhu Zhu to eat. Zhu Zhu licked her dry lips and stared at the chicken leg. She said, Sister Hua, I don't have money. Huan said, It's free. I like the butterflies you gave me. These vegetables are for you. Zhu Zhu happily sat on the stool and ate eagerly. Huan took the chance to ask her about Zhenzhen's illness. Her innocent words were full of frightening experiences. When my sister was healthy, we didn't live in the cellar. We lived in a firewood shed. Later, my sister fainted. Mother said she might pass the illness to others, so she made us move underground. The underground is very dark. We can't see anything and it's so hot. She always sleeps and Mother doesn't give us food. To avoid me starving, my sister told me to secretly pick grass at night. During the day, we twist it into ropes to sell. It takes us 3 days to twist a small bundle because we're slow. We only get 2 coins for each bundle. But after my sister drank the mung bean soup I brought her, she felt much better. Sometimes we can twist a bundle in just 2 days, and the cool soup makes us feel not hot all night after drinking it. Sister Hua, is the mung bean soup you sell medicine? Huan was getting angrier with every word. How could your mother be a good mother? Is she trying to starve you to death? Forget about calling a doctor. Zhu Zhu finished the chicken leg, licked each finger, and then told Huan, Actually, she's not my mother. She's my stepmother. My father died, and I and my sister went to live with her. Huan was so angry she slammed the table. Even if she's a stepmother, she shouldn't do such cruel things. Suddenly, she thought of a problem. Your sister has been fainting all the time? How can she get married? Can she stand up? Zhu Zhu said, Mother said I can lie down, I don't have to stand up. Lying down to get married? Probably in a rush to sell her daughter. I've seen this kind of story before. When is the wedding? What is a wedding? Zhu Zhu asked, confused. That means when your sister gets married. Mother said tomorrow night. I saw my sister's wedding dress. It's very beautiful. Huan didn't understand. Why would a wedding be held at night? Is that a local custom? Zhu Zhu took a few sips of porridge, then put the finished chicken leg into the bowl and asked Huan, Sister Hua, can I take the rest of me? My sister hasn't eaten in a long time. Huan said, I'll get you another chicken leg. Take it back for your sister. Zhu Zhu hurriedly waved her hand. No need, Sister Hua. No more chicken legs. My sister doesn't eat them. She's been sleeping. She doesn't eat hard food. Huan was annoyed but kept her feelings in check and said, It's okay, Zhu Zhu. You eat the chicken leg and give your sister some porridge. Zhu Zhu tilted her head and thought for a moment, then happily said, Okay, Sister Hua, you're so kind. Huan watched her leave, then went back to the kitchen. She found a pig's leg bone and grabbed a knife, chopping it fiercely. Only this could help prevent her anger. When Emo Chuan returned, he was accompanied by Lady Li. Both were startled. Emo Chuan asked, Why are you so angry? Huan didn't want to speak, so Hua Sheng repeated Zhu Zhu's words. Finally, she summarized, Zhu Zhu's family is too unreasonable. They won't even feed her. Huan told them, We need to hurry. Zhenzhen's condition might not last much longer. Shiri played the known information in her mind and said, First, Zhenzhen definitely isn't suffering from the plague. Zhu never mentioned coughing or fever, and they've been living together for so long without her getting sick. Second, their stepmother is in such a hurry to marry off Jinjin, probably because Mo Chuan caused a disturbance yesterday. That makes tomorrow's plan harder to carry out. She asked Lady Li, "Do you have a tradition of marrying at night?" Lady Li replied, "No family would marry at night." "What would the guests do?" Huawan confirmed her suspicion and said coldly, "It's a marriage to the underworld." Everyone present gasped in shock. "We must find the person tomorrow during the day, and we need to go to the city early to bring the doctor." "Yes, have the doctor wait at the inn. Once someone is rescued, send them directly to the inn." Zhu said that Junjun often sleeps. Considering their background, Junjun might have low blood sugar caused by long-term malnutrition, so drinking sweet mung bean soup helps her feel better. Tomorrow, prepare some chocolate and glucose solution. If it's confirmed to be low blood sugar, give it to her immediately. In short, only success is allowed tomorrow, no failure. If their stepmother insists on not letting the village chief and others in, just force your way in. "If anything happens, I will take responsibility," Lin Yang said. "I've noted everything. I will go find Aunt Peng soon, and I will stay with you all day tomorrow. Rest assured." Huan felt uneasy and said to Lin Yang, "Just have the guards tie up that woman. Anyway, I must see the two sisters when I open the shop tomorrow." This was the first time Huan spoke so firmly. Mo Chuan was much calmer than her. "Calm down. Let's stick to the plan first. What if there are others in the house? It's always better to be cautious." Huan nodded. "You're right. I was a bit impulsive. I'll listen to Mo Chuan." She couldn't help but think that Lin Yang and Aunt Peng were women, and the village chief was old. She wondered if the guards knew how to be flexible. If Lumingli were here, she might not have to worry so much. The next day, Huan bought all the medicines she could think of, even prepared oxygen tanks. Then she sat anxiously at the snack shop entrance, waiting for nightfall. Meanwhile, according to the plan, a villager loudly shouted near Zhu's house, "This morning, I found a big bite taken out of the cured meat at home." "I don't know what did it." Another villager responded loudly, "Oh my rice jar also has a hole. It must be the mice." A third villager spoke, "My house also has mice. Big ones, running so fast I can't catch them. That's not good. If there are too many mice, all our food will be eaten. What should we do?" "We'll go find the village chief." Half an hour later, the village chief led a group of people and knocked on Zhu's door. Zhu's stepmother slightly opened the door and asked cautiously, "What do you want?" The village head said, "The villagers reported that many mice have been found in the village." Boss Hua was prepared in advance. If there is a mouse problem, she will use her tools to make sure all mice are gone. "Don't worry, it's free." Zhu's stepmother looked out carefully. She saw that the people had nets and sticks, and they looked like they were serious about catching mice. She relaxed a little and said, "All right, go ahead and do it quickly." Just as she was about to open the door, a man's voice came from inside. "Wait, what mice? We don't have any mice here." Then he said, "Why are you all opening the door? Are you stupid?" Lin Yang and Aunt Peng, hiding outside, looked at each other. They realized there was someone else inside. Zhu's stepmother listened and was about to close the door, but the village head stopped her. "Who says anyone can come in? Do you even know who I am?" A tall, strong man came out of the house. He had a thick beard and a fierce look. "Who cares who you are? This is my house and I make the rules." The village head smiled and said, "You're quite bold. Do you know that you need my signature to stay in this house?" Then he turned and asked the man, "Who are you? Are you from our village? I've never seen you before. I warn you, only villagers are allowed to stay here." The man was not friendly and didn't take the old man seriously. He cursed and started to walk closer. Zhu's stepmother stopped him and whispered, "Forget it. This is just the village rule." She turned to the village head and said, "Sorry, he's from outside, but I am from the village. This house is assigned to me. He doesn't understand our rules, so please forgive him." The village head nodded and stroked his sparse beard. If that's the case, no harm done. But you should know the rules. Everyone in the village must support our collective actions." Zhu's stepmother chuckled and said, Yes, we support it. These mice are very good at multiplying." They can spread disease too. This isn't just your family's problem. We've come from the front, and every family cooperated. No one refused us entry. Please don't break the rules. Juju's stepmother looked at the bearded man and said, "All right, we'll just check the kitchen. We'll cooperate." After speaking, he pulled the bearded man aside. The village chief and 4 or 5 men entered the house smoothly. They looked around carefully, trying to find the entrance to the cellar, so they moved very slowly. The bearded man was unhappy. "What are you looking at?" "The kitchen is over here." Among the group was a young boy who was not part of the guards. Lady Li had called him in temporarily. He was very clever, carefully observing the yard, not missing any clues. Suddenly, he noticed that the soil behind the chicken coop looked strange. The footprints on the soil were more messy than elsewhere, and there were even handprints. He had good eyesight and could see several broken pieces of rush grass from over 10 meters away. He had heard Lady Li talk about the 2 sisters before. Now, he was sure that the cellar was in that direction. With a plan in mind, he focused on searching the kitchen for mice. While the man and woman were not paying attention, he slammed the lid of a pot onto the ground and shouted, "There's a mouse. A big one." It ran that way. He pointed toward the chicken coop. The village chief responded quickly, "Hurry. Don't let it escape." Before the bearded man could react, the village chief and others ran toward the chicken coop. The boy stayed where he was, not moving. As they got closer, it became clearer. One guard shouted, "There's a," and suddenly lifted the cellar cover. "It's here," someone called out. Seeing that things had been exposed, the bearded man drew the knife from his waistband, intending to rush forward. But unexpectedly, the boy jumped up and used a prepared rope knot to wrap around the bearded man's neck. He then jumped over the kitchen beam, hanging the bearded man up. The bearded man, unable to move, clung tightly to the rope around his neck, struggling desperately. Juju's stepmother, ignoring everything else, held up the bearded man's legs and shouted loudly like a pig being slaughtered, "Someone's killing! Someone's killing!" The village chief heard this, turned around, and almost fainted from shock. He quickly shouted, "A few people, go help over there. Hurry and get him down. Don't cause any fatalities." Someone ran over, shouting as they ran, "Little brother, this is bad. Let go quickly. Don't cause a tragedy." Seeing more people arriving and the bearded man turning pale, the boy quickly loosened the rope. The others tightly tied the bearded man's hands with a rope. The bearded man was lying on the ground, gasping for breath, and had lost control of himself. Juju's stepmother's crying echoed throughout the village. "I won't forgive you. You caused my husband's death." Meanwhile, Lin Yang went down to the cellar and saw Jinjin and Juju inside. The cellar was filled with a bad smell, and it was so dark she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. There were no lights or candles. Using the small door at the top of the cellar, she saw that at the bottom, there were piles of cabbage and what looked like their makeshift bed. Jinjin was lying on some sparse straw, not knowing if she was alive or dead. Juju stayed close to her sister, looking very frightened. Her big, scared eyes stared tightly at the cellar's entrance. Lin Yang's tears suddenly started to flow. She gently said, "Juju, Sister Hua asked me to take you both away." Juju looked stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said, "No, we can't go. Mother will hit us." Lin Yang sobbed. "She won't anymore. She can't hurt you again." She reached out her hand to Juju. Juju, with her big, clear eyes, stared for a moment before rushing into Lin Yang's arms. Lin Yang held Juju, her right hand trembling as she reached toward Jinjin on the ground to check her breathing. After a while, she felt a faint warmth at her fingertips. Fortunately, she was still alive. The guards also came down and told Lin Yang, "The stretcher is here. It's placed upstairs." Lin Yang nodded and asked, "Please carry them up." One guard carried Juju, and another carried Jinjin. They climbed out of the cellar one after the other. Both girls looked very thin, especially Jinjin. Her clothes were torn, and her arms hung on the guard's shoulder, showing only bones and skin. The area outside the cellar was crowded with people. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The women present couldn't help but cry, unable to imagine what they had been through. The men cursed loudly. How could they treat two girls like this? The village chief felt the worst. He was in charge of the village, and such things happening under his watch made him feel responsible. A chubby woman wiped her tears and ordered the guards to quickly take the girls to the inn, where the doctor was already waiting. Her plump body moved quickly at the front, leading the way, with Lin Yong following closely behind. When they arrived at the inn, Grandma Jiang had already prepared a soft bed and blankets. She didn't mind if Xinjin was dirty or not. She pulled back the quilt and let them place Xinjin on the bed, then covered her up. The doctor was stunned. He wasn't surprised by Xinjin's condition but was shocked by the villagers' unity. He had never seen so many people working together to save two unrelated little girls. A kind woman shouted, "Doctor, help us." Others called out, "Doctor, save the children." The doctor snapped out of his shock. Inspired by their urgency, he quickly checked Xinjin's wrist and carefully felt her pulse. Her pulse was very weak, almost impossible to detect. He took some time to diagnose her. He understood what was wrong. He raised his hand and took back the pulse pillow. The kind woman asked anxiously, "Doctor, can you save her? Please tell us." "Yes, yes. Don't worry, doctor. No matter how much it costs, we will pay." The doctor said, "Don't rush.
Let me think.
This girl is suffering from blood deficiency, which causes her vital energy to leak out. Her wind energy is also disturbed. It seems she has been hungry and tired for a long time, leading to a weak spleen and stomach and damage to her liver and kidneys. Is her life in danger, doctor?" the woman asked nervously. The doctor replied, "The treatment is timely, so she is not in immediate danger." Liang asked, "Doctor, why has she been sleeping so deeply? Her blood and energy are blocked. I will prepare some herbal medicines to see if that helps. But this illness needs nurturing, not a quick cure." The kind woman pulled Liang aside and whispered, "Is this what Boss Hua called low blood sugar?" Liang was unsure. She frowned and shook her head. "I don't know." The doctor overheard their conversation and asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" "Low blood what?" The kind woman quickly answered, "Low blood sugar. Boss Hua suspects it." The doctor said, "I've never heard of that." "Is she here? Did you check her pulse?" The woman replied, "No, but she knows everything." The doctor chuckled. "Is she a fairy? Then why am I even here?" He finished writing the prescription and asked, "Who can go to my clinic and get the medicine? Come back quickly and boil it to give her." The coachman said, "I'll go. I have a ox cart." He took the prescription and hurried out swiftly. Lin Yang held Zhu and asked the doctor to check her pulse as well. "The little girl seems to be doing much better," said the doctor after feeling her pulse. "She just hasn't eaten much for a long time, so her body is a bit weak. I'll prescribe some medicine to help her recover. Do you want the expensive one or the cheaper one?" Lin Yang replied, "Doctor, the expensive one, please." The doctor smiled. "Are you related to her? How did she end up like this?" Lin Yang said, "We're not relatives, just neighbors in the same village." The doctor said, "That's very kind of you." Aunt Fat asked again, "What should we do now? She's still not awake. Should we just wait like this?" The doctor sat calmly and said, "There's no other way. Just wait. I need her to wake up before I can give her an injection. Right now, her energy is low, and forcing her to wake up might be dangerous." Lin Yang hesitated for a moment. She wasn't sure if Zhenzhen had low blood sugar, but it seemed urgent. If someone had to take responsibility, she would do it. "Aunt Fat, I trust Boss Hua. Let's feed her some chocolate and red sugar water." Aunt Fat had been waiting for this. She nodded eagerly.
Yes.
"I'll go get it right now." Unexpectedly, Aman had already placed the chocolate nearby. She handed it to Aunt Fat, gesturing excitedly toward the kitchen. "Okay, I'll feed her." "Aman, go boil some red sugar water now." Aunt Fat understood. She took the chocolate wrapper off and put it into her sleeve. "Lin Yang, help me open Jinjin's mouth." Lin Yang nodded. Just as she was about to help Jinjin, the doctor shouted angrily, "What are you doing? You can't just feed her anything." Lin Yang was startled and quickly explained, "This is a medicine. It's just a snack." "That's not allowed either. Look at this big, dark piece. What if it gets stuck in her mouth?" "That's just common sense." Aunt Fat decided quickly. "Trust Boss Hua. Let's feed her." The doctor said, all right. If you insist on feeding her, don't come to me if something goes wrong. Lin Yang used a wooden spoon to open Jinjin's mouth and helped Aunt Fat put the chocolate inside. The doctor watched and shook his head. You girls! You're supposed to give her medicine, not snacks. How do you expect her to chew and swallow? Village women are so ignorant, he muttered. No one paid attention to her. Everyone's focus was on Jinjin. The chocolate slowly melted in her mouth, and by the time the red sugar water was ready, it had almost completely dissolved. Aunt Pang saw a man coming and shouted, "The sugar water is here. The sugar water is here." She helped Jinjin sit up, and Lin Yang used a small spoon to feed her. The doctor said, "Stop messing around. Even if this stuff helps, don't forget, she still has that hard black object in her mouth. You're just pouring things in. Aren't you worried she'll choke?" Aunt Pang said, "Yes, look, is the chocolate still there?" Lin Yang gently used the spoon to check Jinjin's mouth and said, "It's gone. It has completely melted." The doctor murmured in surprise. It actually melted. After drinking half a bowl of red sugar water, Jinjin's fingers moved slightly, and she slowly regained consciousness. She was very weak. Seeing so many people, she thought she had already gone to, until she saw Zhu Zhu. Zhu Zhu shouted, "Big sister, you're awake." Jinjin held her hand and said, "Zhu Zhu, you came down too." "I didn't take good care of you," Zhu Zhu said. "Big sister, we didn't come down, we came up. Many people brought us up here. There are so many delicious things." Zhu Zhu had already drunk a bowl of porridge and eaten 2 egg custards. She was still holding a piece of chocolate. "Big sister, this thing is so tasty, sweet, and fragrant." Zhu Zhu ate a small piece, "And I saved the rest for you." From Zhu Zhu's words, Jinjin understood everything. She realized she had truly survived. Tears streamed down her face as she was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to speak a complete sentence. Lin Yang helped wipe her tears and said, "Little sister, you are all saved. Now you're at Boss Hua's inn. Don't worry." Jinjin knew Boss Hua. During her time at the embroidery workshop, when it was just starting, there was no embroidery building yet, only a warm little tent in the snow. Boss Hua was already like a fairy in the hearts of all the embroiderers.
She knew this well.
During the days she was locked in the cellar, she fantasized that one day, the fairy-like Boss Hua would find out she was suffering and come to rescue her. But sadly, the constant hunger, heat, and darkness gradually wore down her hope. When a warm sip of red sugar water was fed into her mouth, she truly felt what it was like to be alive again. Outside the door, the hurried voice of Huawan was heard. Everyone realized it was already dark. Huawan ran while asking, "Did they rescue him?" In the evening, the shop closed its doors. Huawan didn't see Lin Yang or a Mao's barbecue stall open, which made her feel anxious. She asked Mo Chuan and Huashing to bring some things, then closed the shop door behind her. She apologized to the customers, saying, "Sorry, today our snack shop is closed for a day. We have some internal matters to handle. Please come back tomorrow. I will introduce new dishes and offer discounts." Although the customers felt a bit disappointed, they understood. "Don't worry, Boss Hua. Take care of your work." Some people found it strange and asked, "Is there really a plague? Don't spread rumors. Didn't Boss Hua say the shop is closed for a day? We'll see tomorrow." Everyone then dispersed. Huawan ran straight to the inn, where she saw many people inside, which made her more uneasy. "Did they rescue him?" She pushed through the crowd, asking urgently. In the hall there was a makeshift bed. A woman was lying weakly on it, while Zuzu sat nearby, tears in her eyes. Huan finally relaxed and started giving orders. "Quick, Mo Chuan, get the blood pressure monitor. Lin Yang, help me take her temperature." She took out an oxygen mask, quickly fitted it over Jinjin's face. "A man, come help me hold this tank," she said. A man hurried over, took the tank, and pressed it every second as Huan instructed. The thermometer showed 35.8 degrees Celsius, which was normal. Huan took the blood pressure monitor from Mo Chuan, wrapped the bandage around Jinjin's arm, and pressed the button. "Start measuring now." "Please stay still," a voice from a monitor announced, and suddenly, the fat ant reacted quickly, stepping in front of the doctor to block his view, saying, "Doctor, you've worked hard.
Please come this way.
I'll serve you some tea and snacks. Huan then realized there were outsiders in the shop. She looked gratefully at the fat ant and then signaled to Mo Chuan. Mo Chuan turned to clear the area. The doctor was already surprised by what Huan brought, but before he could understand, the fat ant pulled him away forcefully. Madam, what are those things? What are their uses? A chubby woman chuckled. Hey, Boss Hua, running a snack shop is mostly just selling food. The doctor said, stop joking with me. After checking, they found that Jinjin's blood pressure was very low, only 48 systolic and 34 diastolic. She might faint as soon as she stands up. It seems her condition is caused by long-term poor nutrition. Huan turned to the doctor to ask for his opinion. The doctor said her temperature is normal, but her blood pressure is very low, and her face is pale. Could it be malnutrition? The doctor was still confused. From the start, he felt everything was unreal. The dark medicine that dissolved instantly in her mouth, the strange soup that seemed odd, yet she woke up shortly after drinking it. Just now, she used something to check her temperature on the patient's forehead and knew it was normal. And what about blood pressure? Does it refer to blood flow? How did they know it was low? Could it be measured by those strange devices? And that device even talked. Nothing about this felt real. He organized his thoughts and told Huan all the conclusions he had drawn from checking her pulse. Huan nodded, just as she had guessed. Lin Yang asked, Boss Hua, what should we do next? Huan said, first, let her rest well. Make some porridge for her to drink. Oh, and I brought some glucose. I'll dilute it with water and give her a little every day. She sincerely thanked the doctor and then handed him a silver ingot. The doctor was nervous and said, do you still need that medicine recipe? Huan replied, yes. Ensuring proper nutrition is necessary, but she still needs to take the medicine. Sorry to trouble you. Mo Chuan came over and said, Doctor, I can take you back to the city and get the medicine. His main goal wasn't just to him, but to warn him to stop talking nonsense. They walked in silence from the inn to the snack shop entrance. Suddenly, Mo Chuan spoke, slowing his voice and with a sinister tone. Doctor, just stay here. I'll go get something and come back. The doctor felt a strange fear but tried to stay calm. All right. Go ahead. Don't run away. Hey. Mo Chuan slowly entered the snack shop. Watching his figure, the doctor felt an urge to run away. They were still some distance from the city. He thought, maybe he should stay and see what happens. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Soon after, Mo Chuan returned, leading a horse. Mo Chuan didn't speak, letting the doctor sit behind him as they trotted toward the city. As they got closer to the city gate, the doctor felt relieved. Once inside the city, with more people, everything would be fine. Unexpectedly, Mo Chuan suddenly pulled the horse's head to the side into a small forest. The surroundings were very dark. Only the moonlight barely lit the path. Mo Chuan dismounted, and the doctor hurriedly slid off, almost falling. He was terrified.
Brother, why?
Why did you bring me here? He asked, afraid to run. He worried that if he tried to escape, the man might become violent. Mo Chuan still spoke in a calm, even tone. What you saw today, you must not tell anyone, understand? He looked down, then up with a strange expression, his voice deep. The doctor's legs trembled uncontrollably. He felt he might collapse. He quickly said, Don't worry, I promise I won't tell anyone. He didn't realize that something even more frightening was coming. Mo Chuan took out a puppet from his sleeve and said in an even deeper voice, I will.
Watch. You.
He moved his finger slightly and the puppet's head fell to the ground. But the puppet's body in Mo Chuan's hand kept repeating what he had just said. I will.
Watch. You.
I will.
Watch. You.
The doctor was completely terrified. He crouched on the ground, covering his head with his hands. Please spare me. I won't tell anyone. I beg you. He kept muttering on the ground. After a while, he noticed there was no sound around him. He looked up and saw that Mo Chuan was gone. He hurried back to the medical clinic, ignoring his appearance, his ears filled with strange, unnatural sounds from the puppet. Back in the clinic, he jumped into bed and pulled the covers over himself, feeling a bit safer. This scare made Mo Chuan very satisfied. He knew that poor doctor would never speak of what he saw. Feeling proud, Mo Chuan returned to the snack shop and saw many people inside. He pushed through the crowd and saw Huawan standing at the front, looking serious. He walked over to Huawan, then turned around and saw two people kneeling in front. One was a man with a full beard, and the other was a middle-aged woman, both with ropes. Especially that beard, it looks like he was beaten. One eye is bruised, and blood is dripping from his mouth. Behind him stand the guards and the village head.